Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. just let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the Wheel of
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. Back at it again for the Wheel of Madness, baby. Gotta get a Wheel of Madness, baby. Right? So we're going to be starting off with the dating wheel. So I figure we might as well do the intro with a whatever clip. Boys, listen to me. I think I'm in love. I think I'm in love, ladies and gentlemen. Right? So before we get into it, let me introduce Jab. We got Southern Man. Welcome in, sir. Says, let's fucking go. That's what I'm saying. Week-long special Wheel of Madness. It's hard not to be hyped for that. You know what I'm saying? Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. We got Blue, Aqua, Tiger. My man. You're my boy, Blue. You're my boy. Got Southern Man as well with the salutes. We got Shante coming and saying, gays, days, furries, and power bottom yak. Unbelievable. See you, Shante. See you. Unbelievable. Appreciate Shante saying smash that like button. Don't forget to smash the like button, boys. You know what I'm saying? Is the thingamabob not working? Is the fucking timers not working? Oh no, they are. Thanks be to Jesus. I was about to say, it's like, man, they work one day and then they don't work, they fail the next day. I was going to get pissed off. You know what I'm saying? But welcome in, Southern and Blue. Pull up a chair. Get comfy, ladies and gentlemen. Get comfy, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, we're going to be doing the dating. And I what better way to start the dating off than whatever podcast clip. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think I'm in love. Boys. You know? Comes a time in every young leprechaun's life where he has to admit that, you know, love is part of life. You know? Love is part of life, you know. I'm not talking about this bitch. No, like I said, we'll get into this. Like this bitch right here. She's one of them succubus. She's like what they call in biblical terms, you'd call this bitch a what the fuck's that? A Jezebel. Jezebel. You know what I'm saying? Well, let's get into it.
Are you more attractive now, or will you be more attractive physically in 10 years?
My mindset is that I will be more and more physically attractive every single day.
2 words. Ugly. Ugly. If this bitch came up to me in club and started doing this shit, I'd literally go, ugh, and then just walk away. You know what I mean? Like I said, a lot of these boys, they're like the chair ones, get them, infatuated, I believe is the word. One second. Let me make sure I'm using the right word. Infatuated. Having an intense, often irrational passion or attraction for someone or something. Yeah, infatuation. There's a difference between love and infatuation, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get into it in today's show. Okay, we're starting off with the dating wheel. Okay. A lot of motherfuckers get infatuated with chair 1. Y'all motherfuckers need Jesus, you know? But this right here, ugly as fuck.
And I'm going to figure out a way to do that.
You're 28 right now. Mm-hmm. So you're saying you'll be more physically attractive at 38.
Every day is 10 points.
It makes me want to vomit. You know what I'm saying? Ugly. Ugly as fuck. Right? When I hear that shit, I see this shit. You know what I mean? It's the same fucking personality. Getting the tits out, trying to get attention, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Now, I don't know if it's like mental retardation or the Tylenols that led to the mental retardation, or if it's some sort of like hyper like enlightenment or some shit. You know what I mean? But like I've trained my mind to like anytime I hear that shit, that's what I see. You know what I mean? I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is.
What about you?
Now this bitch. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Ugh. Ugh. Like I said, most gentlemen, they know to steer clear of this shit. You know what I mean?
Well, from the women in my life that I've seen, I think I'm not at my peak yet, because all
Bitch, you were never at your peak.
the women in my life are very beautiful women, and they all peaked, I think, at age 30.
What did you think? Like, beauty's contagious? Like, come on, bitch, give me some of your beauty. And you just, like, peel it off or some shit like that and you rub it on your... What the fuck's going on here?
So I'm gonna get better as I age.
You're 23. Will you be more physically attractive at 33 or as you are now?
Well, with the way that
Now, pay attention to this bitch's face. Because, like, you can tell based on the way this bitch's face is, that, like, she's struggling to even say this shit. You know what I mean? But, here's the thing, right? She's clearly overdosing on hopium. You know what I mean? She's overdosing on the hopiums, right? Now, like, the thing here is, like, there is some sort of, like, fucked up logic to this, where she's like, you know, oh, well, I'm fat now. And if I was to lose the weight, I'd be more beautiful. So if I took 10 years to lose weight and become skinny, then I'd be more beautiful, right? But she's still overdosing on hopium. Bit of copium thrown in there as well.
things are going right now, I think I'm gonna be more attractive at 30.
Like, just look at that face. Look at that face. You know what I mean? Like, she is struggling to even say that shit. She knows she's lying. She knows she's lying, ladies and gentlemen. What can I say? What can I say? Right? But I did say I was in love. And there's a reason why we're playing this clip, ladies and gentlemen.
33.
What about you?
I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not planning on getting any Botox or doing anything, so I'm definitely gonna be looking better now.
Boys, I'm in love. I'm in love. I'm in love. Right? 3 reasons. Honesty, humility, and that southern accent, baby. You can call me Timmy from Materville, Tennessee. As soon as I seen this shit, I was like this, boys.
I just died on your arms tonight. Must have been something you said. I just died on your arms.
You know what I'm saying? Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be honest here. I ain't planning getting no Botox or no wait, what's this? Unbelievable, chat. Unbelievable. You wouldn't know beauty if it slapped you in the face. This is the disrespect. The disrespect. I don't think she'd ugly, but she damn sure got too much hanging out, just too much going on. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What's going on here, chat? What is going on here? Peaked or peak? That's a fair point, Blueberry. You got me there. You got me there. I think that's the one. No, like I said, this is the one. That's southern accent, baby. You know? I laugh so loud, I scare my dogs at hopium. Hey, what can I say? What can I say? I calls them the ways I sees them. You know what I'm saying? This ain't Will Matt. Jack, I'm trying to do the intro while people filter in. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay on theme. They're going to be doing the dating wheel. See this guy? See you, Jack. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Welcome in, Jack. Welcome in. Jonathan says, I think he's just lying to us. Bitch, I plead the 5th. I plead the 5th, Shantae. Okay? Like I keep telling you, that southern accent gets me. You know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. You know? I haven't dated since 2004. Been married for 20 years. My man. My man. That's what we love to hear stories like that.
My fucking man. No, I didn't.
You know what I'm saying? Honesty, humility, and that southern accent, baby. That southern accent. You can call me Timmy from Materville, Tennessee. You know? Wood. It is what it is. It is what it is. You need to learn to read through my damn typos, Lamau. Don't you know I'm Irish? I'm a leprechaun. I'm an Irish person speaking the English language. I speak in spelling mistakes. You know what I mean? And then you're going to throw spelling mistakes in there, Shantae? Give me a chance. Do you not know? Do you not know? Well, if you don't know, now you know.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom's took the Tylenols, okay? But let's listen to this again. Let's listen to this again, okay?
Attractive at 33 or as you are now?
Well, with the way that things are going right now, I think I'm going to be more attractive at 33.
What about you?
I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not planning on getting any Botox or doing anything, so I'm definitely gonna be looking better now.
Oh
Well,
my
let me
God,
double
man.
down on what you just said. Let's say 10 years into the future, you're 32. You go get Botox, you get lip filler, you get plastic surgery. You're still not going to be more physically attractive. 50-year-old women who get plastic surgery, it's not like you look 25. You look 50 with plastic surgery. Are you
Preach.
more attractive now?
Hallelujah. Tell these bitches, Brian. Like I said, man, that southern accent, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but there's something to it. Something to it. I've no clue what emojis mean. It is what it is. It is what it is. Shante says, rest in peace. It is what it is. I know you didn't say rest in peace, Shante, before you even try to type that shit, right? It's called a joke. It's called a joke, okay? Southernmost, same. That's what I'm saying, man. Especially when they call you like sweetie and darling. You know what I mean? I'm going to be honest. You know, I'm going to be honest here. I was like, oh my God. She's got me with the honesty already, boys. You know what I mean? I think she's from Alabama. Wherever it is. It's Southern America, I'm pretty sure. You know? Southern 20 years. Congratulations. That's amazing. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Toasts. You got to give toast to that. You got to give toast to that. You know what I mean? Respect. Respect, man. You know? Southern man, same. My man. My man. Castor oil is the secret. Nature's Botox. Nah, man. Because like I said, like, look at me. I've never used castor oil in my entire life. I get accused of being, what, 21? Last verbal combat was, 21 years old or some shit like that? 22, we call me? Here in an og. Here in an og, motherfuckers. One sec. Let's do a little bit of Irish history here. We'll eventually get the fucking Wheel of Madness, okay? I'm going to teach you some education here, boys, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Is here in an og, okay? So let me zoom in. You see how bad my fucking scroller is, right? This is okay. Now it's apparently working like a motherfucker. But like I said, man, I need to get a new mouse. Please get some donuts in so your boy can get a new mouse. In Irish mythology, Tir na nog, right? Land of the Young, right, is one of the names of the Celtic otherworld. Tir na nog, best known from the tale of Uiscin and Niamh, right? Tir na nog is depicted as an island paradise and supernatural realm of everlasting youth, beauty, and health, motherfuckers. Abundance and joy thrown in there too. You know what I mean? Just as a little bit extra. Its inhabitants are described as the Tuath Na Danna. Tuath De Danna, or warriors of the Tuatha. Right? The gods of the pre-Christian Ireland who engage in poetry, music, entertainment, and the feast of Give Nu, which grants immortality to the participants. In the Aic the adventure, and the Imbram, which is the voyage tales, various Irish mythical heroes visit Tir na nog after a voyage or an invitation from one of its residents. They reach it by entering ancient burial mounds or caves, by journeying through a mist, by going underwater, or by traveling across the sea for 3 days on an enchanted boat or Manannan's horse. Right? The tales of mortals who visit the other world are referred to as Aic and Bailey, right? Which is adventures or visions. The path across the sea is called Magmail, Plain of Honey. It is the golden path made by the sun on the ocean, and to travel far over the green meadows of the waters where the horses of Lear have their pastures. Ladies and gentlemen, Tir na nog, land of the young. You know what I'm saying? It's in my blood. It's in my veins. You know? I did not stop it. Hey, like I said, Shante, like I said, I plead the fifth. Okay? I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Slathered it on every night. Wait, what? Put it away. Put it away, Blueberry. What are you talking about slathering? God damn. God damn. Also, don't forget to join the Discord. You know what I'm saying? We got the bots working. You know what I mean? Gotta give the bot a shout out. I have a Cali accent. Does that count? Nah. Gotta be Southern. I gotta be honest here. Oh my God. Oh my God, you know? What happened when you talk like this? See you, Jack. See you, Jack. All right, this one goes out to you, Jack.
Or, here's another idea that's going to be very controversial. You could shut the fuck up.
I don't make the rules, Jack. I just enforce them. It is what it is. Even Shantae saying, shut up, you thick. Unbelievable. I'm over 45. I got carded twice this year. What does carded mean? What is going on? What is going on?
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
I just want to go home. And I just cracked my tooth off the... Oh, okay, it's not cracked. But, yeah, man, maybe might have, like, rethink the whole metal thing, you know? But it is what it is. It is what it is. It's the little things. Youth is a state of mind. Not bad. Oh, wait, card is an ID. Is that what this means? Because I get ID all the time. I'm like, I'm 32, and they laugh. They literally laugh when I say I'm 32. They're like, mate, you should have picked like a more believable age. And I was like, what? I got grey hair. I've got greys growing in. You know what I mean? I see this like this. Can we get? No, fuck it. I can't get close into that. Trust me, if you've ever met me in real life, like I'll show you that. Like I genuinely have grey hairs. I don't know. It's because I got a shit camera. You know what I mean? Like my hair is not actually this dark. I've played around with the settings as much as I possibly fucking can. You know what I mean? And I just can't get the hair to show up like it naturally is. But it is what it is. Oh, fuck. I got this thing all over the place. Anyways, Shantae almost threw a party over. Hey, yeah. Celebrate. You know what I mean? I've gotten used to people looking at me suspiciously. Not bad. Not bad. Alabama boy, and I'm married an Eastern European woman. That's what I'm saying. We need to, like, in order to protect the Aryan race, okay? I'm hoping Rex is in chat, so he's like, wait, is Terry talking about Nazi shit again? No, motherfucker. Look at what Aryan means. Look at what Aaron is, right? What do you think Aaron means? All right, same thing. But anyways, in order to protect the Aryan race, right, we need to have, like, an exchange program where it's like, you know, Eastern European or just European and then American. So it's like Ireland will take the Southerners. Well, might throw some of the British in there as well because they got a funny accent too. So if we mix a British accent with a Southern accent, that would just be hilarious. So we mix the funny accents. So like the Southern would go like Ireland, England, then like Southern Spain will go like Northern. You know what I mean? Because then like it balances out like the Mexicans, and then it'd be like the Spanish and the Portuguese, and then the Italians. You know what I mean? Then it's like kind of a better mix. And then California. California, man. Fuck. California's kind of fucked. All right, we'll come to California later, but we'll start with that as the initial. You know what I'm saying? Then we play it by there. You know what I mean? There could be $1 billion idea in this. You know what I mean? Sure, we have competition with the likes of Tinder and all that kind of shit, but that's the general. We're going to be focused on like marriages and shit. You know what I mean? Blueberry's got the broken heart. What did I do? What did I do? It wasn't me. It wasn't me, okay? I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth, Blueberry, okay? It wasn't me. It wasn't me, okay? I'm just a leprechaun. I'm just a leprechaun here. You know what I mean? Living the leprechaun dream. It is what it is. I have a Cali accent too. It's okay, Blueberry. We're just too cool for them. Respectfully, Shantae. Respectfully. Unbelievable. What even is a California accent? Because, hang on a second, Cali. I call her Cali. Oh my God. Shantae, you were saying that you had a Southern accent, or you got accused of being a Southern accent. You know what I mean? Shantae be lying all the time. You know what I mean? It's like this clip is literally like Shantae's clip.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Stop lying. Stop lying, Shantae. Blue says ID check. Yeah, like I said, I copped it. It's Tylenol. It's Tylenol. It's a delayed reaction. What can I say? You have to show your ID. I gets it. Okay, I gets it. Motherfucker, but I do appreciate it. Like I said, I love you, chat. You keep me honest. You keep me honest. I'm gonna go cook a steak. Oh my god. Oh my god. Boys, send out the alarm. Send out the alarm.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Well, at least enjoy your 72 virgins or whatever the fuck you got going on, Jack, because rest in peace. Jack was a good lad, though, you know, in all due respect. He'll be missed. He will be missed. Even by avarice, because who the fuck is he going to call 2-ply now, you know? But hey. Good luck, Jack, and we'll probably all be at your funeral, I'm not going to lie. ID for, like, did I not tell you that I unbelievable. Jesus, you know? Carded, show you. Okay. Let's. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this up for every ID comment. I'm just gonna leave this up. Okay. Like take that as a compliment. You could pass for 19. See what I'm saying? Like when I got involved in streaming, I thought it was gonna be like everyone's like, oh my god, Teriak, we love you, you're amazing, all this kind of shit. You motherfuckers just roast me. You just sit there like this, going, what are we gonna say next? You know? Motherfucker can't have no ego. You know what I mean? I've been told my ID is fake. Probably is, Shantae. Let's be real. Probably is. You know? I'm just saying. You know? What kind of steak? Ribeye? Oof. If you fucking microwave that, Jack, I swear to God, I will hunt you down. I will find you. And I will slap you. Don't you fucking dare microwave that. Okay? Ribeye is the best fucking cut you can get. You know what I'm saying? Lurie says, I'm European, I'm Mexican. Isn't that just European? Because, like, the Mexicans are Latino. I'm just saying, you know. Best kinds. Exactly. Cali just has the best real estate. Does it though? You know? I'm just saying, I got my doubts. I've been told otherwise. You know? Like, let me fix this thing. Everything's going wrong, chat. It's unbelievable. I'm smacking me teeth off me tin can. It's unbelievable. I have no clue, Lamel. I don't have a Cali accent. See what I'm saying? See how, like, I was just, even through text, I'm like a human lie detector when it comes to Shantae. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You Cali, it is what it is. The absence of an accent is a Californian accent. We got like an identity crisis, ladies and gentlemen. We've got an identity crisis here. This is unbelievable. Carnivore, baby. I love them Southern boys accents. It's something to it. I'm telling you. You know? Like, out of all the accents, I'd put, like, the Southern American accent. Like, the accent that woman had. Top tier. You know? And also, don't forget to check out Speak Easy merch, okay? Limited edition items. I don't want to hear anyone crying saying that they want their Avarice hoodie. It's too late. Okay? You've had your chance. You've failed. It is what it is. Now, we got King and Jeremy. Both have hoodies on now. They're limited edition as well. So get them while you still can, folks. Okay? I've never had a fake ID. Come on now, Shantae. I'm pressing X to Dell on that one. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm microwave it just for you, Teriak.
Fool this man!
I actually meant to play this one.
My disappointment is immeasurable. and my day is ruined.
Actually, no, I meant to play this one.
It's like watching a bunch of retards trying to fuck a doorknob out there.
Jack, don't you fucking dare. Don't you fucking dare. Right? Because then, Jack, if you do that shit, I'm going to join in an avarice and I will literally try to change your YouTube name to 2ply. Okay? Don't you fuck with me, boy. Don't you fuck with me. Okay? But let us know how it goes, Jack. Let us know how it goes. Just don't overcook the butter, for fuck's sake. Right? Make sure you preheat the pan. Make sure you take out the steak. Let it get to room temperature. Okay? Let me walk you through this, Jack, right? Take out the steak. Let it get to let it get to room temperature. All right. Preheat the pan. All right. Don't put any butter in it. Then put like good dollop of butter on the pan. Then quickly put the steak on it. Okay. And then, like I said, a couple of minutes each side, medium rare. Should be, and make sure you baste it as well. Tilt the pan a little bit, get a spoon, throw it on top of the steak and all that stuff, take it off, let it rest. So it make sure you get that extra bit of cooking while it's still on the plate. Use the heat. You know what I mean? Use the heat wisely, sir. Okay. Do you cook it in the microwave or just reheat? Don't even encourage him, Blue. Don't even encourage him. Well, what are we doing here? You know? Jante says, I swear I never have. Jante's there doing the Captain Morgan pose. I swear I never have. I've done a lot of shit, but I never had a fake ID. I've never been to a club and I didn't really drink, so I never had a reason to. Okay, fair enough. Captain Morgan pose convinced me. It is what it is. I got the three-peat. How do I reach these kids? And I know Jack's like 8 years older than me, but how do I reach these kids? This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable, chat. You're trying to break my heart here. Jack, you've been eating a lot of steak. You've been getting better at making them. Better be. Fucking better be. Well, he's been saying he's been eating cereal. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Terry Tarak, I will take the steak out now. Mama. That's what I love to hear, you know? Maybe I should smoke too. He's trying to break my heart. Trying to break my heart. First time cooking it since then. Okay, fingers crossed, buddy. Got the fingers crossed. Who the fuck been cooking them? He said cereal, I think, one time. No, he said it multiple times. He said it multiple times, but I'm pretty sure he was trying to piss me off when he says it. You know what I mean? It's like when the kid says to the stepfather, fuck you, you ain't my real dad. You know what I mean? I'm just like, Jack, I'm trying to teach you. I'm trying to help you out here, Jack. You know? And like Jack's just doing like this. He's like, I ain't fucking leaving. I ain't fucking leaving. You know what I mean? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. But let's fucking start the show. Holy shit. This is the second day in a row that we've taken the first 30 minutes just chilling with chat, as they say. Chilling with chat, baby. You know what I mean? But, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado. Alright, and like I said, we do have the rule that, like, if the topic is, like, agreed upon with everybody and all this kind of shit, it is, like, you don't have to stick to it. You know what I mean? You can come back to it every once in a while, all this kind of shit, but, I mean, realistically here, folks, you know? We like to be adaptable, if anything, you know? I've been eating other things. See the way he says other things? You mean non-carnivore? Tell you, Jack, you will not regret it. Once you embrace the carnivore lifestyle, okay? It is bellissimo. And I've tested, like, as much as I possibly, like, everything that, like, I could possibly test, I've tested. In terms of, like, the aspect of going on carnivore for, like, 3-4 months, then going back and testing out, like, bread and, like, other carbs and all this kind of shit. And then, like, seeing how long it takes me to get back into the carnivore thing, and then doing that multiple times. Also making sure that, like, I have, like, vitamins and all this kind of stuff. Played around with that, including, like, multivitamin, vitamin D, fish oil. You don't need any of that shit. You literally don't need any of that shit. I was even trying magnesium there the other week. Or was it last week? I think it was last week. And trust me, you don't need the magnesium, you know? Because, like, they'll say, oh, like you're not hitting your daily recommended values of like your vitamins and minerals and all this kind of shit. Ignore it. Because, for example, like vitamin C, you only need vitamin C if you're eating carbohydrates. Otherwise, your body produces enough vitamin C. You know what I mean? So there's other shit like that. Jack, you should not. Exactly. Listen to Shantae. Do not use high heat this time either. How is he supposed to get a good... How is he supposed to fucking cook the thing, Shantae? You're going to condemn this man to a non-properly seared steak? It's a ribeye. It's a fucking ribeye. I did eat bacon and eggs yesterday. My man. I'm telling you, Jack, right? Eggs, beef, butter, and cheese. I prefer cheddar cheese because it's harder, which means like it melts better. Like you don't get any of this stretchy shit with the mozzarella, but it's also higher fat content. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think like per 100 grams, it's like 35 grams fat and like only like 25 grams protein. You know what I mean? So it's got well up there in terms of the ratios. Cheddar cheese if you can. But yeah, like basically like scrambled eggs, beef, and butter. Plenty of butter. That's what I eat on the daily. And then every Sunday I eat chicken thighs. What I do is I make a nice, beautiful peppercorn sauce. So it's like all the fat that's left over from the chicken thighs in the little tray thing. I throw that onto the oven and let like all the water evaporate out of it. So then all you're really left with is just like the pure like chicken fat. And then throw in a bunch of butter. Play around with the amount of butter and all that kind of stuff. And then either cream or milk, just a small dollop of that. Mix that to fuck around. Salt, pepper. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. You know what I mean? Says he's not going to use... okay, we'll try. Say vitamin. And what? And what? Vitamin. I don't get it. And don't be afraid to join the panel, folks. You know what I'm saying? I done the fucking first 2-3 hours yesterday just by my lonesome. You know? Because I'm a bit of a beast. You know what I mean? Bit of a shy talker, so to speak, you know? Can't they posted 3 times as well? So I better see 3 people up here on panel. I'm just saying. I like the way he says vitamin C. We're going to have to go with the pronunciation here. Oh, fuck. My tabs fucked up. Okay, here we go. Vitamin pronunciation. Yeah.
Vitamin.
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 You guys can hear that shit, can't you?
Vitamin.
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 Oh, wait, let's see. There's American pronunciation.
Vitamin.
You guys are fucking weirdos. What the fuck is this?
Vitamin.
Where the fuck's the D?
Vitamin. Vitamin.
Unbelievable. Gotta go British.
Vitamin.
Vitamin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but yous are retarded. Yous are retarded. If that's how you pronounce this shit, you guys are retarded. Not the. Vitamin. That is retarded. That is like there's no D in it.
Vitamin.
Vitamin. Holy shit. Then we have the whole aluminium versus aluminum. Oh my god, man. Ridiculous. Vitality. Vitality.
Vitality.
Vitality.
Vitality.
Vitality. Vitality, man. Cowabunga, man. No, you're adding to it. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Vitality vitamin. Nuh-uh. See this? This is what I'm saying. That just roast me. Like, I can't do shit. And I was pronouncing it correctly, might I add. Holy shit. Can't have shit in this house anymore. Can't have shit in this house.
What? What? Are you fucking kidding me? That's your argument?
Try to do something nice. I tried here, you know, I dress nice, show for the show, and I just get roasted. It's, you know, you were not. Oh my god. Where the fuck is it? Okay, Shante, what is this? Vitamin.
Vitamin. Vitamin.
Okay? You Americans need to get your shit together, okay? You need to pack your bag, get all your shit, put it in a bag, get it all together, and get your shit together. Simple as. This is ridiculous. Fucking aluminum motherfuckers. Unbelievable. Haters gonna hate.
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
Ainers gonna ain't. Y'all a bunch of ainers, okay? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. The show is completely fucked, okay? It's completely fucked, okay? We're 41 minutes, we haven't even spun the wheel. Because of you motherfuckers, okay? Well, I am the host, so it does come down to me, so the responsibility does come back to me. But you guys have completely distracted me. What? Vitamin. Vitamin. What? Shantae, do you not see the screen? This is the British pronunciation, and it has the VI. Not Vi. Not VIE. I can't stand you.
Amazing.
You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Stop laughing, Blue. Stop laughing at my retardedness. Okay? This is ridiculous. Okay? Now when we go to the VAI. So y'all motherfuckers, so like Shante with the VI, you were wrong, okay? Simple as, you know what I mean? The Vi again, VIGH, wrong. See? And then again, VI from Southern. So VI is V. It's V, not Vi. Vi is VAI.
Vitamin.
Like, why do you do this? Like, fuck the show. We're actually going to just go through a pronunciation course for like these next 6 hours. Well, thankfully, next 5 hours. We've just fucked the first hour out the window at this stage. Like, explain this to me, Americans. Please. Please. This is ridiculousness. Fuck your Vi. You're still wrong with the T part. You're hearing D when it's not there.
Vitamin.
Vitamin. Vitamin. Not vitamin.
Vitamin.
Vitamin. Vitamin. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, okay? Irish people have a soft T, okay? So when for example, when the British say they, right? We say they. You know what I mean? You get me? You get what I'm saying? They. Not, or de. You know what I mean? We don't say the. We say they. Yeah, well, you're Australian, Bill. I pronounce it vitamin. 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 I guess like Americans and British people alike can unite under the common aspect of like the Australians clearly say everything wrong. They can't even say no properly, you know? No, mate. Not really, mate. Someone go teach him. It is. I'm not fucking getting a flight down to Narnia. What are we talking about? You know what I mean? Do you know how expensive that wardrobe is? Then you have to take your shoes off because the TSA and all that shit. No, mate. Get out of here, mate. You should hear you should hear how people say night, light, and fight where I live. Southern accent. Night, light, fight. Got that drawl, baby. Like I said, we're going to get back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Back to the show. We're going to finally start the show. I mean, because we're 46 minutes in. This is, what can I say? It's been a wild one. It's been a wild one. You know what I mean? But let's spin that fucking wheel.
Spin it! Spin it! Wow!
I can't say Dr. Right. I can't say Dr. Right a lot of the time. I like drawer. I say with a J. Jar. Beautiful. Beautiful. Bellissimo. And welcome in, Bill. Pull up a chair. DR. What about JR? You know? Is a high past sexual partner count a significant red flag for someone seeking a serious long-term relationship? Let me know, chat. Let me know. Also, don't forget to follow me on X. I think there's something got to do when we get to 500 followers, some shit like that. I get something for free. I think I get like the blue tick for free or some shit like that. And I'm 34 followers away. So I really don't want to have to pay for that shit because I pay for Super Grok. It is what it is. But is a high past sexual partner count a significant red flag for someone seeking a serious long-term relationship? I think so. And I think it goes both ways as well. I think this is one of those bisexual questions. Because obviously if she has a high body count, right? There's the whole thing of like, you know, let's be frank, ladies, like throwing a sausage down a highway kind of thing, you know? But also, in terms of like this whole thing of like the chemical bonding that occurs and all this kind of stuff, and constantly playing on like the female mind of like, oh, but like this was better, or that was better, or wait, was this better? And then trying to come up with a priority list, all this kind of shit. Whereas like a dude is kind of like more so like an orgasm's an orgasm. It is what it is. But even on the dude aspect, which doesn't get talked about a lot, which it should, is that like if you're a player, you know what I mean? They talk about like these guys that it's like the thrill of the chase. You know what I mean? Oh, like the whole like hunter, whatever the fuck they like to talk about. It's like, oh, like we're, you know, what was it, like ancestry kind of thing. The men were the hunters and the females were the gatherers, some shit like that. That like guys are naturally kind of like into that whole kind of hunting aspect. Creepiness aside, right? If you're going to be monogamous, and that's your goal is to be monogamous, you should be fighting against that mentality, not playing into it. You know what I mean? Which is what I never got about the whole like 50 bodies, you know? Or even like this whole aspect of like the new and improved recommendation of you should aim to have 50 women that would want to sleep with you. You're still in that aspect where it's like you're putting yourself in a bad situation because you're kind of surrounding yourself with temptation, which is not really a great idea, you know? I think it's a red flag for either. All it makes me think is you got an STD. Fair point. Especially when guys do the whole Oh, don't worry about that. I got the pull-out game. Bruh. Especially in college. Like, they literally give you the condoms for free. Fuck you talking about pull-out game? You know what I mean? How do we reach these kids? You know? But I really can't think of any situation where you'd be like, no, I actually prefer my partner to have more sexual experiences before me. Like, if we're to really try to steel man the opposite position to this. Like, it's actually, when you think about it, like this whole thing of like a lot of the cultures is designed around like cook culture kind of thing. Because like fundamentally, like when they talk about like, you know, pimp life and all this kind of shit. Yeah, you got like all these hoes and you got your bottom bitch and all this kind of shit. But fundamentally, you're a cook, you know? Because if you've actually read into the whole pimp culture, it's like you're supposed to like sleep with the woman so then she catches feelings and then that's how you manipulate her. It's like the lover boy technique. All right. But essentially, like you're basically a rat king when it comes to like cook culture. That's like the whole kind of like aim of the game, so to speak. You know what I mean? So it's like that's basically what the whole like pornography, OnlyFans, prostitution, all this kind of shit. It's all about the whole like cook thing. So it's like any dude that's sitting there saying it's like, no, I'd actually want a woman that's like, you know, has like 100 body because then she'd be able to do some freaky shit. It's like, so you want your girl to be railed by like 100 dudes? You know? And like the guy's supposed to teach the girls. So it's like, why can't you just teach her? You know? What's it called now? You see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? This is
saying that when we're on Molly and when we're horned up, might not be
Horned
the best
up?
time. You are horned up.
Oh, please.
You gotta have a fucking chub right now.
safe sex. Like, does not know how easy it is to get an STD. Holy shit. Holy shit. Blue, you're supposed to be my boy. You were supposed to be my boy. I've heard guys say that it's fine for guys because they don't get STDs as easily. And even if it's true, it terrifies me because it makes it sound like you just out here doing anything. Well, hey, like I said, I'm no angel here. Okay. Like if I was to tell you my body count, you'd be like, you a hoe, bitch, you a hoe. You know what I mean? But at least I wore a condom. You know what I mean? At least I practiced the safe sex. Now, to be fair, a lot of that's got to do with my school scarring me mentally. Like our sexual education was literally the projector out, you know what I mean? And literally just like showing us like penises and vaginas with all sorts of STDs and all this kind of shit. One kid actually collapsed. That's how scared he was. You know what I mean? And like he was leaning back in the chair as he fainted. And it was a whole ordeal. An ambulance got called. There was blood everywhere. But hey, gonorrhea does that to a person. You know what I mean? Wow, Teriak actually looks like his avatar. What, you think I'm out here trying to scam y'all motherfuckers? You know what I mean? But like again, shout out to Speakeasy. 1 second, I forgot to put the fucking, oh my god. And I don't have this thing on as well. Oh my god, unbelievable. But anyways, yeah, like Easy like basically took the Loki icon and then also mashed it with like Leprechaun and then also mashed it with my face. You know what I mean? And like the typical thing with Loki is dark hair, green eyes, which is what I have anyways. So, like I said, it's kind of like it goes with the flow, so to speak. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Gerard. Welcome in. He's still a virgin to this day. Did that dude end up being a virgin? I'm not sure. But it was, like I said, we were all laughing our bollocks off. Because, you know what I mean? But at the same time, like, we also were, like, you know, borderline puking from the shit that we were saying. Like, they just literally, like, it's, because it was a Catholic school. You know what I mean? So they basically went out of their way to make sure that like, you were fucking scared, you know? Which, you know, at the time I was like, this is borderline child abuse. But thinking back on it now, it's actually an effective way to, you know, keep at least, because like I said, like I practice safe sex. You know what I mean? But some of that shit, man, to this day, you know? Dante's laughing her bollocks off. Unbelievable. Make sure you check out Speakeasy's merch as well. Like I said, limited edition stuff, okay? Limited edition, meaning when it sells out, it's gone, okay? So don't want to hear no one crying that they didn't get their Avarice hoodie. It is what it is, you know? Satan's third hole. What? What the fuck is going on? Also, Sample Turn of Chaos, welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I remember seeing similar videos in school. It's a bit scary. A bit. Bro, I can't even show the shit that... I literally can't even show the stuff that they showed us. This is me against YouTube TOS. You know? And this was like part of my education. Holy shit, you know? I fucked my link up. Wait, did you just... Oh yeah, it's just speakeasymerch.store. Alright, it is what it is. It is what it is. And then Speakeasy's channel. Make sure you give him a like and a follow. You know what I'm saying? And don't forget to follow us on Rumble as well. I'm pretty sure we got a custom link now and everything. So I think we're up to like 40 or 50 on the Al Rumble, so not bad. Not bad. Welcome in, Sam Returners. We got Jack of Blades on the Ko-Fis. With the $5 says, it's all I have. Last dono I might be able to do for the rest of the year other than memberships. Hey, my man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Jack. Let me give you one sec. Let me give you a special one, Jack, because you're cooking a ribeye. And I want to reward that type of behavior. Let me give you an Ave Maria for that one.
Go, my nigga. Go get money.
Many grazies a plena to you, Jack. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Yeah, I did put on the donut bar as well. So forgot to get the wheel bank going as well. I knew I was forgetting something, but hey, it is what it is. So we're up to $10 on the whatchamacallit on the wheel bank. So we only need another $5 on the Ko-Fi or $10 super chat in order to get the spin bank going, as they say. Merge together, yeah. Like I said, pain in the ass. Because I know, like, if you do the copy paste job, YouTube doesn't like you copy and pasting. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Shout outs to Jack. Shout outs to Jack. Sorry, mean A. Wait, what? Un momento. The Satan's third. A-hold? Satan's a third a-hole. Satan's a third a-hole. What? I'm not sure what you mean, Dry. But we also got Rex. Welcome in, sir. Poking a ribeye. Jack is cooking a ribeye. Like I said, I've already told him, you know, rest in peace. We loved you, Jack. You'll be sorely missed because he's going to burn his house down essentially. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Welcome in, Rex. And don't forget to subscribe to Rex as well. Give me a like and a sub. Help one of the boys out. I was looking into the requirements for the Christianity. Now that you're here, Rex. And I think like I have to become Protestant. So I don't think I'll be able to be a carnivore and be Orthodox at the same time. You know? Like I'm really like, it pisses me off. Because I was genuinely like kind of like, fuck, I can't talk about it now. But like in a month's time, like I will be able to talk about like what the plan was or what I wanted to do. But I'll put it this way, like I had a plan to go to liturgy and start inquiring and all this kind of stuff. But I was looking into, I had a conversation with Kieran and he was like saying, oh no, like you can't be carnivore and Orthodox. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, like they fast like 200 days of the year. I was like, wait, what? And yeah, like they fast from meat. And like if they're doing like a fast, like it's like 40 to 50 days where I'd basically not be able to eat. And literally like you cannot do meat, which means I cannot do beef. You cannot do eggs and you cannot do dairy, which means butter. Which I'm like, that's literally all I eat every day. So I was like, fuck, dude. Now like you can get like special exemptions, but like I don't know if I have to like what, get like a doctor's note or something like that. You know what I mean? And then I was like looking into like Protestant things, and they were saying like Anglican is like close to Orthodoxy, or like Anglican would be like the closest to Orthodox that Protestant can get. But then in the Anglican, they have like female pastors. So I'm just kind of like, okay, so I'm screwed either way. You know, it's either I don't eat for 50 days or I get lectured to by a female pastor. Or pasta. You know what I mean? I don't know. I hit the enter button too soon. It is what it is. Disregard me, sorry. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I think he meant Satan's third a-hole. Be wrong though. Yeah, but what is Satan's third a-hole? Are we talking about like the gonorrhea? It is what it is. Shout out to B Gaming B. Keep up the great content, Celtic brother. Appreciate you, Connie. Let me give you a shrine clear for that one. Are we having fun yet, folks? Appreciate you, Carney. B Gaming B. Hope you're doing well. My Celtic sister, I guess. Yeah, Celtic sister. And then also we got on the Ko-Fi Southern Man. Let me refresh the page here. With the $5 says spin that motherfucking wheel, white boy. So first of all, let me give you the money clip for that one. Appreciate you, Colin. Let me spin the wheel. And we got a special guest backstage as well. So first the prompt is, does following and liking posts from attractive people on the opposite sex on social media create avoidable jealousy and trust issues? This is a spicy one. This is a spicy one, ladies and gentlemen. But we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Jacka Blaze, welcome to the show.
What up, what up?
Good. let's see the process here, Jack.
Well, I gotta wait for it to dethaw a little bit, so it's gonna be a second before I can get to it here.
Dethaw, unbelievable. Unbelievable.
You said let it sit and get to room
Shut
temperature.
your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
It's not frozen, is it, Jack? It's not frozen.
Yeah, no,
Please tell me it's not frozen.
I had it frozen. Yeah, so I gotta wait for it to room temperature. Because it's actually like I think the date on it was the 8th when it was Best Buy. So I had to freeze it, and so I'm just waiting to get room temperature, and then I can cook it. So I don't want to drag out the butter and stuff.
But is it like it's still frozen, right?
Yeah, partially. Like I said, I'm just trying to get it to room temperature. See, it's like it's. I don't know how well I could see this, but like it's kind of turned black there a little bit.
Jack, you're gonna be waiting like 2 hours or something like that.
No, it's it's hot here. It's hot here. I think you underestimate how hot it is in this place. It'll be fine.
God,
It'll be fine.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna power through, Jack. We're gonna power through. I believe. I believe. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I had it in the refrigerator for a little bit there, so it's probably a little farther ahead, but
hopefully. But thank you very kindly, Southern and B Gaming B as well for the support. Let me quickly catch up with chat. Look up the calendar of what you can eat on what days. I saw it and thought I'd probably starve to death. No, like trust me, like I've done it like with AI, like cross-referencing the day, like with Lent, it's literally you cannot eat meat whatsoever. You know what I mean? So I'm like, fuck, I'm fucked. It is what it is. Shanti says, don't even ask me. Don't even look at me, Tarek. Don't even look at me. Nina says, I was wondering where the third was, and then I started wondering where the second one is too. True that. Welcome in, Nina. I am good with good and nah. I'm dude. Been on your show before. Wait, am I retarded? B, yeah, you've been on the show. Which you're pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you're Scottish. Good and nah. I am. Wait, I got to read this in the Scottish. I have been on your show before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have. And also shout out to Samtronic for the 2. I'm pretty sure we're at 22 in the wheel bank. Correct me if I'm wrong, folks. So 1 sec. Let me get all this shit. I might as well ask you the question, Jack. What are your thoughts in following and liking posts from attractive people of the opposite sex on social media? Does it create avoidable jealousy and trust issues?
I think it can. It just depends what the context of it is. I think if you're following maybe for political reasons or this or that, but if you're doing it from a pure beauty standpoint, like you're liking them just for beauty, then yeah, I could see that being an issue.
Well, we got another guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Machiwa, Rex. Machiwa.
Wow. Very, very privileged to have Jim Bob himself introduce me while you're talking to me about Protestantism and Orthodoxy. Very fitting. So
what can I say?
So
I got
I was driving on the way home and I'm listening to you, on the phone, and you're like, I was gonna go to the Orthodox Church, and then you just freeze, and the circle starts going like for like 2 minutes straight. And I'm like, what were you gonna say? So I didn't catch any of that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was looking at their whole thing, like for Lent, like they'll fast from meat for like 40 to 50 days.
Yeah. So I don't require Lent. I mean, I don't think there's any requirement of Lent objectively. I don't find Lent in the Bible. It's usually like a recognition of Christ going for 40 days and 40 nights without food in the wilderness, which, is not a requirement for Christians to do. And so on top of that, yeah. I'm gonna look at my different versions here because they're not saying that there's like across the board you can't eat, you know, certain kinds of food, right? It's just for a certain period of time, right?
Yeah, like I have it up here. One sec. When can you not eat meat as Orthodox Christian? Because I'm pretty sure, like, for all of Lent, you're not allowed to eat meat. I think there's certain points in Lent you can eat fish, right? But
So-
even then, it's literally for like one or a couple of days or something like that kind of thing. You know what I mean? But it's basically like next to near impossible. Like you'd be taking severe health risks if you're to try and maintain carnivore and be an Orthodox. And it's kind of the same for Roman Catholic as well, but I'm pretty sure they're kind of loosey-goosey with some of the stuff, depending on where you are in the parish and all this kind of stuff. Well, Protestant is the one where it's like, listen, it's completely up to you. Is if you want to fast, it's like, yeah, like there's benefits to fasting and all this kind of stuff, but it's not mandatory. Whereas in Orthodox, it is mandatory.
Yeah,
you
so
know?
spiritual benefit would be the discipline of the flesh, so that you would draw closer to God by checking yourself to see if there's any like dependence that you've created habitually, like, oh, I can't live without this other thing that's not God. You know, that would be what fasting would be about. And then, of course, you know, how you eat would be, or eating at all, you know, would be one way to do it. But there are practical ways to do fasting where you're like not actually starving yourself. Like Henry Scudder is a Puritan, and he wrote a book called The Christian's Daily Walk, and he recommended just like if you're gonna fast, do it for like one day. Jack put the butter down anyway. But
King's time to put the butter down, Jack. He doesn't trust you. Go ahead.
But as far as like an authority putting it over your head that you can't eat certain foods based on their fiat, I mean, I don't see a reason to do that. In fact, like 1 Timothy 4:1-4, I was going to type that to you, but then, you know, my internet crapped out on my phone as I was driving. So 1 Timothy 4:1-4, and this is from the English Standard Version. Now the Spirit expressly says that in later times some will depart from the faith by devoting themselves to deceitful spirits and teachings of demons, through the insincerity of liars whose consciences are seared, who forbid marriage and require abstinence from foods that God created to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and know the truth. For everything created by God is good, and nothing is to be rejected if it is received with thanksgiving, for it is made holy by the word of God and prayer. And you're not going to find like a counter example in the Bible of a verse that says you have to take a period of time to not eat certain classifications of food. You're just not going to find it in there.
Like that's what I was thinking. But on the Protestant side, you guys have female pastors.
Female pastors are completely unbiblical, and to say that on the Protestant side you have female pastors, that's a broad wash of things to say, because Protestantism, if historically, is sola scriptura and tota scriptura, meaning the scriptures alone are our ultimate authority. Not that there aren't other authorities, but tota scriptura, meaning all of the scriptures together, so as to be stratified according to its context. Okay, so you can go to the same book, 1 Timothy 2. I think it'd be 1 Timothy 2. Maybe it's 2 Timothy 2. Oh no, 1 Timothy 2. Let a woman learn quietly with all submissiveness. 1 Timothy 2:11. Verse 12, I do not permit a woman to teach or exercise authority over a man. Rather, she is to remain quiet. For Adam was formed first, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived and became a transgressor. Yet she will be saved through childbearing, if they continue in faith and love and holiness with self-control. So liberals disobey that verse. But that's a very clear, explicit verse. They have no teaching role in Christianity. And on top of that, you don't find any women writers of any scripture. You don't find any women major prophets, minor prophets. You don't find any women apostles. You don't find any women recommended to be leaders in churches. You know, obviously, you don't find any women patriarchs by default. So the pattern throughout the entire Bible, and I think even in Isaiah 3, it talks about how a form of judgment would be women and children being rulers over Israel as a form of judgment towards I think is it 3:12? Yeah. My people, infants are their oppressors, and women rule over them. Oh, my people, your guides mislead you, and they have swallowed up the course of your paths. Now, does that mean that necessarily, like, if it was like the worst guy ever on one ticket and the worst woman and the better women, relatively speaking, that I wouldn't vote for them. I could see there's an argument for that. But what I'm getting at is ideally men are in leadership across the board. And that's biblical. And there's no refutation for that from inside the Bible. So to say, well, Protestants do this, it's like, well, liberals do that, but they don't do it because the Bible says it.
I am being a bit unfair because it's like
Yes,
I was looking into like Anglican, and then if evangelical is a different thing, then you have Lutheran, and you have Calvinist and all this kind of stuff. But real quick, I got first of all, for Shanti says this is a dating wheel. Shanti, I says that we segues all the stuff, and like they were saying, listen to Timothy.
I just had a question. Does Glenn and the girl with the big eyes have a thing going on or something, or what's going on here?
Lads, women should be seen, not heard. And again, for all of you that are astute, that's the same Nova bitch that Jake. Remember when Speakeasy was doing a thing and Jake told her to put her tits away? That's the same bitch. You know what I mean? Like I said, it is what it is. Also, shout out to Dara with the 5 gifted memberships. Let me play the clip for that one. Let me give you a bit of Pepe. Congratulations to Jesse V33, Neuro Jack, Raw Dogs Hang Out, Gibby FV 4005, Trashbag 4118. Congratulations, you have Dart to thank for that one. And then, oh my God, the donations are rolling in. We got Prince of Dogs with the 10 gifted memberships. Let me give you a shredding clip for that one, sir. Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. Congratulations to Chris Tag 10, Core Draven, Bass Guitar, Hijinks, David Pendre, Peace Dynamo, Dr. Tetanus, Pest Control, Basque OG, and Envoy of Justice. Congratulations to all 10 of you. You have dogs to thank for that one. And we got a guest backstage, plus more donations. Fy favore, chatta.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Prince of Dogs, welcome to the show.
And here we are, fellows. Always love the time. Here we go.
Appreciate you as well. Then we got Daniel Ramirez for the $5. Let me play a clip for that one as well. Appreciate you, Daniel. And then we got Dogs coming in with another $20 saying, let's fucking go. Send it, baby. Are we having fun? Yeah, boys, we're up to $92 in the wheel bank. Let me know if you want to change the wheel or if you want to spin it, all that good stuff. But yeah, like I was saying, because if we want to change the religion, we can if you want. Because in terms of like that, like that's kind of one of the main things I was looking into in terms of like the aspect of like orthodoxy and all this kind of stuff. And they were telling me that Anglican was closest to orthodoxy, or in terms of like the tradition aspect. But you're an evangelical, aren't you, Rex?
I guess you could
Or
say
you
that, but
Orthodox?
evangelical's really kind of been a watered down term associated with not full on liberal, but approaching liberal sometimes. I guess I would call myself a Reformed Baptist in terms of my formal association, but you know, again, labels are just labels. I can tell you why I believe what I believe from Scripture, and I often associate that with Reformed Baptist, meaning I stick with what the Reformers typically say, not dogmatically, you know, necessarily, but I tend to think that they're more accurate when it comes to handling Scripture. But I do not believe in infant baptism, nor do I find that in Scripture, which is part of the reason I'm Reformed. You know, you need to find it. You need to show me in Scripture where that actually is taught, because every instance of baptism that's recorded has to do with adults making conscious decisions. Well, you know, people in general with a conscious awareness of good and evil making a conscious decision to follow Christ, not babies who get little sprinkles on their forehead.
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay, so so if you say you're Baptist, what you mean is you don't believe that you should baptize babies. You should only baptize those who can make an informed decision about following Christ and turning away from their lifestyle that is against Christ. So if you say you're a Paedo-Baptist, what that means is that you believe that you ought to take your children and baptize them in the church. If you are a Credo-Baptist, Credo meaning like faith, then you would believe in what's called believer's baptism, where somebody who consciously makes a decision is baptized and formally, officially, publicly says, I'm going to follow Christ, death to self, alive in Christ, which is what baptism signifies. When you go under the water, it's kind of like you are dying to self. It's like going 6 feet under. And then when you come back out, it's like Christ is resurrecting you. It's a picture of your old self is dead, your new self has come. And that's why John 3, he talks to Nicodemus, the religious leader of Israel, about the new birth. John chapter 3 is all about that. Tarek, I would say that because both the Protestants and the Orthodox believe that the scriptures are inspired by God, then you should look at the Bible itself to decide and ask God's help in your journey to figure out where to go. It can't be me who tells you, and it can't be any organization that tells you. It has to be God to make that available to you. Now, they want to say that, well, they have proprietary ownership of basically what God says. The problem is it's possible to nullify the scriptures by your traditions. And what that means is if you have traditions that you teach alongside scripture that contradict scripture, what you're ultimately going to do is make the scriptures of no effect so that you can make room for your traditions. And scripture is going to bend every time when you say, well, I have the authority to make interpretations of what a verse actually says. And then that's when you get into conundrums like, you know, forbidding of meats being a doctrine of demons in 1 Timothy 4. Or, for example, if you look at the Council of Trullo, in Canon 2, they endorse the teachings officially of a lot of different people in church history. One of them is Timothy of Alexandria. Now, Timothy of Alexandria had a letter, and in question 13 of Timothy of Alexandria, he is asked, for some reason, when should married couples abstain from sex? And his answer is Saturdays and Sundays. You shouldn't have sex on Saturdays and Sundays. However, that contradicts 1 Corinthians 7, where it says that you should not be withholding from one another sexually. And also contradicts Hebrews 13:4 that says the marriage bed is undefiled. And what that means is between couples who are having consensual sex within the marriage bond in their families, then that can't be sin. So to make it sin by your traditions and your fiat of authority is a contradiction of inspired scripture and becomes an instant problem.
Good point. It's a good point.
I can give you another one. Canon 11, they hate when I bring up Canon 11. If you read Canon 11 of the Council of Trullo, you're not supposed to partake in religious rituals with Jews. I get that. That's totally fair. I think I agree with that 100%. It goes further, though. It says you cannot have familiar intercourse with them, meaning you can't be friendly with them. You can't just hang out with them because they're Jewish. You can't even have a Jewish doctor, it says in there, because they're Jews, plainly. And that goes against Romans chapter 11, where it says that we're not supposed to be high-minded against the natural branches, referring to the Jews. If you read the book of Romans, chapters 9, 10, 11, hit up on the significance of the Jewish people that continues to this day, not in a dispensational kind of way where we are obligated to uphold the state of Israel. That's not historical. But what is historical is we know that the Jewish people are still the natural branches, meaning that God from Abraham and through the line of Abraham brought forth the nation of Israel, which is meant to have brought forth Christ. And it did. And since it did, and he died and was buried and rose again on the third day, according to the scriptures, therefore we have assurance based on his perfect sacrifice that we cannot, not only can we not have faith in our works, but we can have faith in his perfect sacrifice, taking the punishment in our place. And that's the gospel. He took the punishment. He rose again. The debt is paid. Our sin debt towards God is resolved. And so if we trust in that alone to pay the debt for our sins and not any of our righteousness, not any of our works, then God will give us a new heart. We'll have the Holy Spirit. We'll seek him. We will find him as he promises. Those who seek him will find him. He promises that. So base that on his promises, and then not the things of a church that has to keep on writing and rewriting and oikonomia this on and oikonomia that off, and then you just are you familiar with oikonomia from the Orthodox?
Real quick, Rex, because we have K2 and then Shantae's giving out to me in chat as well. It says U.S. heart. I think that's the U.S. flag heart. Happy White History Month. July 1st feels white with the U.S. flag as well with the $5. Let me give you the money clip for that one, sir. And then that also puts us down to 77. And Shanti says, Southern says, spin it. And I said, stop. It's supposed to be the Daytons as well. We got Shantae as well coming in on the co-fi. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like I said, the conversation it's too deep for me. You know what I'm saying? And then Shantae, one sec. Shantae's using $5. So let me give the money clip for that one. Shantae says 5 minutes for Rex. Unbelievable. We're trying to get theological here. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to get theological. You know? It's unbelievable.
No,
but Rex, right?
Okay.
I got the timer
lesson
ticking.
is, if you want to date, be stupid.
Yeah, exactly. See you in 5 minutes, Rex. Unbelievable, Shantae. We're talking about Christianity and shit. This is unbelievable. Shantae is ruthless. I was saying he's not going to be ruthless. And then we got Darth coming in. Unbelievable. The donations are flowing today. It says spin that wheel with the $10 as well. So one sec, I'm going to reserve that into the wheel bank, Darth, because I should have spun it, to be fair. Shantae's calling me out and everything in chat. So one sec, I got to spin that wheel, white boy. And then I got to add 20 into the wheel bank. So we're back. We're actually back up to 97. Appreciate you, Darth. I'll give you the Pepe for that one as well. Oh my god, there's so much to do. So much to do. I was getting like interested in that shit, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, it was this whole thing of like, okay, am I going too much towards tradition and not much towards the what says in the scriptures and vice versa and all that stuff? But let me give you Pepe. Appreciate you, Connie Dart. Shanti says, I don't want to hear shit. I was excited for this wheel. I'm too dumb for all the other shit. It is what it is. It is what it is, Shanti. But gentlemen, should people who generally avoid dating someone who already has children from a previous relationship? Single mom, single dad, single parents versus a novice. How do we feel?
Okay, this is here I will. Okay, you know, real life shit. I have children from a previous relationship, from a divorce and everything. So when I, date someone, I'm not necessarily trying to generally avoid that. But there is a point of like how many children, how many, baby mamas or daddies on the thing. There's a contemplation here. But I don't think you need to really avoid it, especially on certain circumstances.
Like, it's difficult, man. It's difficult because, like, from my aspect, like, you don't. It's kind of like when you play a game, you don't want to like throw yourself into like max level difficulty. You know what I mean? Like, if it's let's say two versions, right? They get together, they're going to kind of like experience like that, like bringing the child into the world and all this kind of stuff together. You know what I mean? Whereas if it's someone like, especially if it's like a single mom and it's a dude that's like never dated before or like generally hasn't dated before and all this kind of stuff,
that's so different.
And he goes into it, now all of a sudden he's like thrown into like the middle of like fatherhood, which is like max level difficulty. In terms of like the actual relationship,
dude that's never been there, never had that circumstance, then yeah, you should generally avoid it. It's probably good. But
and also Rex Shanti says sorry.
Single father that's also been through, and I have kids. It's like, okay, that's not necessarily a drawback. That's where I get back to how many baby daddies were there. was this one dude and you had a couple kids together and he fucking cheated on you, or, you know, the circumstances, fine, whatever. But generally, I guess for most people, or generally speaking, again, we'll use maybe it's a good
Because
one.
like, Jack, what are your thoughts before I go off on my my rant?
I would tend to agree. You know, the word here is generally. I
He's not
think
using
for.
Sorry, I derailed. I said he's not using a microwave.
Oh, but yeah, generally, I think for the most part, since the word is that you put in there is generally, yes, I believe that generally. But Dogs hit it on the head. Is like, was that just a one-time thing? Is there like red flags involved in this situation? You know, is there other factors there that add to that?
And just for Shante as well, give us a bird's eye view of the steaks. How are the steaks looking, Jack?
They're still thawing. They're still thawing out.
It'll be interesting as well. And then we got the timer here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and our boy Rex is back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, Rex. Playing us a little guitar solo, you know. See you, Shante. Dude is back. You know what I mean? Unbelievable. But like I said, I suppose Rex, do you want to give your thoughts?
Yeah, seeing as I can't play half as well as the meme guy, then yeah. Should people generally avoid dating someone who already has children from a previous relationship? There's multiple reasons to do that. Number one, as Jesus said, if you marry a divorced woman, you commit adultery. So if she's not a widow, then you could be potentially an adulterer. So that would be one thing. Also, if the man is still alive on top of that, even if you don't want to consider that, you are also, as some have said, piddling on the fires of reconciliation. And the kids are always going to resent you for that. So that would be another reason that I would avoid that. Is it possible? Are there circumstances where that's viable, where she is a widow and things like that? Then sure, it's morally permissible, but I think it's highly impractical. But as far as like should, yeah. Oh, sorry, go ahead. I just keep talking.
We do have we did hit 2 of the goals, so we do get 2 premium memes, and because Rex is on the panel, we might as well start off with the Book of Isaiah, chapter 6, boys.
You know, there's a Bible verse I think about sometimes. Many times. It goes, "Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, Whom shall I send? And who will go for us? And I said, Here am I. Send me."
There are some absolute banger lines in the Bible, right? Like, send me, oh my God, here am I. Oh my God, man. You know what I'm saying? But then to Shantae's point, saying, if you guys go back to the old Bible shit, because tomorrow we are going to be starting on the religion wheel. So it's like Shantae was looking forward to the whole dating wheel. So in order to get it back onto the women's, who better else to get us back onto the women's than the one and only Andrew motherfucking Wilson?
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Shante, you should be fucking grateful, okay? Be grateful, okay?
I didn't know I was
Um,
ruling something. You called me out and you talked about religion and you know what I'm going to do. And so, like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I love the theological discussions, but Shantae's trying to keep me on the straight and narrow. You know what I'm saying? She's like, listen, Tylenol boy, you're supposed to be doing the dating wheel. You know what I mean? It's supposed to
I
be
get it.
rules,
are
rules here, you know?
Rules are rules.
It
I
is
get,
what
I
it
get
is.
Now, or
We got-
Shantae could just come up on the panel herself if she wants to fight.
Well, like the last time she done that, she literally told Jack to go fuck himself, and then she just like hopped off panel, which was
It might happen again. You never know.
Yeah.
We'll see. Anyway,
It is
I'm
what
not.
it is,
I'm
but
not
we
gonna.
got-
I'm not gonna hijack. So
we got Barry Ryan coming in saying, okay, how about my case? He had off us, then smashed mom's fave against the wall and was
face, right?
No, it says
Like-
fave.
It says
It could be
fave,
face.
but he's got to mean face.
Okay, so then it'd be he had off us, then smashed mom's
Yeah, because
face
the V
against
key is
wall.
right next to the C key, so he's got to mean face.
Okay,
Smashed
so
her teeth,
let
took
me
it-
know, Barry. Because it's either he smashed a kid or he smashed the mom's face against the wall and smashed her teeth. Okay, yeah, smashed her teeth. Yeah, should have continued on reading. Then he took a nap and some train tracks. Is she okay to be married? Wait, to that dude? Then no. Clearly.
I'm a little more confused than what. Okay, hold up. How about my case? Case for what? He had who's he? He had of us. Does that mean he's your dad? Then smashed mom's face against the wall and smashed her teeth. Then he took a nap on some train tracks. Is she okay to be married? Well, if by take a nap on some train tracks you mean he slept on them and then the train came by and now he's dead, then yes. Assuming,
But otherwise,
assuming-
no.
Now that also assumes that she didn't have like some previous marriage, and then she divorced that previous marriage, and then the guy you're talking about, who is your biological dad, is actually an adulterous remarriage. But things like this can get complicated.
He says, was supposed to say he had 3 of us, then smashed mom's face against the wall and passed out drunk on train tracks. He's dead.
Okay, if he is the
Fuck,
only
man.
if he's the
Sorry
only
to hear.
spouse of your mother, if he's the only living spouse and he's dead, then she's free to remarry. Romans 7:2-3. Sorry, Shantae, but I got to justify what I'm saying. Got to think like a lawyer when I'm justifying what I'm saying.
I do love the beauty of where it's like you make the point, then tie it back to the scripture, and it's like nothing to see here, Shantae. None. This is not the scripture you're looking for, Shantae. This is all dating. You know what I mean? But like in that case, if it's abuse, if it's actual proper abuse, then like you should get divorced. I'm pretty sure.
No. For example, you can separate. You can separate financially, and you can separate physically, and to take care of your safety. And you could even divorce legally, only in the sense that he wouldn't be able to track you down. You could change your name, all that kind of stuff. But what can't happen is you thinking that you're not still married to the guy you're still married to. So if you're asking me about marriage, which by the way is given by God, and then you're asking me not to use scripture. So what the heck am I supposed to do? Why am I even here, brothers? What is going on? Like, what do
No,
you expect?
you are
It's
allowed
okay,
to give
just don't-
the
okay,
scriptural
Shantae said-
justification.
So Shantae says, okay, just don't rant on forever about it. Okay, fine. Let me do this the same way I did with Andrew Wilson, speaking of which. Mark chapter 10, 1-12, Luke 16, 18, Matthew 5:32, Matthew 19, 1-19. If you divorce or remarry, you committing adultery because the divorce was never real. Divorce is just a piece of paper. Only when your spouse dies can you remarry and it be a legit marriage. You cannot unmarry your sibling, your brother, the same. Sorry, I'm mixing this up. You cannot unmarry your spouse for the same reason you cannot unsibling your sibling. Once you are married, you are a family. God has joined that together. And a piece of paper and a lawyer cannot magically wish wand that away. If you want the references, Teriak, I got the receipts.
Well, I'm pretty sure there was like two justifications that Jesus gave for divorce.
All right, you ready? No, first of all, no. The divorce exception clause that's in Matthew 19:9, Matthew 5:32 says except for porneia, which means sexual immorality in Greek. And what that's talking about is marrying a divorced person. What are you huffing right now, Jack? What is going on?
I think he's just getting excited about the stakes. I'm not gonna lie. There's a couple people in chat that they're just focused on Jack. I'm not gonna lie. They're like,
Yeah.
we really want to see Jack burn his house down.
Wolfgang Jack
You know?
right now. So, all right. So the exception clause, when it says except for sexual immorality, what people have often associated that with is, well, that means if I get cheated on and I'm the innocent party, then I get to bolt, or I get to decide whether or not it's a real marriage. But that's just like pro-choice logic. Like I get to decide if it's a baby if I want it. Well, no, that's not how that works. What Jesus is saying is, except in the case where the marriage, so-called, is itself sexual immorality and not a true marriage, then you can divorce from that because it's not because divorce, again, is just a civil proceeding. Divorce was not given by God. In fact, Jesus says in Matthew 19:8 that divorce was given by Moses for the hardness of heart. It wasn't given because God installed it as a creation backdoor out of a marriage should things go wrong. That's not exactly what happened. What happened is Moses gave a civil law for practical reasons, but in order to prevent things that might be worse from happening. Say, like a husband would pimp out his wife, or a husband would, despise his wife enough to end her life. Things like that. But from the beginning, Christ says, it was not so. So Christ goes back to the time before sin as the standard for what marriage is. He restores the natural order. He is trying to look back at the garden and say, remember this? This is what I want to bring back, and then some. The order, the beauty, not this chaos, not this sin, not this adultery, which is what I call remarriage in the words of Jesus. That is not real marriage. To have divorced and remarried while your spouse is still alive, if it's a valid spouse, is not remarriage. Prince of Dog says spin.
Prince of Dog says spin. Like I said, it's interesting stuff, but like I'm not sure about that. Where it's like if the dude is like beating the shit out of the wife and all that shit, I understand you say separate them and all this kind of stuff. But then if you are kind of going that strict, then you avoid this whole thing of like a woman like trying to marry a dude, then divorce the dude and all this kind of stuff just for the money and all this kind of stuff as well. So there's nuance to it. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing.
I'm learning a lot.
If you're married, your family.
Go ahead, yeah, keep going.
If you're married, your family. You cannot unfamily your family. I mean, look, if your brother beat the crap out of you, is he still your brother? Can you unbrother your brother?
Yeah, like I'm trying to think of like the different cases, and it would, like I said, like that kind of like general attitude would solve a lot of the problems that we see, where it's like a woman will get with a dude and then try to divorce him just for the monies and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what God's original design was. Okay. There is a.
I'm gonna play Shantae right now. Get the fuck on to the next topic. Is ghosting after
Gentlemen,
a few dates
is
ever
ghosting
justified?
after a few dates ever justified, or is it always immature and disrespectful behavior?
Well, I don't think it. I think it could be justified.
And Jack, this one actually goes out to you. We got $5 on the Ko-Fi from our boy Darth. So we're down to 87, and Dart says, "Let's go, Jack. At least if there's a fire, we'll see it this time." Hearts, Jack. Shout out to our boy Dart. Yeah,
you'll see it go down live.
As far as number, it'd be good content at the end of the day. It'd be good content.
Yeah. So
But-
that's why I got on.
But talk to me here, Jack. Like, talk about the old ghosting thing. Have you ever been ghosted? Any ghosting stories?
Yeah. It happens a lot. It happens a
Ghosting
lot.
stories around the fire.
Yeah, I feel like generally it does happen. I could see both sides of it to where it could be relevant and warranted, but I think generally just a kind of like I'm not interested or something at least, like give at least a chance into it.
You're just like,
know,
I've done I've tried, I've spent some time. I'm just not fucking interested. All right.
yeah, like I think as long as that, now if they're not willing to accept that and they go farther into it, then yes, I think it's acceptable to ghost them. Because at some point you got to cut it off, especially if you're not interested. You can't just be entertaining something that isn't.
Well, then why try to make excuses? Just get out of here.
Yeah, so I think the ghosting we have to come in is if you've explained that you're done and they're still pushy, you don't have to respond. I think that's it. I think that's the line.
Yeah, I agree with that. What's your thoughts, Derek?
I don't know, man. It's like the key thing for me is like the few dates, but like let's say it's like things go well the first couple of days, then the third like date she's literally like, oh, by the way, like I'm a staunch furry or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
Then it's like, bruh, I'm out of here. But I wouldn't.
If they're a staunch furry,
like,
you could just fake fetch something. They'll go look for it, and you can run.
But wouldn't you have ghosted them from the very beginning in that case? Like, unless you're attracting that, and then that's
no, because like the furry thing is like let's say she goes, oh, like I don't talk about sexual stuff on like the first date or whatever, but like the third day, I think it's like proper like let's say we sit down for the third date and she's like saying, okay, I'm going to put all my cards on the table now. By the way, I'm a furry and all this kind of shit. But on the flip side to it, like I wouldn't be one to be like shying away from like telling a woman to get the fuck away from me kind of thing. So like that's where I'm kind of like against the whole kind of like ghosting thing. Like if you can't tell a woman no, should you be dating?
See you later.
That's the key question.
Yeah. What are you saying, dogs?
It is a good question. I was just saying that's the whole thing, like ghosting. Like, yeah, I'm out. See you later. Bye-bye. Try to make it, I guess, obvious without like crushing her feelings, but like, all right. See ya. Unless you have to crush her feelings.
I don't know if you ever have to crush their feelings, but at some point you have to say something to reinforce the truth of what you mean. In terms of like, if they're not getting the hint, like say, I think it's time we see other people is the classic one. And they're just like, why? It's like, okay, look, it's not going to work out. And then they go, why? And then at that point,
I'm a brutally honest guy when it comes to that. I'm just like, I'm not interested. I'm just not interested. Sorry. See you later.
Yeah.
I agree with Shantae. Everybody deserves some like courtesy at the onset of the termination of the dating process.
Yeah, I've never been on the opposite side of this, so it's hard for me to comment from like, if I was ghosting somebody because I've never really done that. So it's hard for me to think on the male side of it, So I guess it'd be the same. I guess I don't know what changes there would really be in that sense, but.
Well, like, this is a thing that like women definitely have to learn, where it's like you have to learn how to not only like dress up, like with the whole makeup and all this kind of shit, but you also have to learn to like dress down. So if you're literally just going over to your mate's house and you don't want any attention and all this kind of stuff, you would dress down.
Yeah.
Now, like a good example of that is like, remember the Irina Zarinsky? girl when she was on the subway, like the way she was dressed with like the cap on, baggy clothes, and the glass, all this kind of shit. Like that's typically how like women like would dress down, all this kind of shit. Now in her case, it obviously didn't help because like that dude was just out to get whoever the fuck he could get, kind of thing.
But she was coming from work, if I remember right. So that's why she was dressed in that way. But I would generally agree, yes, if if you're not kind of seeking any attention to the matter, then yeah, dress down. I would agree with that.
But what I'm getting at, Jack, but what I'm getting at with that is that it's like women have like certain things that they can do to like deter men, but when do you ever hear like men talking about ways to deter women? Never a thing.
Yeah.
Whereas like that's when like I say it's like
I mean,
you know what, women should pay for the first date.
The dirtiest
you know,
you can be. You know.
Yeah. I mean, I guess unless you were in a situation where, let's just say you're very fit and you take your shirt off. I guess maybe I could see that, but generally people don't do that. So I definitely agree there, and I think we can even come at this from another perspective of where people generally will act too nice. Like this has happened in my life where, like, I'll be in situations and it's usually something I should have spotted, but since I don't have much experience, like somebody will be overly nice with me and they'll be in positions of like a cashier or something, and I think they're flirting with me. And then I'll ask them like, oh, are you interested? And then they'll be like, nah, fuck no. Like, and I'm pretty much like,
they put it that way.
Yeah, I've had people straight up just pretty much been like, ew, like fuck off, pretty much. So, yeah, I've kind of received all of the treatment possible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I'm like, if you're at least having the conversation with me, just don't ghost me. Like, unless I'm pushing forward, and maybe you're feeling uncomfortable, then I understand it. But yeah, generally, within at least like texting people or even if you're like calling back and forth, just tell me how it is. Hey, you're pushing this too hard. Maybe you should like back off, and I'm not interested, and just be upfront with them.
But see, like that's the thing about like women love being nice. You know what I mean? Like that's a common thing with women, because like they don't typically experience rejection. So like they
which is a double-edged sword.
Well, they're not making the first move typically either. They don't want to make the first move. They want men who make the first move, which is natural.
Yeah. So like from them, especially if they're kind of like in the aspect where, they said no, but like the dude is still, advancing and all this kind of stuff. Like with them, it's kind of like they get pressured into it and all this kind of shit, which again it's like with guys, like the example you use, it's like if she's like working at her job, generally she's not interested. And the way you should kind of treat that as a guy is that it's like she's just looking for tips, essentially. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but in situations where they aren't, let's say they're not receiving tips, they're just pure cashier, it's just like let's say a fast food joint or whatever, which typically, at least here, you don't tip.
Well, it's still a customer service role.
Right.
Yeah,
but
like anything
but
customer
generally,
service related.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, generally, I'm sure somebody has been in that position and flirted with someone. And since these guys have this opinion of, like, basically, like, even though she's getting me the friendly kind of, even maybe I think it's flirtatious type of thing, I'm not going to jump on it because it's potentially like a trap for me to be, a creep or, something along those lines, to where I'm pushing it too far. It's a cue that I should have just taken beforehand.
Yeah, like you're better off taking the general rule that if she's in like any like customer service, or if she's working a job at the time, and all this kind of stuff, it's better just to say like, oh, she's just like trained to be that way, or trained to be
Right.
nice, or whatever kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what if they were generally flirting? What do you do in that situation?
Well,
you just
to say
ignore
genuinely
them.
flirting.
Like,
You would have to read their mind, unfortunately. And so as
Yeah.
men, it's our best thing to be courteous and take the high road of like, she doesn't mean it until it's really, really clear. And some women who are more, we'll call it experienced, know how to make it very, very clear. And I don't say experience in a
Yeah.
positive way. I mean, experience usually the women who are really good at it are really practiced, and there are consequences in their lives of them being really practiced, and those are the ones you don't want. But I think women need to take into account that goes for guys too. Guys who are really smooth are also cold stone players a lot of those times. And then the women
Right.
are like, oh, this guy's really comfortable in his own skin. Well, he wants to be comfortable in your bed, and he's been comfortable in many other people's beds before. And the guys who
Yeah.
are more sincere, probably a little bit more nervous, probably not as smooth a game, are actually probably the guys you want, but you don't realize it because they're a little nervous, and they make you nervous as a result of that because they're more nervous around women in general. And it's like, I feel much calmer around the smooth guy, which is understandable, which is why he's got game, because he's got that smoothness. But the people who don't have that smoothness probably actually care about you more than the guy who has that smoothness, because he considers you to be somebody he wants to be with, doesn't want to screw it up. The guy who doesn't care whether he screws up with you is the guy who's looking at you as one of many options. And most women don't seem to understand that.
And like
Well, I
typically,
think-
Jack, if she's working at a cashier or whatever, she'll literally just put her phone number or something like that on the actual receipt that she's giving you.
yeah, I guess that's a good counter there. I don't know. I don't know how many situations where they actually take that initiative to do that nowadays, at least. Maybe back then for sure, but I think I completely agree with the re-exam here. You know, it's like I think in a lot of those situations, when you kind of come down to it, you know, they definitely go with the more smooth talker. But generally, that the most people that are the most nervous sometimes can be the best for them. But I think that also comes down to preferences, obviously, you know, high preference, you know, whatever, you know, labeled preference you want to put in there. But generally, they kind of go through a checklist, it seems like, at least nowadays. You know, back then, I don't feel like it was as big of a checklist, you know, so it was easier to get with people back in the day, especially if you go way back, you know.
Just reject the idea of the checklist. Just be yourself, and the one you're supposed to be with isn't going to be checklisting you. The one that, you know, the one that you match with is the one that you match with naturally, not because you have chiseled and adjusted yourself like in a way that is unnecessary. Now, obviously, we all could, you know, stand to save more money, take better care of our health, take better care of our time, and continue to improve the skills we have, get a better job, all that kind of stuff. But that doesn't extend to you changing yourself as a person from who you are in terms of your personality, your strengths, and, you know, even your weaknesses as a result of your strengths. Because some people who are really good at, you know, one thing are not nearly as good at the opposite, just in general. So, but if you accept that about yourself and you're comfortable with yourself, then that's what, number one, they're going to see. And number two, it'll actually help narrow down the group of people that you would even select from as far as who you'd be with. Because now you're not worried about meeting all these other people's requirements. Now you're just thinking about, here's who I am. I got to find somebody who I like just for who they are, and vice versa. And that really just takes the load off.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's a good point. We're coming up to the grift break as well, ladies and gentlemen. We already have 97 in the wheel bank, folks. So we've got plenty of spins. And if you do want to change it on, help our boy Rex out so he can because he's like I said, he's eager for the scripture. You know what I'm saying? But definitely tomorrow is going to be the religion theme that we're starting with as well. I forgot to run through the moves as well, so I'm just going to run through the moves for everybody because you have so much in the bank and all this kind of stuff as well. so everybody knows and is clear, because I forgot to do it at the start of the show because chat segued me. Did you guys see the video? The woman that I'm in love with, that video?
No.
Yeah, I saw it at the beginning. Yeah.
Wait, are you talking about the one with the
I'll play it
voice?
again. Yeah, I'll play it again just for you boys when we get back, okay? So first of all, just let me run through these moves. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special menu for this show. So, right, if you get double bang for your buck on the Ko-Fi, right? So it's either half price or you get double bang for your buck on the Ko-Fi for all these moves, okay? So if you want a meme clip, and an example of a meme clip is...
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. It is fan funded. So it is $10. It's $10 super chat for a meme clip, or $5 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. If you want a specific topic that you really want to talk about, it is a $50 super chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. It completely bypasses the wheel and we replace the topic currently on screen with that set topic. If you want to spin the wheel, it is $20 or $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. If you want to lock the wheel into a specific topic, it is $20 or $10 using the Ko-Fi PayPal, and it takes the same amount to unlock the wheel. If you want to change out the theme, we're currently on dating. It is $50 to $20 or $25 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. And just to give you now a list of the particular themes we have, we were doing bollocksology yesterday. Today we're doing dating. Tomorrow we'll be doing religion. We also have politics and philosophy thrown in there as well if you want to get more serious or more in depth. You want to drop or return a panelist like Shante dropped our boy Rex earlier on. It is a $10 super chat for 5 minutes or $5 for 5 minutes using the Ko-Fi PayPal. And if you want to kick someone off the show for the rest of the night, it's a $100 super chat or $50 using the Ko-Fi PayPal, and it's the same amount of what they were kicked to bring them back. So if someone says $200, then it would take $200 to bring them back. Because just to remind us as well, the reason why we do half off in the Ko-Fi and PayPals is to incentivize you further, because Apple and YouTube take 50%, meaning if you're on an Apple device and you donate $10 super chat, what happens is Apple will take 30%, putting it down to $7, and then YouTube comes along, takes 30% of that, putting it down to $4.90, which essentially means that you're only giving the creator 49% of your donation, and Apple and YouTube are taking 51%. And finally, we do not allow doxing threats or any mention of family and children. If you do any of that shit, you are automatically kicked off the show or banned from the chat, free of charge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go on the grip break. Gentlemen, now is the perfect time to stretch the legs, get the circulation going, refresh the drinks, drain the bladders, maybe grab some popcorn, or maybe a Bible in Rex's case, or a guitar that he currently has, you know what I'm saying? But without further ado... we're going to pull up the curtains, and ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the music. We shall be right back.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a-bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Alderah. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me caught up rogue. was never failing. Landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn him down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, went for Loudera. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing. Poor old Aaron's Isle, they began abusing. Hurrah, me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sorry I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, went for Loudera. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terry leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retard and charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, went for Loudera.
Yeehaw, as the Americans say, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. But without further ado, let me play the oh shit, 1 second, I need to load it up.
I didn't know I was
so
audible.
It is what it is. I enjoyed the riffs. Not gonna lie. 1 second, let me get this in order. So boys, I'm in love. Okay? I'm in love, right? Right? Not with this bitch. Right? This is a Jezebel, demon, succubus, all this kind of shit, right? But we'll see, right? So let me play out.
Are
the clip.
you more attractive now, or will you be more attractive physically in 10 years?
My mindset is that I will be more and more physically attractive every single day, and I'm going to figure out a way to do that.
You're 28 right now, so you're saying you'll be more physically attractive at 38.
Every day is 10 points.
Now this type of shit is ugly. See this Jiraiya saying I can fix her. Unbelievable, boys. You try your best. You try your best.
That when we're on Molly and when we're horned up, might not be
Horned
the best
up?
You are horned up.
Oh, please.
You can have a fucking chub right now.
Put the chubs away, Jiraiya. God damn it. Right? This type of shit is ugly. Right? This is ugliness. Now, again, I don't know if it's mental retardation or if it's like mastery over the mind, all this kind of shit. Because when I see a bitch like this, tits out all this kind of shit, and then she says this kind of shit, I see this type of bitch.
I'm sorry. It's just like, I don't know. Like, surprise.
For realsies, right? I've trained my mind to be like, ugh. Like, I get like a repulsive kind of like attitude to it. Then we got like bitch number 2, okay?
What about you?
Well,
now this type of chick. Now this bitch reminds me of Buddha. You know what I mean? Now she's overdosed on hopium. And you'll understand what I mean in terms of hopium. Okay?
From the women in my life that I've seen, I think I'm not at my peak yet, because all the women in my life are very beautiful women, and they all peaked, I think, at age 35. So I'm gonna get better as I age.
You're 23. Will you be more physically attractive at 33 or as you are now?
Well, with the way that things are going right now.
Now the reason why she's like overdosing on the old hopium is because like she in her mind, she's like, well, I'm fat now, and if I really work on my weight and I become like skinnier and all this stuff, I'll be more attractive. That's like her quote unquote logic in the situation. But she's gonna look older, so it's a best case you'll maintain your. Wait, what? Nah, bitch number 2 is Rainbow Lady. No, bitch. No, the second bitch that gets shown, that's what the bitch number 1 actually looks like.
He's talking about Rainbow
Or like
Barbie.
her. You know what I mean? Bless you. Shante, stop distracting us. Anyways, Buddha bitch. Okay, we're just gonna call this Buddha bitch. Buddha bitch. She's already overdosed on the L-hopium. Okay.
I think I'm gonna be more attractive at 33.
But if you look at her face, she's even struggling to say the shit, so she doesn't even believe the shit that she's saying. You know what I mean? And what do we talk about? Lies and how they corrupt the soul and all this kind of stuff. Ain't worth it, fellas. Ain't worth it. But bitch number 3. Oof. Bitch number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
What about you?
I'm gonna be honest here. I'm not planning on getting any Botox or doing anything, so I'm definitely gonna be looking better now.
Well, let me.
Honesty, humility, and a southern accent. You can call me Timmy from Materville, Tennessee, boys. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, boys?
You're scrambling looking for your MAGA hat, trying to figure out.
Boys, this is what I was like.
I just died on your arms tonight. There must have been something you said. I just died on your arms.
As soon as I seen that was me. That was me right there. I've even got the same hairstyle and everything, boys. I had the tuxedo on and everything. I was like, you know, see this, Shante? You're just jelly, Shante. You're just jelly. Yes. Unbelievable.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
Unbelievable, Shante. Unbelievable. This is ridiculousness. This is ridiculousness right here. Anyways, gentlemen, back to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder us all, we do have $97 in the wheel bank. So if anybody wants to help Rex out and like, you know, pick him onto the Terryx and pick me, I'm never gonna live this down. But the truth is the truth, okay? The truth is the truth. I plead the 5th, Jiraiya. I plead the 5th, okay?
It's out of your jurisdiction. You can plead the 5th.
But if anybody wants to help Rex out and change the theme over to religion and also piss off Shantae as well at the same time, kind of a double bubble, you know what I mean? Let us know in chat. Like I said, we got $97 to play around. But gentlemen, we're talking about ghosting, all right? Now, a lot of, I've heard people on panels kind of saying, no, ghosting's immature. But now we get to the key question. Have you ever ghosted or been ghosting? And if so, stories, gentlemen, because Jack's about to light a fire and we have like an old campfire going. You know what I mean? Jack, those steaks are still frozen, aren't they? Show us those steaks.
You know, I'm about ready to cook them, really.
Show us the fucking steaks, Jack. Jack, show us those fucking steaks.
They're coming right off the packaging right now.
Yep, it's still a little bit. I can probably let them sit a little bit longer, but
yeah, I've seen more. I've seen wood that can bend more than those steaks.
What? What? Yeah, no, look, they're falling apart. I just don't want them to fall apart.
They're falling apart. Those steaks are stiff.
How close do I have to get to the camera?
Did you just rub your hands after touching it? Oh my God, Jack. This is unbelievable. This is
what?
Wait, is that washing up liquid? Oh no, it's salt. Never mind.
You know, Jack.
I got my hand,
Jack.
Even though you're Jack of Blades, I don't see any blades in your kitchen. Where are the knives?
Hold on. They are over in this corner. Right in there. I can't see the camera, so.
Yeah, I can't see it either. It looks like a Keurig. Is that what
okay,
a blade is in your
thing.
planet? What is this?
Where is it? Yeah, it'd be over here. Yeah, over here. In this corner.
Okay. Now I see them. Yeah, all the
yeah.
Cool. Tucked away. Yeah. As a Jack.
Well, I got a real sharp one in this drawer. Where is it? There it is. This boy, and that will slice anything. That'll slice anything. including my handoff if I use it. So I tend not try to use it.
Let's put that to the test, Jack. Let's see if you can take that knife and cut the handle off of your pan with that knife. You said it would slice anything. We're gonna test your metal.
Well,
don't be giving them ideas. Right? Don't be giving them ideas.
I'll miss and hit an artery or something. You can't see me bleed out on the camera. But yeah, I'm gonna salt these. I think they're about ready.
You're gonna salt what?
Yeah.
These steaks. I'm gonna salt these
You're
steaks.
gonna salt those steaks?
Yeah, I'm gonna salt the steaks.
Look at how stiff they are. Oh
No, it's not. Look, they're literally like it's about ready to fall through.
I've seen wood pans in IKEA more tender than those steaks.
Oh my god. I feel like everybody's just watching me. Nothing else is happening.
we are, Jack.
You got me on full screen or something.
This is going straight to Avarice. We are clipping this and sending it straight to Avarice.
Hell no. I'll take it off camera right now. We're not going to. I don't need more compliment. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
What am I doing wrong? What is going on?
I'm just looking at how stiff the steaks are. I'm like, those motherfuckers are as.
I do have a question for
frozen,
you.
Jack.
Do you ever put the steak in the cookware before you start seasoning it, or do you hold it up in your hand to the actual container most of the time? Because then,
well, see, I don't cook. I can see the chat flowing through here. So generally, I don't cook very much steak, so I can't really answer that question.
Got it.
You know, like meats in general.
So this is breaking new ground for you.
I can't do this anymore.
Pretty much, yeah. I forget how I did them last time. The first time.
What are you, CIA motherfucker? I can't answer that. I don't have the authority to answer that question.
Hey,
sir.
Mister, I plead the fifth as an Irishman trying to like strip the U.S. for parts and bring it overseas. Typical illegal.
Now you're gonna get straight fired.
Dogs is telling me to spin the wheel because he can't bear watch those how stiff those fucking steaks are anymore.
They are
We're gonna spin that wheel, gentlemen.
They aren't.
No, you had your chance, Jack. You had your chance. It's taking too long to salt the steaks. It is what it is. It is what it
They're
is.
salted now. I'm just gonna heat this up. Should I put them in
Gentlemen,
there before? While it's heating up?
Is regular porn consumption, including food porn, by one or both partners in a relationship harmless, or does it create unrealistic expectations and problems? Gentlemen,
It's
let me know your
horrible.
thoughts.
Don't do it.
Food, what about food though? Food. That's good, right?
Food, like what the fuck did you throw that in there for? What the fuck? No, standard corn consumption.
A
is
perverse,
not good for any
yeah, like a
relationship.
perverse obsession with any media.
But that would be you.
What?
No,
That'd be
no, that'd
Teriak.
be
He's
you.
all over here talking about my food.
That'd be you, good sir. We're consuming your food porn, I guess. More, I think
Here at the Teriak stream, we like to keep things couple friendly. Okay, we like to provide entertainment that couples could sit down and enjoy every evening. You know what I mean? 6 days a week, baby.
It's a family show.
But yeah, to answer the question here, yeah, I think it's harmful. I don't think there's any other way around that. Like, I think it's just generally, even if both people in the relationship are consuming it, I think it's still bad.
And like, why is it harmful?
Unrealistic expectation. Plus, probably a couple other things.
What would be the couple of other things?
Well, it fucks with your mental state. If you take it farther than that, it could affect your physical being. Stuff like that.
I'd just go with like libido, sex drive, all this kind of shit.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Because like when you look at like the aspect of like this is a problem in modern day society.
Nor the
where they
smoke.
Completely. Well, okay, I'll let Jack go live cam as I'm explaining this.
Back to
So it's
Wolfgang
like they
Jack.
basically like they've inverted it to the point where it's like sex is just purely pleasure. There's like no emotion to it. There's no attachment to it. None of that shit. Like, they
Yeah.
basically ruin sex in a way. You know what I mean? Like to the
Yeah,
point where they're doing
yeah.
the whole like Jake Rattlesnake has a clip coming out from like the Pride Parade in Madrid, and it's literally just like naked old dudes walking around kids. It's like complete like PDF, all this kind of shit. That's how fucking far gone they've gone. You know what I mean? But it's like sex is supposed to be like between a man and a woman, right?
Right.
And between like and it's supposed to like strengthen that bond of the marriage. You know what I mean? It's supposed to literally create life in terms of like an act. Like it should be like cherished and beautiful. Whereas now it's literally just like this whole concept of like casual sex. What the fuck is casual sex?
Yep.
No one agrees with me.
Every
Just
time
leave me
there's a
hanging there,
silence,
boys.
I'm thinking.
No, I agree.
I'm just like preoccupied with Jack. Okay, next 20 minutes is just dedicated to Jack
Wait,
burning his house
wait.
down.
For a second there, I was like, wait, Jack of Blades using a butter knife on a piece of steak? I was like, oh, it's for butter. Okay.
Do you
Okay,
know?
Well,
so-
I am going to use this for the
Said
steak.
yes, I agree with you.
Jack of Blade, ladies and gentlemen.
Jack of Blade.
Singular. Yeah, so I mean, simply put, it's wrong. It'll screw you up. Why would you want to be with a screwed up person? Ergo, it's bad for your relationship. Simple as that. Sorry,
Yeah.
I wish I had
The
something more
game's
profound, but
100%.
No,
it's kind of
like
like if I look in the sun, am
true.
I going to go blind? If I take fire and I put it down my shirt, am I going to burn? It's like,
Yeah, it's like it's just like here you go. Here's a fact for you.
Well,
Done.
But because we all agree, we are free to go kind of like free topic here. So we're going to add some dramatic music to Jack cooking these steaks.
What the fuck? Dramatic music.
We're building the tension, baby.
We're all interested. Is it gonna burn his house again? Or is it gonna burn
So I have it on 7 temperature right now. I don't know at one point I need to start lowering the temperature.
You should be Gucci. You should be Gucci.
Once I put the steaks on, do I lower it?
No, you should be Gucci. Just leave at 7.
Are you sure? You're gonna. I don't want to burn these.
I will guide you through this, Jack.
Giving you shit.
At what point do I know this is hot enough?
Well, throw the butter on. Is it melted?
No, didn't you say if I put the butter on, I have to put the steaks on?
No.
Yeah, you put the butter on. As soon as it's like liquid, then you put the steak in.
Touch the butter and see if it sizzles really good.
Yeah, it's already sizzling.
Right,
sure you
now
can hear
rub it around the pan. Get the butter knife and just like make sure it goes around the pan. Yep. And as soon as it's like melted, then you put the steak on.
Alright. It's already almost melted.
It's okay if it.
Get the steak ready. Get the steaks ready.
Yep, I will. Alright. There we are. They're in.
Hello, I'm David Attenborough. Here we're watching Jack of Blades. Try to make dinner and put a steak in your skillet. Here's a simple butter knife in order to cut simple butter. Here's a simple man with a simple steak. It is still frozen solid as a rock. I have rocks in my rock garden that are more tender than this steak. Look how brown that is.
Okay, now we're gonna leave this for like a minute or two.
Sadly, it
I
looks
hope
like
this is
Jack of
quality
Blades.
entertainment.
Jack of Jacob Blades is using an electric stove when gas is clearly far superior to the appliance.
Once I flip them, I'll show you the sear.
Don't rush it. It'll be a minute first.
Jacob Blades likes clamping the tongs as many times as he can because he thinks he is an alligator. Clamp, 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 champ, champ, champ.
That's why I'm gonna be
Jacob
on these
Blades.
steaks.
Now what you're going to do here, Jack, is you're going to check the bottom. Just lift it up a little bit, check the bottom, see what it's like at the bottom. Do you have a nice sear?
Yeah. Flip it.
Okay. A little bit. Let's see.
Show it
Let's
to
see.
the camera. Show it to the camera.
Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Now flip the other one as well.
All right.
It could have been a little longer, but we're not going to judge you too much.
Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna take some peanut butter and you're gonna spread
God.
peanut butter on one side of one of the steaks, and you're gonna take your
You
jelly and
could
spread that on the
fuck-
other side of one of the steaks,
Fucking
and you're gonna have a peanut butter
No!
and jelly ribeye
Heresy!
sandwich.
Heresy.
That's what I grew up on.
You grew up with peanut butter on your steaks?
I take 2 ribeyes, I use them as buns, and you put peanut butter on one side, you put jelly on the other, and that's America.
I mean, that does sound pretty American, I will say. You ain't wrong there. And it's vitamin. It's vitamin. Vitamin.
Shantae, you know, it's either the Bible or it's dating or it's this. And we kind of ran out, unless you want to spin that wheel, we kind of ran out on that last one because we're like, hey.
Yeah, I thought she was all in for me cooking. She's like, oh, they started cooking show and this and that.
Yeah, but she doesn't like
she
my
didn't expect
riffing.
it to go this well. No.
She doesn't like my verbal
Well,
riffing.
first of all,
It is
speaking of
teriyaki
which,
helping me though.
we do have vintage with the $2 putting us up to $79 in the wheel bank. He says, "Don't
Nice.
worry, I've called the fire department in advance, so at least if you do set fire to the house, Jack, it is going to be
I'll
a
be
quick
safe.
response." You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Oh, wait, what?
They're right down the
Someone
road. You know?
mute, re-examine again. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Shantae.
Why? Why?
She hates
It is what
fun.
it is.
You had to say the peanut butter.
So now check the other side, Jack. Are they seared on the other side?
Yeah. I'll show you.
Let's see.
That is some perfect sandwich meat right there. I'm telling you.
My man. I'd
Is that
say I'd say like leave them for like another like 30 seconds or so, and then take them off.
Okay. I'm gonna flip this other one again then, because it's starting to red out on the top. There we go. See, I think I did it right the first time. I think really what happened was because I have it on a little bit less heat, but not that much less heat. And I honestly think it was the butter and just cooking, 10 back to back. And I probably wasn't in the right headspace. There was a lot of factors there that I've already precluded out of this one. So
I agree. Are we not men? Electric stove is an L. L for liberal. We want gas stoves. Gas stoves forever.
One step at a time, are we not, man? One step at a time.
yeah, remember that whole Joe Biden thing with the ovens and gas stoves and shit?
We're gonna save the world by taking away your stuff. I'm a genius.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Meanwhile, his son is ahead, not the head, but he's at the board of Burisma, an oil and gas company out in Ukraine. What a joke.
Yeah. All right. You think it's about ready to time to take it off?
Play them up, and then let them sit for 4 or 5 minutes.
I got a better idea.
Make sure that
Jack,
the center is.
You ever heard of bobbing for apples? Instead, you just hold your hands behind your head and then dip your face in there and try to grab it with your teeth.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
No.
Missed opportunity.
He
Total
might have
missed
lit his
opportunity.
place on with the microwave the first time. But he's not going to dip his head in there. The fuck?
Now, what you're going to do is you're going to spend this time. Now, what are you doing with pour the butter on top of the steaks?
What? Oh, this stuff?
Take the
You want me
pan,
to
pour all that stuff on the steak. Yep.
Man, there ain't that much.
That's right. Get those
every
those
juice
juices in there.
matters. And
I'll
yeah,
try to
shout
pour
out
it
to
in
Jack.
between
He
the
did
both of them.
survive.
Now, take the other end of that pan and press it into your belly flesh. So you can forever mark this moment in your life.
Now, what you're going to do is you're going to spend the next 4 or 5 minutes washing the pan. You're going to let the steaks just rest a bit. You know what I mean? And the juices, all that good stuff. Wash the pan, and like I said, this is how you get efficient cleanup. You cook and clean at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And by the time you finish washing that pan, Jack, you should be there, good and ready for the nice reveal. So you should have a beautiful, nice red center and a nice sear on the outside. And that, sir, is a beautiful steak, as they say, you know? But let's get a round of applause. Let's get a round of applause for Jack, ladies and gentlemen. He did not burn the house down, you know? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now, are we spinning or what's the crack?
Let's
I've lost
spin.
track. Let's spin that motherfucking wheel. Gentlemen, should people share their complete sexual history right away when dating, or only bring it up if it directly affects the current relationship?
Yeah, not right away. You want them to get to know you as a person and not the worst parts of you, because let's put it this way. First impressions mean a lot. And if you have a sexual past and you're not currently married to somebody who's alive, which we can cover that topic sometime in a stream that we're not going to get censored for, then you bring up your major flaws much later, in it, because that's only for seriousness. You want to get the person comfortable with you in both cases. The guy and the gal should be just like hanging out, being on a friend's basis before. But it's not, oh man.
Dogs with the $100. Once it is what I was gonna do a whole thing, but ladies and gentlemen, we got to play a clip for that one. We got to play the Shrek clip for that one at least, and then a couple of premium memes as well. Are we having fun yet? Dogs says, sorry, not really. Bye, re-exam. Mess with my boy, Jack. Unbelievable. Appreciate you kindly for the $100, sir. God damn. I think that's the first boot off the show that we've ever had.
Is it?
God damn.
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 It's back. Okay, there we go. Now my fucking mic's back.
So,
yeah, sorry.
If anyone wants,
you just hosted a cooking show. You did all right. Like, come on. You mess with the boy, I'll mess with you. Sucker.
It
No
is
offense,
what it is.
Sam.
But if anyone wants to bring Rex back, it will be $100 or $50 on the Ko-Fi PayPal, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the rules, as they say. And Shanti says they didn't even realize he built him. Hey, this is what it is. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. But Jack, have you finished putting the cleaning the pan?
Yeah. I just gotta have space for it.
Right, now, here's the thing. Here's the key point of it, right? Bring the steaks close to the camera and then cut through them and let's see the middle of the steak. This is the moment of truth, so to speak. Okay, so the outside looks good.
Yep. Let me try to separate them so I'm not cutting two at a time here.
Like a little more sear myself, but you're all right. It's all right.
No, don't cut through the fat. What do we thought? Like cut through the actual meat.
The meat. The muscle.
Well, I have to apply
The
pressure
muscle of
here.
the animal.
Yeah, you can cut the steak and then, like I said, put
Oh
the
my
camera
God,
down,
here.
cut the steak, and then, you know what I mean?
Here, let me at least put it on there so I can.
Okay, beautiful. This is perfect. Right
Hey, there we go. Hey, you're nailing it, man.
I really should not be using this knife because it is just not
what
enough.
the fuck are you using a fucking
Here, let me
butter
get a better
knife?
knife. Hold on. I thought they would be that soft, dude. I didn't know. All right, now let's go with the.
And you use
Look,
the
see,
fork.
I can't even do it there.
Use the fork.
What is
to hold
going on,
down the
Jack?
steak.
He's using his thumb.
I'm grabbing it. Like, how do I have to plate my hand on
The
it? Like,
fork
what?
is right next to you. What the fork are you
all
doing?
The fork are you doing, you motherfucker?
I'm trying to do it without the fork. Look, see, it's two done. It's two done. There's no right there.
The camera cannot see.
To be fair, they are pretty thin. I'm not gonna lie, but
Yeah, they're thin.
Yeah,
they're
that's-
thin ones.
at
It's
least
still
they're
good.
cooked.
It's still
At
gonna
least
be
they-
good.
Yeah.
Still gonna
My
be good.
man, my man. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Jack. Like I said, second attempt, much better than the first. There's no fires. Bellissimo. Bellissimo. And then, Jack, you enjoy that like a man. Get some scotch or some bourbon as well into you. Like I said, man, beautiful time.
Just because I
Beautiful
was
time.
giving shit to you, because I could, for example.
We got Rex and Jazz saying, I was booted for what? Dog says that you went after his boy.
Yeah, you fucked him.
those are the rules. So if anyone wants to bring Rex back, it is $100 super chat or only $50 on the Ko-Fis or PayPals. Let me know, chat. Let me know. But gentlemen, the current topic is the sexual history question. Because I'm not gonna lie, I've seen videos of dudes like on like the speed date thing, and like the dude is literally asking the chick on the speed date like how many partners has she had. How do we feel about that?
Wait. Oh, we spun it. Okay, hold on. Here. I mean, I'm super honest about it, so I would appreciate the same. But I guess, you know, and if I found some deep stuff, like deep stuff, I was like, you missed one.
Maybe not right away because I don't know. I can see it from both ways, but I think it's a little harder to approach that in that degree, where it's easier to wait a little bit of time and then ask it. But then you get into the thought of, well, maybe I'm wasting my time. You know, time you don't get back. So I can kind of see it from both ways. I think you should generally be asking it before you actually consider a relationship, though.
So it's like first date, would you say to the woman like, what's your body count? Like, would that be a question that you'd say you should ask that on the first date?
No, probably not on the first date.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. What I do. Oh, you're good. Go for it. Sorry.
I was just saying, like, you know, maybe you could ask it on the second one just because you are going on a second date. So that means there's interest. Because at worst, what's going to happen, you just don't end up dating. That's fine. You know, first, I feel like it's a shock value if you go down the first one. and asking that question. I think you can, but it really just depends on the individual. A lot of people take offense to that nowadays. I don't think they should. But
Speaking about taking offense, we got Rex coming in with the $5. Let me play the clip for that one, sir. He says, apologies, Jack. I didn't know how insensitive I was. Like I said, I thought you were just joking around as well. And I don't think Jack took offense to it,
the joke's on him. Like, it really wasn't for bullying. I'm just bullying him because I wanted to give you money. So,
it seemed to be one of those days, you know. Eric was getting it earlier, and now Rex is getting it.
It's the dog father. He came in and says, you come to Jack's ribeye steak competition, and this is how you treat him. You know, he sat down in the whole cartel meeting. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
No,
we're up to $64 in the wheel bank. Yeah, go ahead.
And it was technically related to dating. He kept running one way, so you know that was the.
So
only
I use both. But I use both.
Really,
let's say within the first 2 dates, would you both be in the mindset of like you should ask the woman like what's her body count?
Yeah, well, okay, so this is where I was going. So what's the interesting thing is you ask about, you know, what have you gone to, you know, you talk about all things life. So you can make a mental breakdown of all this without actually asking the question of how many dudes have you fucked, or you run through like, oh, what were you doing this age? What were you doing this age? And you can just kind of pinpoint the red flags from there, and you know she was either whore or she wasn't.
So like, let's do a bit of role play. Like how would you broach this?
Oh shit! Shit, role play. I'm not into that. I'm out.
Or like an example then.
Yeah, okay, I know. I was big as smart ass too. An example of this. Well, I just would simply ask. Well, I'm also older, so I would just simply ask the woman. You know, okay. We start talking about like, this is what, you know, drinking and hanging out, or you know, do you like fishing or whatnot, or you know, you just bump into somebody and you lead the questioning very concurrent and clean, but then you can deduce from there. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know.
Asking her,
I haven't even been dating her.
Wait a second. You were like, okay. You basically are saying like you ask her like things like, do you like fishing? And from that you're able to deduce how much dude she slept with?
I mean, you keep the conversation civil, but from there, like then essentially they start talking about life because they're women. They're gonna start talking about life, and you just let their life circumstances play out in front of you, and you ask basic questions of like, okay, well, what were you doing then? How were you? Were you with anybody then? Because that sounds screwed up. You know, usually they just tell you about all their ex-boyfriends once you get them on that line. That's what happens.
Okay, Jack, talk to me here. I know you're enjoying your steak. By the way, how is the steak?
I haven't. I'm getting everything set up now, so I'm working on it.
I will be right back. I have to take a piss, so I'll be back.
No worries, dogs. No worries. Well, where are you in terms of this? Like, let's say within the first couple of dates, are you asking her what's your body count?
Generally, like I said, I probably could do it by the second date, but I don't. One, I don't go on dates a lot. And I really, since I've kind of, because I used to be a person that just didn't never ask that question, so I don't have experience into it, but I would say generally, like how I'm thinking now, I would be more inclined to do like the second date, you know, because then you haven't wasted too much time, but it's also not the first date. So I think I'd be more inclined to do it on the second date, unless there was a circumstance where I didn't feel comfortable within doing it the second date, or maybe I just didn't think of it. But generally, like I said, I'd at least do it before I considered like a relationship. Like that question would have to be asked, at least in this day and age. You know, I don't think it was as pertinent back in the day. You know.
I'm trying to find the clip of what I'm talking about to give you guys an idea.
It's so hard to see. Is that okay? I do have it in there.
But it kind of seems like in chat, it's kind of mixed. I'm not gonna lie. Well, Vintage is just saying, "Where's the steak prompts?" You gotta pay for it. You want to force the topic, motherfucker? You want to force the topic? $50 super chat or 25 using Ko-Fi PayPals. Like I said, you're dealing with the leprechaun here, okay? We gotta get the pot of gold flowing, griff going, as they say. You know what I'm saying? But let me see if I can find it. I think it was on X or something like that I seen it. And if I can find it, I would genuinely love to know you guys' thoughts, bro. It's literally just all whatever podcast clips here.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it is said on there a lot, I will say.
But like basically it was kind of one of these things where it's like she was recording him and he was just like, yeah, like I like to get straight to the point. What's your body count? And she's like, I'm not going to tell you, or I don't feel comfortable in answering that question. And then his response was something along the lines of, well, I kind of got my answer. And like in terms of like with you guys, or just again with chat as well, let me know your thoughts. Like, is that a question that you should be asking? Like, again, because the argument that would be laid out is this whole kind of like vibe off, like I don't want to be wasting time, you know? Like I don't want to be kind of like, you know, getting, you know, 3-4 dates, maybe potentially into a relationship with this woman, and then all of a sudden, you know what I mean? It turns out like she has this nefarious past, so to speak. And I feel like I've just wasted a bunch of time, possibly a couple $100. You know what I mean? Terryak's looking for his woman on whatever. Unbelievable. I make one joke. Well, I make the same joke twice. And
No,
now
like I
Shantae's-
agree with that point. Like I want to know from the get go as best I can. Like I was saying, like I just calmly asked the question, not in that direct way.
See, for me, gentlemen, I wouldn't ask the question.
Because I want to
You
know
know?
your information.
I think it's a mistake to ask that question. It's like one of those like rookie mistakes. And what I mean by that is like this whole vibe of like if you have to ask it what was it in terms of the like the
That's right.
billionaire mindset, so to speak. If you have to ask the price, then you can't afford it, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the same thing with like when it comes to women. If you have to ask her what her body count is, then you can't afford her, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like fundamentally, there's like a key thing to kind of like gauge on. Is like would you go to clubs, or do you frequent clubs? Essentially, if she says yes, that should give you an idea. If she says no, but I used to, again, that gives you the idea. It's like there's ways around it in terms of like the general kind of like mentality or the general attitude. You know what I mean? Like even by like looking at her, you know, like for example, when we done the whole clip, was it here? Like these types of ladies, you don't even need to ask the question. All you have to do is just take one look at them. You know what I mean? So it's like, like don't get me wrong. There's bitches that look like, what was it, the other one? 1 second, let me get the thing out. Like there's women like this that also, you know what I mean?
Oh, plenty of women like that. Seen
You know what I
plenty of
mean?
women like that.
So there is like that aspect to it as well. So in terms of like sharing the whole like sexual history and all this kind of stuff, to me it kind of comes off a bit kind of like creepy in a sense. The same way like if a woman, for example, like to give the reverse, like if a woman is like asking for financial statements from you, like how would we feel about that as men?
That would be a red flag for sure. Red flag. 100%.
You know what I mean? And is it not like the same kind of like aspect? If we're purporting to gender roles where it's like the woman is
I don't think
her-
it's a one for one. Like I think there's definitely a separation there. Like I think the body count question is a lot closer to a norm where the financial thing I don't see that as being normal.
But if we're saying that like women, like their whole thing is chastity or virality or like fertility is like a key kind of like gender role from her aspect, isn't not like the same aspect like that the man is like the protecting and the provision. You know what I mean? So in terms of like is she not allowed to ask any questions in terms of like financial security?
Hold on. Sorry, I was shooting a piece. I think they're allowed to ask, especially if you're considering like you're looking for a long-term relationship that's going to be marriage. But I think asking for like exact amounts, like, oh, how much do you make in a year? You know, this and that. I think that's fine. But I think when you bring up like, oh, this is like, here's proof of that, basically. Like, I can understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, I think it's also alarming because like immediately the first thing that comes to mind is gold digger. You know, especially if you got quite a bit, you're well off and everything else. But you know, how many of those chicks are you actually running into that are actually doing that whole nine? You know, are they more common? Are they looking for something else? You know, so
thing for me.
But you understand where I'm able to draw like the parallel where on the one hand, like the dude that obsessed or is like obsessed over sex and all this kind of stuff and like very kind of like self-conscious about like the sexual history and all this kind of stuff is what gives like women the ick, and then like the whole gold digger vibe is what gives guys the ick. You know what I mean? You don't see how like there's like a parallel there between the two.
Yeah, we. But I
guess, but
I got work
I mean,
early in the morning, brothers. I really gotta go. So,
all right. See you, dogs. Thanks for coming by.
Appreciate it, dogs. Any shout outs before you go?
No, well, to you guys, always.
I thought you were going to give a shout out to Rex as soon as you kicked him.
Yeah, Big Sam, always a good guy to watch. I was just having fun with him. Anyways,
100%. Appreciate you stopping by, dogs.
See y'all later.
Later, dogs.
Have a good one, sir. And we got a Cool Vic raid. Shout out to Cool Vic. Let me play the clip.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you all for coming and welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Wheel of Madness. So let me run down through the moves list. We got a special moves list. So we got plenty of moves that you can use. We currently have actually a lot of money in the wheel bank as well at the moment as it stands. So if you want a meme clip, it's $10 super chat or $5 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. It is half off or double money or double bang for your buck if you use the Ko-Fi or the PayPal. Ko-Fi is very easy to use. You don't even need to sign up. But to give you an idea of what a meme clip is,
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free. It is fan funded, ladies and gentlemen. If you want a specific topic, you want to bypass the current topic, and we change the current topic on screen, it is a $50 super chat, $25 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. If you want to spin the wheel to move us on to the next prompt, each wheel is themed as well. We'll get into that in a bit. It is $20 or $10 using Ko-Fi or PayPal. If you want to lock the wheel, you enjoy the specific topic we're talking about, you want it to remain on this, it is a $20 super chat or a $10 using the Ko-Fi or PayPal. And it will take the same amount in order to unlock the wheel. If you want to change the wheel out, currently we're on the dating theme. It is a $50 super chat or $25 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. Just to give you an idea of the different themes that we have. We've got Bollocksology, which is like fun, random topics, meme topics, and all this kind of stuff. We're currently on the dating topic. Then we have religion, politics, and philosophy as well. If you want to get more deep and philosophical or theological or political. It's up to you, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to drop a particular panelist, myself included in this as well, you don't want to look at my ugly mug anymore, it is a $10 super chat for 5 minutes, or if you use the Ko-Fi PayPal, it is only $5 per 5 minutes. And if you want to kick someone off, which we did have earlier on, Dogs kicked Rex off for the $100 super chat or $50 using the Ko-Fi PayPal. Means Rex can't return for the rest of the show, unfortunately, but he will be here for tomorrow because we're going to be starting on the religion topic or the religion themed wheel tomorrow. And just remind us, the reason why we give 50% off is because Apple and YouTube takes 50% of super chats, meaning if you're on an Apple device and you super chat $10, what happens is Apple comes in, takes 30%, putting it down to $7, and then YouTube comes in, takes 30%, putting it down to $4.90, which means if you're on an Apple device and you super chat, the creator is only getting 49%. Apple and YouTube are taking 51% of that. And lastly, as well, no doxing, threats, or any family or children, any of that shit. You get a free boot off the panel and kicked from chat as well, ladies and gentlemen. And also, don't be afraid to like and subscribe. It's completely free and it does help us out in the algorithm. So, the current topic that we're on, ladies and gentlemen, shout out to Scott as well. Appreciate you kindly, sir. The current topic that we're on is, should people share their complete sexual history right away when dating, or only bring it up if it directly affects the current relationship? This is a key thing in terms of the body count question that typically gets asked. And should we or ought we ask that question on the first date, second date, or when should we ask that question, if at all? And I think Jack was kind of saying he would be comfortable enough saying it on like the second date. Whereas I would be one that like wouldn't generally tend to ask the question outright, because with me personally, I think you should be able to determine whether or not she has a high body count or not. One way of doing it is based on looks, and another way coupling that with the lifestyle or the habits that they have. Like, so for example, like, are they a feminist? Do they like the club life, etc., etc.? You know what I mean? And like from that point of view, you're kind of like looking at it, you can kind of make your own kind of choice up. But there's also like, generally, if she's a feminist and she likes the club life anyways, those are generally what they call the old red flags, and they don't want to, you don't want to be, no one got time for that shit, you know what I mean? But the key thing that we've kind of like brought up here though is the parallel between like what would be the like the female question to ask the dude. Now, obviously, in terms of like from her aspect, obviously she wouldn't probably want a guy with a massive body count as well. She wouldn't want the player and all this kind of stuff. But when we look at the aspect of, because like there are like guys that are out there that would say, oh, you know, a guy asked me about like the body count question on the first date. That gives me the ick, that gives me the cringe and all that kind of shit. Which, like, I've seen videos of it and all this kind of shit, recordings during dates, all this kind of shit. It generally it's kind of like quite a hostile question. But to give a female comparison of like the like what is that like if the roles are reversed, would be similar to if a woman is asking for financial statements or what's currently in your bank account on the first date. You know what I mean? And we can kind of draw parallels to that, because oftentimes a lot of people would say the whole aspect of like and this is kind of like in a lot of like the red pill literature, to use a fancy word for it, this whole kind of aspect, like a woman is at her prime or at her peak, you know, what would be the word? Like her social wealth, so to speak, would be like at that like 18 to 20 region. She's like her youngest, she's in her most fertile years. She should be at her most beautiful and all this stuff, like in terms of like youth and fertility, all this kind of stuff. That's typically kind of like 18 to 20, and then from there she's slowly kind of like on the downhill from there. Whereas with the guy, typically you're talking about 30 to 40 kind of like region is where he's kind of, or should be, at his kind of like peak in terms of like beauty and all this kind of thing as well. And I'm trying to kind of give an example of like what women are going through for men that typically doesn't get brought up a lot. Like this whole aspect of like empathy or trying to understand the other person's perspective, so to speak, would be, imagine if you were like 18 years of age, or if we were to take every single guy, right, when as soon as he on his 18th birthday, we were to give him $1 million, or probably like $10 million given inflation and all this kind of stuff. How many guys do we think are going to spend that money wisely? Are going to invest that money wisely? You know, put it into stocks, maybe buy some gold, maybe buy some Bitcoin, all this kind of stuff, versus the guys that are going to spend it on blow, spend it on the strip club, you know what I mean? Buy a luxury car, things like that.
Yeah.
I don't think there would be a lot.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know the percentage that it would probably be, but I would agree with that. And I think I'd fall into that camp, even though with correct advisors, I would like to invest it, especially if it's just sitting there. You know, I think you should put it into investments.
Well, like it's an interesting thing that you just said there, Jack, that you'd go to an advisor.
Well, like I meant just somebody that knows where I should be putting all of it. You know what I mean? Like as far as like the stock market and you know what,
like a financial
what's the best
advisor,
places for gold and shit like that. But I also wouldn't want to it's gonna sound bad, but I wouldn't want to like I'd have to search it out and be like, what's the cheapest guy that can get the best for me? You know, because you don't want to spend a lot on it, and obviously they would probably price it pretty high for their services because they're saving you a bunch of money. But yeah, I don't know. I'd probably look into it my own, and I felt like if I could do it on my own, then I would. You know, but I don't know. That's just something that I've always thought about. Like if I let's say won the lottery, like how would I lay out all that stuff? You know, because obviously, like if I was to, like I'd want to build my own house or something, get some acres, nothing too crazy. And I'm not a material person, so very very few things. Get myself a new car, but other than that, the rest would just sit. So I'd want to invest it, you know, but I don't know the things to properly invest within the stock market, what I should put my money behind. You know, I know about gold, obviously, and stuff like that, but outside of that, you know, I don't know what else to do. They know a lot more than me, so I think it'd be a good thing to ask people, like, hey, what should I do with these things to, you know, kind of reoccur the price, and then I would do, you know, other things to kind of, you know, generate at least some type of money back.
But like not to get too bogged down in terms of financials, like there is the whole aspect of taking it into your own hands and like doing the research yourself, and then going on the exchanges and making the trade yourself and all this, so on and so forth kind of thing.
Right.
Also, I forgot to shout out as well. Shout out to Scott for becoming a member as well. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Enjoyed the emojis in chat. Absolute gentleman and scholar. like, because I don't want it to kind of like go down in terms of what you're always saying, where it's like we're just kind of saying, well, women have saggy tits or like loose vaginas and all this kind of shit. Like, big labia matter, gentlemen. Okay, but like I think you struck an interesting thing there, because like that's where I draw the parallel between like a woman's you know, like I don't want to put it down to just like fertility, but like in terms of like if we say like fertility / beauty, right? Like, who does a woman go to? What's the equivalent of a financial advisor for a woman to, like, you know, spend her beauty or spend her like fertility wisely, so to speak? You know what I mean? And
Well,
it seems like, yeah, go ahead.
well, I was just saying, and I think this gets brought up a lot, especially it seems like whenever Andrew's on, or just even with in whatever in general, when Brian brings it up. But you know, there's this part where women aren't doing their duties in a lot of things nowadays. Now, men do this as well, and I think both sides have their things that they could get better from. But I think within women, you know, generally, you know, they should, if they're wanting that treatment, you know, on that traditional side of everything to where they just stay home, then they need to be doing their duties as it pertains to like the relationship in a traditional sense. So as long as they're doing that, I don't find it a bad issue if somebody asks financials. It wouldn't bug me.
But like what I'm getting at is like where should a woman go? Like, let's say we have like an 18-year-old, like your daughter, or an 18-year-old like chick comes up to you and is like, she's asking you like, where should I go for the equivalent of a financial advisor kind of thing. But real quick, I just want to highlight Scott's comment. Says, I like the idea of being honest from the get-go. However, men have stopped dating because they refuse to be money trees to harvest for women's retirement plans. The dating thing is so messed up now. That is true. That is true. Yeah. I seen a clip earlier, but I think I've lost it in the X feed, where it's like this chick was not a looker whatsoever, and they asked her like, what is her standards, and she basically said you know, 6 foot, 6-pack, and like six figure salary. And it's like if the Ugos, for lack of a better word, if that's their standard. And like this whole thing of like that false expectation, that's your like downfall kind of thing. Like the whole like what I talk about with like the ego, being your own worst enemy and all this kind of stuff. A lot of these women, and like it's been pointed out multiple times, like these women just end up being just like a plaything for like if they're, let's say, a 3 or a 4, they're just a plaything for a 7. You know what I mean? Like the dude that's a 7 is never actually going to commit to the 3 or 4. But you know what I mean, she just ends up just getting used up, and that's where it's like we're basically kind of playing into this whole like pimp culture / cook culture, and then prostitute culture on the women's side as well. But Shade says, spin that wheel, white boy. I'm sick and tired of this topic.
I think we covered that pretty well.
There was still a bit of meat to that bone, so to speak. But Jack, is the friend zone a real dynamic men should actively avoid, or simply a result of unclear communication from both sides?
Man, this feels like a personal question in my life right now.
God damn. Time.
I think that it's like, it's kind of the first one here. The dynamic of men should be actively avoid. I think they should actively avoid friend zone, obviously. But I think it's also a perpetual thing that ends up happening. A lot of the time, if you have quote unquote female friends, you know, because always the stigma behind female friends is like, oh, you wanna fuck them, you know, and all this and that, and that's what you're searching for. And there's really just, you know, I've heard that dynamic of where men and women can't be friends because you're ultimately just trying to hook up if you're friends. I don't think that's completely false, but I don't think it's completely true at the same time. But within the dynamic of what's kind of going on in my life, I've made it clear to the woman I like within my life, and I've literally laid it all out, and she's just not interested. So we've been completely, the communication's been completely 100% on both sides, and yet it's still a friend zone situation. So I don't know what more could be done in that situation that would lead it to one way or the other,
Yeah, like the whole friend zone thing is basically like, and there are cases where it goes both ways. Like, don't get me wrong, like, it's not just like all one way, where it's like it's just women friend zoning men, and there are men that friend zone women and all this kind of shit.
For sure.
But like in that particular case, I would say like if you've kind of declared your intentions and she's like, I just want to be friends, I don't see any benefits for you kind of like sticking around or giving her any attention, all this kind of stuff, because at least like subconsciously you're still going to be kind of like, like we all kind of get addicted to that kind of like hopium thing. It's like, oh, but maybe there might be a chance, or like maybe like someone pours acid on her face, and like then that's my chance, because now she's all of a sudden a 3 instead of being a 7, or something like that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like what would be your benefits by like continuing to be her friend, so to speak?
Well, right now, so it's kind of a weird situation because this particular person is somebody I work with. So that's obviously not a good thing already. Because obviously you don't shit where you sleep. And she has that same ideal, but we've had the conversations, like I said, and she's just like revealed that even if outside of that, outside of work, even if I didn't work there or she didn't work there anymore, she wouldn't pursue that. Like, she would probably get closer to me as a friend, because she said something very early on. She said she views me more like a brother. And I said, well, do you have a brother to reference this from? And she said, no. And I was like, well, how do you know? You know what I mean? Like, if you never felt this way about anybody else and you don't have a brother, then how do you know I'm more like a brother? I try to get deep with her, but she isn't like us here. You know what I mean? Like, it kind of confuses her when I go into the deep realm with questions. She doesn't think about it. And she's also, she's a non-denominational Christian, and I've kind of asked her worldview on that. Now being in this space, knowing a little bit more, and she just like won't even go on the deep end of that kind of thing. She doesn't go to church. She rarely goes to church, shit like that. And I'm just like, but she actively like really follows like what she should be doing as far as everything else but that. Like, she's the one that like, she tries not to cuss. She's a virgin. She's waiting until marriage. She's doing all those type of things. And I think nowadays that's rare to see somebody that because she's just a tiny bit older than me, like not even a whole year. And that's just rare to see. And I just it's she's kind of sworn off. Like, she hasn't had too much dating experience. Like, I've even had more than her, and I don't got a lot. But I think she's just terrified of dating, and I get that. But she just doesn't, she's not like a person that likes to be touched. She barely likes hugs, shit like that. I think, to me, she's like the perfect person, because I like sarcasm. And that's a really big thing for me that I figured out later in my life. And I would really like to get with her, but she's just set on pretty much being alone. So it's unfortunate, but that's how life be sometimes. But that's all I seem to run into is like people that I really get along with them as females, but they just immediately put me in the friend zone because I'm just too nice of a guy. Like I'm just a really good friend, So they immediately classify me, shit like that, So that's kind of the dynamic, and we've had deep discussions about certain things, but with other stuff, she just can't seem to have deep discussions on that. So
Yeah, I really don't see the benefit, of like staying friends or like I understand like being friendly because it's co-work, all this kind of stuff. But like in terms of like friends, and this is a difficult thing to do. Like for guys to kind of say is like, listen, like we're no longer like we no longer think about her, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It can be a difficult thing to do. But Southern Man with the $2 says, Jack, go after a girl below your rating.
Okay, so I'm gonna be harsh on myself. I'm like a 3. Okay, so if I can't go much lower, I can't go much lower. Like maybe if I lose the weight and like get some more defining kind of features, get better, because I used to be really bad with confidence. I know I seen someone say that, I think it was Southern as well, that said you need to get some confidence in this and that. Dude, you should have seen me earlier in my life. I had zero confidence. Like I was self-conscious about myself super hard. Like I wouldn't have been a person that would have ever got up here. I just wouldn't voice opinions and this and that because I was always afraid of hurting people's feelings. I used to be the complete opposite. Now I just don't give a fuck, and there's still part of that lingers in me that I need to get rid of. So there is still work to be done, and clearing up the brain fog and working out and losing the weight and becoming like treating your body like a temple. That's what I'm focused on. If women come after that, that'd be nice. I'd love to have a wife, sooner than later, but I also don't know, I could be taken from this world tomorrow, you know what I mean? So who knows, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I've always just viewed it like if I get to 60, hey, throw the big 60 party. If I perish the next day, hey, it's bonus after that, So that's just kind of how I view life. Some people are like, I want to live to 100. I don't have that feeling at all.
And like what age you're kind of like, because I don't want you to dox yourself around that, Jack, because this is kind of like personal chat and all this kind of stuff. So just like keep that in mind.
Yeah. I've shared it before.
Like you don't want to kind of like overextend all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But in terms of the like rough age, are you mid 30s, late 30s?
I'm late 30s. I'm 38.
Yeah, there's still time.
Yeah.
The like the aspect that like or the mentality that like I'd come at it from would be this whole thing of like it's like women are the prize, so to speak, and like from that it's one of those things where it's like you have to be in that mindset where it's like you and this kind of goes what I was saying, where it's like, okay, we're no longer thinking about her and all this kind of stuff. It's this thing where it's like the focus needs to be on you, in terms of like you're kind of mentioning there, like get the weight off, get a good kind of like make sure the brain fog's gone, get the work ethic kind of improved. Is there any avenues that we can go, kind of like any courses we can take to then get like the promotion or get like a better job, whatever, like in terms of like skills or trade, especially because like I said, like Trump is going like ham on terms of like the manufacturing and all that kind of stuff. Like anybody who's like considering going into trades and all this kind of stuff, now is the perfect time to be getting involved in the trades and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? I think it's like something crazy, like half of everyone with like a college degree now or a bachelor or something crazy is considering working in trades or is looking into opting into trades or something like that. It was insane stats that like Trump is pulling. But yeah, you want to say?
Oh, I was saying on the trade thing. I think trade should be pushed like how they try to push college. Honestly, we need more of that. Like there is deficits out there. There is more to be done. I know sometimes it could be harder work, and to my own personal situation, as far as like stuff that I feel like I can do is very limited. Where that's kind of why I want to like get a PC and go down this route, of streaming, because there's a lot of things out there I feel like I can do in the real world. I do the thing that pretty much I feel like I can do right now that is going to give me the highest pay, and that's just enough to get me by. But if I'm going to have a wife and everything, like within the reasonable situation, she would have to work as well. And I'm kind of fine with those type of situations, but I still want to be covering all my bases and this and that. And I know that there's going to be debts in this type of thing. So I think if I can do, at least at first, like multiple kind of avenues, and then maybe if it kind of goes down this route of streaming with all the stuff that I plan on doing with it, maybe I can make some type of living off of it. That way I can, kind of do some other stuff that I want to do, explore some different avenues that I want to work with, because I'm really not making too much with my job right now. There's people that's worked there less time than me, and they're getting paid more than me, which I don't get that avenue. I mean, I'd understand it if they've done prior work to that job. I think you should get paid more, but there's people that don't even have prior experience, and I think they're making more than me, which is kind of alarming. So, you got to be willing to negotiate and talk about these things as well. And I don't think enough people reach that far with it. So if I can do that and maybe eventually get some type of raises, I can get a PC and then work from there and sort out all the stuff that I need to sort out to have that as a secondary, maybe even take like a third job to where I'm doing freaking DoorDash or something, make that money up to be able to afford the PC, to afford the things that I want, which isn't very much. That way I can focus on me at first, and then eventually maybe I can find a wife. I'm not a person who gets out a lot. I don't go to bars. I don't go to clubs. I barely go out as it is. I'm pretty much a homebody, which there are women out there that are homebodies, so I know I can find them. Like that girl I was referencing that I work with, she's a homebody. She'd be perfect. She literally meets all the check marks, and I'm just like, that's kind of unfortunate, because I feel like she's like kind of looking past me, and a lot of women I feel like will do this when they kind of actually find the perfect person for them, like I've tried to tell her, like, I would do pretty much anything for you, and that's already starting out. Like, just imagine how it would be later on, and
see, that's the thing. Like, it needs to be that like she follows you. So it's like it needs to be kind of like reverse, where it's like she has that feeling that you have for her, and that's why like I'd say that like it needs to be, like you're showing off like the knife that can cut you or anything. It's like you need to basically like cut that bond off and say, listen, she's not going to be there for like anybody. It seems like she seems like she's kind of like one of those like for lack of a better word, like just like kind of like frigid kind of like things, and like she's not interested in starting a family and all this kind of stuff. You'd kind of like,
oh yeah, she doesn't want kids, that's for sure.
Yeah, so it's like in terms of like a key thing, it's like you'd want to be kind of like looking at women that it's like they want to start a family. Expectation is the key thing in terms of the modern day market, where it's like women expect it all kind of thing. That kind of like goes, but that goes against every guy as well. I just want to call out a couple of things in chat. Like getting a lot of kind of encouragement as well. Like Redax saying you can do way more than you think you can. Like that's the huge thing in terms of like, and that's what I was talking about in terms of like that American spirit, where literally America is the land of the dreams. You guys dreamt that you will reach out and touch the stars, and you actually went and fucking done it. You landed on the fucking moon. You know what I mean? So anybody who's trying to do this whole like the moon landing was fake and all this kind of stuff, treat them as going against the American spirit, baby. We also have Ghost Rider coming in. Welcome in, sir. Says warehouse and logistics can be good too. I think that's in reference to when we're talking about like trades and all this kind of stuff. You have to be a good man and not a nice guy. And like again, I echoed that in terms of the aspect of like you coming in and saying that, listen, baby, I'll give you the world. Like that's the wrong mentality. It needs to be that thing where it's like she's willing, she looks at you and she sees you for you and sees the value in you. And then you kind of push it down in terms of that aspect. You know what I mean? We also have a guest backstage. Let me introduce him, ladies and gentlemen.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. Alderline, welcome to the show.
Oh, whoops, I was muted. Hey.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Ugh.
We're talking about dating, Alderline. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, this prompt right here, right? I don't think this is actually a real thing. I think a lot of what people consider the friend zone is just a dude being way too soft, not laying out the actual framework of what he expects from the other woman, or just being too cowardly to admit that that's how they feel about the other person. It's not even really all that complicated. Most people that I've dealt with my whole life, if there's a woman that I feel like an attraction to, I'd just immediately like just say it. Like it's not complicated. If the answer is no, then okay, cool. Don't have to waste your time now.
Yeah.
But like, would you continue to like if she says like, no, I think we should be friends? Like, would you be friends with her?
No. Because at that point, like, what are you doing? You're just torturing yourself. You know you don't want to be friends with her. You're just doing it because you think that it's better than nothing. But it's not. It's actually worse.
Yeah,
True.
I agree with that.
Because it's like and a lot of women like do it to try and be nice, like rather than say no, it's like, oh, I'd rather be friends. At least I'm giving you something, kind of thing. But it's like the whole aspect of like it's that kind of like phenomenon where it's like you're trying to be nice, but you're inadvertently kind of like leaving that door like a crack way open. Now a lot of women try to capitalize off that. But it's like a typical thing. It's like, I think we should be friends for now. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, boom, I think we should be friends. And then, like that little creak off, like, for now. You know what I mean? And like, a lot of women are kind of bitches, like how they kind of like weaponize that against a lot of dudes. Like they do it intentionally. Like that's what I'm saying. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
You know what's funny about that whole thing? What you just said there. Is that's exactly what happened to me. Because I've asked her before and we got into a conversation. I forget how it played out. But she was like, well, at least we're still friends. That's something, right? That's good. And I was just like, kind of like thinking internally without saying it. I was like, yeah, like that's not what I want. You know what I mean? Like, but, yeah, I completely get that, but that's kind of happened in my situation, even though I don't feel like it's a complete one-on-one with the friend zone aspect because she's making it known, you know, but still, it's like she does have interest in other people, it seems like, as a recent thing, so I don't know. It just kind of like, I've asked her kind of like, what's wrong with me? Like what don't you like?
Don't do that. That's a bad idea.
But she didn't want to answer though.
Yeah,
She
she's
didn't
never
even
going to
wanna
answer
answer.
that. She's trying to be nice to you.
Yeah, but I'd rather just not be nice and just tell me I'm fucking fat and she don't.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's not how women work, though, dude.
I know. I'm wanting honesty. I can't get it.
It's not even about being honest. It's just about like she has to work with you. She has to interact with you every day. Like she's a work person, right? So it would just be causing drama for the sake of it from her point of view. When it's just
Yeah.
easier to say, "No, I'm not interested. We could just be friends or whatever," and then that would be, her saying, "There's no way ever that this is going to turn into anything different." At least
So
from
it's
what
like
I've
the
heard
easy
so far,
way
you
out.
said. It's the political way out.
Gotcha. That's one thing I've liked about you, Adeline. You keep it straight. I will say that. You tell it like it is, and I appreciate that.
Well, that's
never
because I
got
have
to
no
say that to you.
emotions. I am a shrimp in the ocean. I've gotten rid of them all.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd like to think myself as an owl. I'm ever vigilant. I'm a night owl, so I'm a good watchdog, essentially. But when it comes to my own personal life, dude, it's like I'm putting the blinders on, I can't see it in my own life, but I could see it, outside of my own life. So,
Well, yeah, like you want a girlfriend, you want a wife, you want that stuff. You want to try to protect yourself as much as you can, so you kind of shield yourself off from seeing like the reality of the situation sometimes. I mean, that's what everyone does to a certain extent. But I don't think it's good for you. I think you should just see it for what it is.
Yeah, I don't think it is, because I just keep thinking of like, what if? That's always what playing in my head. What if? What if? What if?
What ifs are gay.
I agree. I
Do
agree.
that. Like you got to be able to like ground yourself in the reality and just like kind of accept it, where it's like even kind of like asking her for like the feedback. Like, bro, you just need to take one look at women. They all wear, well, most of them wear makeup and all this kind of shit. Makeup is literally a psyop. It's a lie. You know what I mean? So it's like women can't even be honest to themselves half the time.
Well,
You
she
know what I mean?
doesn't even
So-
really wear very much makeup, and that's like, it's like all the flags that I want, but she's just like not interested. And I'm like, fuck, man. Like,
Well, there's one big flag that you're missing, and that she doesn't want to be with you. I'm sorry.
yeah. No, I know. Yeah, I get that.
That's kind of the biggest one right there.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. But I'm also self-critical about myself, and I could be like, well, I understand why she's not into me. You know what I mean? Like, so
Yeah, so then there's no point in asking her if that's what you think is happening. Then improve yourself in those ways. Asking for feedback that you already kind of know the answers to is kind of pointless, and it kind of comes off, especially to women who already assume that you would know that, because that's what they do. They just assume men know things for some reason. Then they're not going to tell you those things. They think that you should just know it. So if you have those criticisms about yourself, you have to improve those things about you. You have to be confident in yourself. You have to be completely confident, pretty much no matter what, to be able to attract any kind of woman.
Yeah.
Like, confidence is the most important thing. Doesn't matter if you're like the ugliest or fattest person, I'm not saying you are, but it doesn't matter if you are those things. If you have a lot of confidence and a lot of resources, you could pretty much get any woman.
Right on.
But then that's when you have to sift through them and be able to recognize the actual virtues that they hold to and see what that looks like.
Because there is that aspect of like attracting the wrong kind of woman, but the Adeline's point, this whole aspect of like, if you're not confident in yourself, you're kind of projecting to the woman that is like there's something wrong, that you know that there's something wrong with you. You get what I'm saying, Jack?
Yeah, I get where you guys are coming from.
But like we're kind of mentioning, that doesn't always have to be the case. Like, that shit can change. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like I said, I think that's the stuff I'm working on right now. I've been working on for many years. Because like I said, if you guys would have saw me, when I was younger, you would have been like, I don't even know what you would have said to me. It would have been bad. I know that. So
Avarice would have been calling you one ply, not even two ply. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. What were you
'Cause,
gonna
like,
say?
this is why I say it, like, it has to come from yourself. Like, you basically need to get to a stage where it's like you're not even thinking about women because you're so kind of like focused on trying to improve yourself. It's almost like you have to come out from the mentality where it's like, I'm not going to get a woman. But that can be a dangerous mentality. You have to hold like MGTOW, like men going their own way and all that kind of shit, and that can like breed like serious like misogyny and like pure like hatred for women and all this kind of shit. Whereas like the correct mentality is like women are retards. Not like that I hate women, they're just retards. I mean, you need to hand them with the kitty gloves and all this kind of shit. But like in terms of like where it needs to come from you is that like you're building upon yourself. That it's like you've kind of already accepted that, you know, on average was like 60% of men like never procreate, all this kind of stuff. You're probably in that category. And then from there, you kind of say, okay, right, this is the rock bottom, the lowest of the low. Anything from that point is a bonus or an extra. Like we kind of mentioned, like, you know, getting into the health aspect, getting into the, you know, work ethic, job, like trades, logistics, warehouse, all this kind of stuff, looking into that kind of things. And then like in terms of like finance, investments, all this kind of stuff, and just kind of like building upon that. Like each day you're just kind of slowly building. Then you get to a point where, let's say you're 45, you made correct investments, you're kind of you're sitting pretty kind of thing. And then you kind of like look to this aspect where it's like, I could afford, you know, like with the right woman, all this kind of stuff. But then, like I said, the battle's not over. There's still that whole aspect of, listen, like, you know, you don't want to be taken advantage of. And that's why I say it's like attracting the wrong woman. There's plenty of guys that, you know, they have money, they're not the best, like they're basically in your position, but they have money, but they get taken advantage of. Because like these women know what to do, they know what to say and all the stuff to get on your good side. Next thing you know, you're paying for all this, like their handbags and all this kind of shit, and they're just bleeding you dry. But Shazzy says, enough of this shit talk, gentlemen. Spin that motherfucking wheel. Enough of this friend zone talk. You're giving away the state secrets here, Teriak. Is cold approaching strangers in public an effective and confident strategy for men, or does it come across as creepy and low value? Also, shout out to Ghost Rider for the $2. Says, found this in an abandoned payphone. Mama. What do we think, gentlemen?
What is a cold approach? I don't even know what that is.
You know those videos of where like you'd be just outside a nightclub and you just like, boom, you just like approach a random woman and you start trying to chat her up.
I mean, yeah. I mean, practice makes it easier. Doesn't make you good at it, but it does make it easier. Makes you more confident, so you'd be able to do it more often. But I've never had like a problem with that. Like I just talk to people just cause.
Because it kind of goes. What about yourself, Jack?
I kind of do that more now. You know, before. I was kind of shy. I didn't approach a lot of people. That's something that, you know, with the Verbal Combat Live, that it will break that open for me. So, yeah, I'm a shy individual at first, but since I've met a lot of people on here, I think it will be easier for me because I think it's something that I can do a lot easier now. Where before that wasn't the case. But I don't know if that translates to just talking to random women, you know? So, because guys are much easier. You can just kind of be ball busting with them, you know, kind of talk shit, you know, it's kind of easy, you know? For women, I feel it's a little bit harder.
I'm telling you, Jack, there's potential there. There's potential here because like what I would say, like out of all like the VK people, like who would be the best person to follow in terms of like how you should approach women and all this kind of stuff, it would be Bricky. Like that kind of mentality where it's like you're just ball busting everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like if you're in that, and kind of Elderline kind of mentioned this as well, where it's like you just talk to you fucking talk to a stranger on the street kind of thing. Like if you're coming at it from like this whole kind of cold approach mentality, is that it's like you're going in with the mentality of like, I want to get her number, or I want to get a date from her and all this kind of shit. Whereas if you come at it from like Elderline's approach, where it's like you're just talking to just like for the sake of talking, or just to get to know the person, all this kind of stuff. It's less what would be the word, like intrusive. I don't know if that's like the right word to use for this, but it's like it's less kind of like you're just like treating it as like for the conversation's sake, like to pass the time and all this kind of shit, rather than kind of like trying to focus the conversation around dating, or trying to focus the conversation around like getting her number and all this kind of stuff, which is typically what you see from a lot of the cold approach and thing. And this is why I think you're starting to see a lot of pushback against this whole kind of like red pill movement and all this kind of shit. Because when you go back, you know, even just a handful of like decades ago, you were meeting people through friends, you're meeting people through family and all this kind of shit. And like this whole kind of like pickup artist thing and all this kind of shit. Yeah, there's a lot of like to the psychology and like to the human nature and all this aspect, and you can quote unquote like game the system. But like that's like, again, I'm not using the right way to describe it, and I don't want this to come across the wrong way, but it's like it does feel like you're kind of like being a bit creepy, where it's like you're kind of like pseudo trying to like manipulate, like, you know, base human instinct against them, and try to turn against them, like the whole like some of the shit you see where it's like a dude's basically like copy pasting like and sending all the texts out like to the same girls, or to like he's sending out like the same text to all the girls as if it's just meant for her and all this kind of shit. You have to kind of like, and it's not even just the thing of like, oh well, women do it, so then I should do it. It's like you have to look at it from your own sake, because like that's going to affect your own soul. That's going to affect your own whole mentality when it comes to actually like settling down with a particular woman. And there are some guys that listen that say, listen, I just want to play the field. I just want to get as much hoes as possible and all this kind of shit. That's not going to be the recipe to a happy life, you know? And like I said, if you're kind of like in this mentality where it's you're kind of sending the same text message to like 10 different girls, when it comes down to when you're with one girl, like you're just going to be bored with it. You know what I mean? Because the one person cannot offer you that which of 10 people. You know what I mean? And think about it, like we're on a construction site. Do you think we're going to build more things with 10 people, or do you think we're going to build more things with one person? You know what I mean? And it's like this whole thing of you got to be careful, like what aspect you go, or what avenue you go down, because start using the same tricks as your enemy, you're going to become as evil as your enemy. You know what I mean? Also, real quick, want to say good night to Southern Man. Have a good one, sir. Ghost Rider as well says douchebags. A lot, yeah. Pickup artistry is basically douchebaggery, essentially. You know what I mean? We got Dave and Chad as well saying talking to women is nothing to be afraid of. Exactly, like treat them as if they're just a person. You know what I mean? And you kind of surprise yourself in terms of the avenue of like the interesting conversations you could have that's not around this whole thing of trying to hook up or trying to get the phone number or trying to get the date. You know what I mean? If you don't approach cold, feminism wins. Again, like, at least from my aspect, when someone says like cold approaching, you're going in with the mentality of trying to get the number, trying to do all that kind of shit. And that kind of plays on your mentality where you're psyching yourself out, so to speak, because you've automatically like put a goal on the conversation, and then there's like a pass fail kind of thing. Whereas if you go from the avenue of just sitting down, like having the conversation with the person, it might not be like the end. It might not be a situation where you get the number or whatever, but you actually have like a pleasant conversation. She might actually start busting out the Play-Doh, and you're like, oh shit. You know what I mean? You might actually learn something new and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, boys. I'm just saying, you know?
Yeah, it always, whenever I talk to people, I don't go with this. Like, I've never approached a woman just because I wanted to sleep with her. If anything, I've approached her because maybe I thought, oh, this person seems like they're pretty cool. Like, find out more about them to see if maybe one day there could be marriage or something there. That's the way I've always approached it. So it's never like, I don't really go into conversations with like any kind of like, I guess, malicious desire. And when you do that, it comes off as way more natural talking to people because it is. You're just curious about the other person. And that comes off way better than trying to figure out like what a lot of the pickup artists do is how easy is this person to get in their pants? But like, there's a whole different. There's two different attitudes, and women will immediately understand which one of those two you're doing when you talk to them. I think, at least.
No, I think that's a
100%.
good way to parse it.
And just to call out Dave in chat as well, to approach cold, you don't need an expectation. Yes, you do, motherfucker. I got the definition there. A cold approach is the act of striking up a conversation with a stranger in a public place, such as a coffee shop, street, or supermarket, with the intention of asking them out or getting their contact details. So there is like that kind of like intentionality to it, which is why I'm like, nah, man. Because like for me, it's one of those things where it's like you can start up a conversation, and if you do like the look of her and all this kind of shit, you can kind of like base the whole aspects of like, well, okay, what way does she like view family? And you could just be talking about like family and all this kind of stuff, like the whole aspect of like the theme and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, you can kind of escalate it in terms of like towards the date and all this kind of shit. But it's, I don't know, man. Like this is where I'm in two minds about like the Fresh and Fit podcast and the whatever podcast, where it's like there's a lot of shit that you've seen where it's you're kind of going, man. It takes like a rare kind of like response or a rare kind of attitude of a woman in modern day to actually be even willing to go through that whole kind of torment of, you know, do you want to go on a date and the whole kind of like courting process and all this kind of stuff. Like it's, like I said, the whole aspect of like, you know, go to church, like meet a woman at church and all that kind of stuff seems to be kind of like and again, maybe you're not like a Christian or whatever, then, you know, whatever the fuck you're interested in hiking or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? It seems like that's kind of like a way better place than, you know, randomly on the street or outside a coffee shop or outside a club or something along those lines. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it's difficult, especially like I said, as a person being a homebody. I don't have too many interests outside of, you know, like this or like playing games or things like that, you know, or music or whatever it might be. And I think that's kind of hard to meet someone in that aspect because a lot of the time, I don't think it's 100% the case, but I'd say generally meeting people on the internet's, you know, not a way to go as far as the dating marketplace.
You also have to come up with like things that would be interesting for women that you would like to do. Like me, I personally like poetry a lot. Kind of gay, but I do like it. I enjoy writing it. I enjoy reading it sometimes. I enjoy that stuff. So, you know, you have to pick something that's kind of romantic to be interested in as well, that will help you with women and them being attracted to you. Or even that you could do like woodworking and stuff like that too. There's plenty of things that men can do that are like, there's a lot of things you could do. But like, I'm going to tell you this, video games isn't one of them.
Yeah, I've heard that's definitely a negative. But that's the thing is like, you know, despite what I say and like what I would want, it's not a need. Obviously, like I would like to like have a family and this and that, but it's not something that I'm like searching for now because I'm like I said, focusing on more on my own thing. If that comes up in the future, then that's something more or less that I would look at. It's not something I'm opposed to, but generally, a lot in the case of the stuff that I'm doing, if it's just not attracted for them, I could really give a fuck less, you know. And if that just doesn't attract any of them, then that's their loss, in my opinion.
Well, to me, that sounds kind of arrogant, right? To me, that sounds as though it's kind of like a misunderstanding of what you think women respect. I mean, you don't have to warp yourself around women, right? But you still have to do things if you want a woman that are interesting to women. It'd be like
I agree with that.
If you meet a woman who is, you know, just like a really hard worker, likes to, I don't know, build sheds or something. That's her whole career path. That's all she focuses on. And she's not really interested in anything else. That would be a woman that you wouldn't really seek out, right?
Right.
So that's just the way it is. Like, if you want to have a wife or anything like that, then you have to be able to invest in some of the things that women are interested in that you also could be interested in too.
The thing is, I think for me, and it's going to sound like I'm doing a lot of downplay, but I'm not very good at things, you know. You know, the kind of the joke writes itself when we talk about the steak thing. It's like, that's not unusual for me. Like, I was not surprised that I literally almost started a fire. That I don't know not to microwave steaks. You know, like, it seems like common sense to most people because maybe they you know, had people tell them this before, or it was more of a common sense thing, or maybe their parents told them, or whatever the case may be. I didn't have that. You know, a lot of the stuff that I found out, I didn't look up. I just was either told, or I fucked up and I found out, you know? So, in a lot of those situations, you know.
Well, the thing about being like even a human being at all, man or woman, is learning how to fail and learning how to not get discouraged by failure. 99% of the things that you do, 99.9% of the things that you do are going to be failures. There's only going to be very rarely will you ever succeed at anything. Like, Ed, you have to just be comfortable with it. You can't just like go, well, I'm just a fucked up individual that can't do anything because I fuck up 99% of the time. That's not the way the world works.
But I guess at one point, especially
fuck up.
Yeah, but I guess at one point in the work field, as we're talking about, right? At one point in the work field, do they go, hey, we got to cut you? You know, and then you go through as many jobs, and then they look at your resume and they go, hey, man, it seems like you've been fired from a lot of jobs recently. I don't think we want to hire you. And then suddenly you're just back in the same position because you didn't listen to yourself, that you know you weren't cut out for those positions. And a lot of the time, I think when even people go down that road, especially with like stuff that's physical or stuff that's dangerous in a lot of cases where you can make some good money, I'm kind of a klutz. I've literally got injured from these type of things. So I don't know. It's like, at what point do you see the writing on the wall and you're just like, okay, well, maybe that's not my lane and I need to do something else? You know?
I don't subscribe to the idea that any man can't do any type of job if they don't put enough effort into it. I think that it doesn't matter really who you are unless you're like a 60 IQ goat fucker, that as long as you're not that, you could pretty much do anything. Like, you can pretty much, you can work in a sawmill, you can work as a stonemason, you can work as these things, and it may be difficult and you may fuck up a lot, but even if you're even like a klutz, there would still be lessons that you learned that would make you not a klutz anymore. Hey, if I fuck up, I might lose a thumb. Or, hey, I fucked up last time, I don't have a thumb now. I don't have thumbs to spare.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Why should I have to lose body parts or something like that in these dangerous jobs just so I can learn a lesson? It doesn't seem like
you don't.
I'd just rather not do that and do something else that I'm good at.
You just have to pay attention more. Like if I'm going to be honest with you, if somebody comes up to me and says that I've like lost 5 or 6 jobs in a row because my boss let me go because I didn't have a good enough work ethic to be performing up to their standard. Like if it was once or twice, maybe I could say, yeah, maybe they just got a shitty boss. But if it's 6 times in a row, I would understand why nobody would want to hire them. I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm just saying that to be,
Yeah.
It sounds like an effort issue from my point.
And that's never happened in my position, but I just know within things that I've tried in the past of repeatedly failure and not seeing any move forward. Like even if it's just a move forward to correct, that doesn't even happen a lot of the time within my life. Like I need help. Like literally within. I remember early in my life of having this where they determine your IQ and stuff and this and that and doing tests on me that I was actually below the average in the IQ range. Like I'm below, and I don't think that's going to surprise anybody. But the thing is, throughout the years of doing stuff with like video games, I started learning how to talk appropriately. And now even more being a part of like the community and actually talking about things and having deep discussions and thinking and using my brain more, that I'm like, this is something I want to do because I can see this helping me, But in avenues where it comes to something physical, it's a lot harder, especially if I'm not in shape like how I'm supposed to be. Now, if I clear that brain fog and I have a good physical aspect to me, I think that opens a lot more doors, which I would be comfortable with. I could see that. But a lot of the time, by the time I probably end up doing that, I'll be out of that type of line of work that I should be doing anyways. So I think if I go down the line of saving me that issue, and it's something that I think I like and is beneficial for me, to me personally, then if a person doesn't want to be in a relationship with me or do that type of thing, then that's on them. If they ultimately doesn't want to decide, that's for me, that's up to the individual. But I think, that there could be a person out there for me. But since I don't get out a lot, that kind of limits it down a lot right there. So.
Well, yeah, like it is always going to be like a 2-person thing. There's always going to have to be decisions that the woman makes and you make that decides whether or not a relationship would happen. My whole thing is I've never focused on the other person. I've always thought about it. Is there something that I did wrong here? Is there some way I could have corrected? Should I have done something different? That's the thing that I would always try to look into, because that's the only thing I can control. So if there's a problem with the other person, like that's cool, but like I don't focus on that so much. So maybe I'm just like misunderstanding what you're saying, but I wouldn't blame the other woman for not wanting to be with me, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I would always try to figure out, and maybe I'm just misunderstanding what you're saying, because that's what.
No, I think you got it.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
I just want to make sure. But
no, I wouldn't blame.
But obviously, there are some types of women that are just like completely incapable of being in relationships. Yeah, that has to be up to you to decide that too. But
yeah,
like it's But if there's women that you found that you would think would be the kind of woman that you would want, and you're approaching them, you shouldn't really take it as, well, it's just their fault. It's just all their fault that they don't want to be with me.
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand that. Like, I don't think it's their fault, like per se. Like, I wouldn't blame them or anything like this. But I think in the culture that we're currently in, I think a lot of women pass up perfectly good dudes that would literally do anything for them, that would line up with everything they want, aside from, some height preference or whatever it might be.
Well, yeah, like like a lot of men and women right now are like children. Like a lot of them, they act like kids. They act like teenagers. They don't act like adults. They they always go off of this idea of what they want rather than what would help me live a more fulfilling life, what would help me, what gives me the fulfillment out of my life, and not necessarily give me all the things that make me forget about how unfulfilling my life is. Like, this is what a lot of people get stuck on. They go with their wants, and they use it as a distraction, and then they wake up and they're 50 and they don't really have anything besides like I don't know, like all the stuff that they wanted. Like, they have the car, they have everything, but they don't have anyone to share it with. And then they go, well, I fucked up my whole life. And for men, that's why like the unaliving rate is so high with men in that category, is because they realize, I didn't really do much. I just have a bunch of stuff. And I think with women, it actually comes out in a different negative way, where they try to convince other women that they were right. Men give up once they get to that point. Women try to convince themselves and everybody else around them that they actually made the right choice. That's why you see women that get to that stage in life, they end up fucking up the culture more. Yeah, they end up trying to convince more women to be like that so they can feel good about the life they led. But with men, you just see them disappear. They just don't care. Or they double down on having all the stuff, and they tell you how you shouldn't really worry about women. Just bang whatever chick you can at the bar at whatever night you feel like it, and just make money. I mean, they're the toxic aspects of the male and feminine ideals, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. You know, I think it comes down to within the aspects of kind of what you were talking about, is like that definitely does come a thing to where you're going down this avenue of like, yeah, I got all this stuff, but I don't got anybody to share it with. I think a lot of the time, for the people that are kind of getting past it, a lot of the time it's like that's not something they were particularly like either cared for, or they just, you know, just weren't thinking about it. And they can kind of get past that fact where, you know, on the side of women, like you said, I think it's coming from this jaded perspective, because a lot of the time, even within the prospect of older males, they can choose like, oh, I can want to start my family. I'm going to get with, you know, I got the resources. I'm going to get with a 21-year-old or whatever, you know, and then, you know, they might be, you know, 20 years apart, but, you know, they're getting with the 21-year-old because they can have the family still. They can have however many kids that you want and go down that avenue. And since you have the resources, that's what she's looking for. And if you provide everything she's looking for, then I think is a thing. But I also think that stuff like Fresh and Fit, sometimes with you talked about with the kind of male toxic behaviors is very much a real thing that I see on there. That kind of irritates me, is like we are potentially taking steps back, and that's not something we should be doing. We should have this borderline where we don't go past this certain point, you know, and that's where we should set the bar, and then everything we should be moving forward from that. You know, every day or every generation should be better than the last, you know.
100%. And Jack, that's why, like, you know, look up Proverbs, you know, like multiple times it states, gentlemen, it is better to be stranded in a fucking desert than with a nagging, quarrelsome woman. So it's like this whole thing of like the grass is always green. It's like you think you're missing out, like, by not being in a relationship. That's why I keep saying it's like it's got to come from you. You're better off literally being stranded in a desert by yourself than being in a miserable kind of like relationship. So it's, like I said, it could be like a timing thing where it's like, and you have that, like the first step. You've already taken the first step, Jack, in terms of like, you're like, okay, I need to improve myself. You know what I mean? And then from there, it's like you build towards it, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on a quick little grip break because I really need to take a piss, drain the bladder, all this kind of stuff. So any spare coinage in the wallet would be greatly appreciated. If not, no worries. Take this time to fill your drinks, grab some popcorn, and enjoy the music. We shall be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Teriak. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle, they began abusing. Hurrah me souls as me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Teriak leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock.
Yeehaw! Sugar!
Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for a me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the goal's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6 my. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a countrified god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. And now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Ken P. Fill me pot.
Yeehaw, everybody. We're back. We're back in business, baby. Quick shout outs to one sec. Oh my god, my shit's all over the place. Quick shout out to Ghost Rider with the $2. Says love the channel and crew. Salute to everyone here. Appreciate you, Connie. We got Shazzy with the £2. That's the king shit'em, boys. Okay. Gotta think about exchange rates. You know what I mean? We got Shazzy with the £2 saying payday tomorrow with the big smiley face. I know how you feel. I know how you feel. And we got Jariah with the 1 gifted membership. And congratulations to Cyberus. Cyberus? I'm going to go with Cyberus. Congratulations. You have Jariah to thank for that one, ladies and gentlemen. We're now up to, I'll do some quick maths. But, gentlemen, do we want to spin the wheel? Or do you want to keep talking about the cold pro? Well, were we talking? I think we're just generally talking about dating at this stage.
Yeah,
do
just
some quick maths here. 7 thing puts up to 55 in the spin bank, the wheel bank, I should say. So we're spinning it.
Yeah, spin it. Yeah.
Well, we do have 55 as well, so we could change the theme if you wanted to as well. It's up to you. Just to remind us as well, we have a beautiful range of different themes that we could go to.
I mean, I'm fine with the knitting thing.
He says, "Hit us with the spin, leprechaun. We don't want no conniving tricks, no nothing like that. I'm gonna stick with it, and we're gonna spin that wheel. So we're gonna spin that wheel, boys and girls." Damn, even Shantae screaming at me to spin the wheel. Okay, okay. Is strong physical attraction the top priority when first meeting someone, or can personality and compatibility overcome average looks over time?
I think obviously there's a level of physical attraction that kind of sets everything. But I think ultimately past that, it ends up being like personality and compatibility over the physical attraction. I think you still need the physical attraction in some aspects, but a lot of those times those decline where the personality and compatibility, if those aren't playing out, then you just have nothing. So I think if those even get stronger or just even baseline, I think you're in a good place, because the physical attractiveness is not going to last. Like, you might still be attracted to that person, but there is going to be a decline. And I think you see a lot of the delusions and what you point out within a lot of these girls that go on whatever, which, he asks them, are you going to be more beautiful in 10 years? And a lot of them will say, yeah, to a certain extent. Some say, hey, in 10 years, if they're in their 20s, like, they might be better or they will be better. Some of them will stop there. And I think that's at least reasonable to a certain extent. I think it's still some part of delusional. But maybe they have reasons or whatever. But when you go past that point, it's just like, it's a pure delusion. You're just deluding that you were more attractive in your 20s, physically. So I think a lot of the time when you start getting past that point, and as it goes on, you are going to be more looking for, especially within the relationship, you're going to be looking for the personality and the compatibility in the situation.
Yeah, I would say that I probably wouldn't approach a swamp hag, right? Like, I probably wouldn't do that. But if I'm talking to a beautiful woman that I think is beautiful, and she doesn't have any type of virtue and doesn't hold to like the same type of foundation that I do, then it's not going to last very long. It'll be like 2 or 3 conversations. See ya. That's it. It's probably for the approach, sure, but for like overall relationship, no. Virtue would be the most important thing that I would have.
Because the way I approach this is that if you're going for like a long-term relationship, like if you want to do the whole like I want to grow old with this person and all this kind of stuff, purely like physical attraction like wouldn't even be like top 3. You know what I mean? Like personality and compatibility should be like the main kind of like priority. You know what I mean? And like the whole kind of for everyone in chat that might have missed it before the raid, just to show you my girlos, right? This is the thing. I'm in love, chat. I'm in love, okay? See this, see you, Shant, every time. Not even when I play the clip. Unbelievable, Shante. Unbelievable. But anyways, these are my girlos, right? So obviously, I'm not talking about the first page here, but it actually encapsulates what you gentlemen are talking about, right? So this is what like I'd call an uggo, right? Because a lot of you wouldn't even realize like he loves the rainbow lady. This is what I'm saying. Like, even my mods are roasting me in my chat. I thought like when I start a YouTube channel, I have a chat going, everybody's gonna be like, oh my god, Teriak, we love you. No, it's Teriak loves the uglies. Unbelievable. It is what it is. But anyways, we got the first chick here. I want to get your opinions here, Aldeline, because Jack's already seen this clip.
Are you more attractive now, or will you be more attractive physically in 10 years?
My mindset is that I will be more and more physically attractive every single day, and I'm going to figure out a way to do that.
You're 28 right now.
Mhm.
So you're saying you'll be more physically attractive at 38.
Every day is 10 points.
Your thoughts, Aldeline?
It's just delusional.
Yeah.
To me, when I see a girl like that, and like she says something like that, I see this.
Oh God! I want to sleep one day in my life, please, for the love of God.
Trust me, I'm doing this for a reason. I'm doing
Bleach the eyes.
this for a reason, Adeline, okay? I've tricked my brain that when a bitch like does that whole like delusional shit and all this stuff, this is what I see. I'm just like physically repulsed. You know what I mean? Now we got chick number 2 coming up, okay?
What about you?
Well, from the women in my life that I've seen, I think I'm not at my peak yet, because all the women in my life are very beautiful women, and they all peaked, I think, at age 35. So I'm gonna get better as I age.
You're 23. Will you be more physically attractive at 33 or as you are now?
Well, with the way that things are going right now, I think I'm gonna be more attractive at.
So what do you think about this one?
Just
again,
incredibly
like,
delusional.
dressed respectably. You know what I mean? Like it looks like professionally cut hair. You know what I mean? A little bit of makeup, not too much makeup.
And she's just delusional. I don't like. It's one of those things. Like maybe I would approach her at a bar. Maybe I don't know, but probably wouldn't have more than 1 or 2 conversations with her if she says shit like that.
Now, to be fair, if I was this this woman's legal counsel, I'd probably be doing I plead the fifth. But in terms of to try and be fair, right? I think she's trying to employ the logic of, well, I'm a bit overweight now, so in 10 years' time, when I'm like 33, maybe I'll lose the weight, and then I'm more beautiful. That aspect, like, is that a fair point, or you're just like, nah, like it's because like she's at least being honest enough, saying that she's not the best looking at the moment. You know what I mean?
Maybe she could be talking about weight, but even if that was the case, like, this is the thing. I would say like a 23-year-old, slightly overweight woman would be more attractive than a skinny 35-year-old woman.
Fair point. Man's got a fair point, right? Then we have lady number 3.
33.
What about you?
I'm going to be honest here. I'm not planning on getting any Botox or doing anything, so I'm definitely going to be looking better now.
Well, let me.
What are our thoughts, ladies and gentlemen? What are our thoughts?
Hell, it went by so fast I didn't even see it. I was still traumatized for the second girl.
It is. I understand you. I understand you.
They're about 33.
What about you?
I'm going to be honest here. I'm not planning on getting any Botox or doing anything, so I'm definitely going to be looking better now.
Well,
thoughts?
I mean, it's just 2 methods of looking worse, I guess. Like, she's just denied the first one to look naturally worse. I don't know. I guess fine. She would probably look better if she didn't have that, but I don't know. I don't really look at women that way, to be honest. I don't really care.
No, I'm talking about like the blonde hair chick here, based on her response.
I mean, it's just neutral. Like it's not really something that shows any type of virtue besides possibly just saying what she thinks Brian wants her to say. It's not. It's not like a real thing. It'd have to be like an actual conversation that I'd have to have.
You got the trifecta. She's got the trifecta. She's honest, she's humble, and she's got that southern accent. It's got me like this.
I just died on your arms tonight. It must have been something you said. I just
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is about. Maybe it's a southern accent. It might have been a southern accent. I'm not gonna lie. It is carrying a lot of weight. It is carrying a lot of weight. But at least she's being honest. You know?
She could be. I don't know.
Saying.
Like, I don't know her. She could be honest, or I think that they're all, to a certain level, if they're going on whatever, to a certain point, some kind of delusional. The only one that I could say confidently that aren't is like Rachel Wilson, because I know of her more. I know her work. I know her
Right.
characters, her virtues that she tries to express to the world. But with her, I'd have no clue. I would just automatically assume that she's just talking shit.
I think for the most part, I agree with that. There is some women that I think on there that are actually like practice what they preach type of thing. But I would agree that it's like a low percentage. I don't think it's a high percentage, that's for sure.
We're getting kind of a mix, you know what I'm saying? A couple of guys saying it's the accent, Teriak. We got Ghost Rider sticking up. He's saying, you know, Southern guys are dope. You know what I mean? Sport Brown's just laughing his ass off. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And then we got William saying, Shanti, even you look better than these weirdos. Barely. Hey, it is what it is. And Shanti says, hey, that was not nice. It is what it is. It is what it is, Shanti.
What?
You
How's
know,
that not
well,
nice?
let's be nice. Let's be nice, folks, okay?
Well, let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it. I mean, good Lord.
Not nice, Shantae, but he's not wrong either. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. It is what it is. But like, this is what I think. Like a lot of people don't really kind of talk about this in terms of like what women are able to weaponize. It is what it is, Shantae. Hey, it is what it is. Haters gonna hate, Shantae.
Haters gonna hate. And ain'ters gonna ain't.
That is not an actual thing people say.
I know. Why is Jack getting strays here, Shantae? This is unbelievable. Jack didn't say nothing. Jack didn't say nothing.
It's a compliment sandwich, you know?
Jack, sometimes you just shoot yourself in your foot. You know, I'm on the same boat with Shantae now. You convinced me, Jack. You convinced me. You know? But like a lot of women have like weaponized like beauty / seduction. Like, so I don't even want to call it a beauty. It's like this kind of like seduction thing. And they've kind of like bricked a bunch of guys in terms of like this whole aspect of like using their physical attraction to get what they want. And now it's kind of gone way overboard. So like, rather than just getting the ring, they just like, well, I want 6 rings. You know what I mean? They're like fucking like Ash Ketchum. You know what I mean? They want all the fucking Pokemon badges and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And I think like a lot of men kind of, like men need to kind of like set the standard in terms of kind of saying like, fuck it, like literally fuck the physical attraction, like fuck doing this whole like scale thing and all this kind of shit, and actually start judging women like based on what they're saying and being able to identify this bitch is lying. Like what Elderline was saying about the Southern chick, it's like she could just be saying this shit because she's watched the show before and she knows what the correct answers are. She's just reading off the script, you know?
Yeah. There are some that research the show, but I feel like a lot of the chicks that go on there just do not research, or if they do research, they come in with like attitudes. So a lot of that is what you see. But I don't feel like people like research and go, yeah, he's got a point about this, or you know, I feel like he could approach it a little bit better on situations, because there's obviously sometimes when Brian will say something or do something, and I'm like, yeah, I don't completely agree with the delivery or how that's presented, or I completely just disagree with this. But I think for the most part, at least on his, I kind of agree. But I think it's a little different when I, like, in the few times I've watched like Fresh and Fit, I'm just kind of like, like that one. I think there's a separation in between the two shows. That's a considerable gap.
Yeah, I think that considerable gap is called Andrew Wilson. Because holy shit, like Andrew, Andrew is like he's literally MVP when it comes to like even the chicks that like they have their script down. You know what I mean?
He sees the bullshit.
They're doing the whole like I'm a conservative, like the whole what's the bitch's name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah, God. the former TP USA. Is that who you're talking about? USA? If it's the one you're going to reference, then yes, she was former TP USA. I can't remember her name right now. It's escaping me. Because because she doesn't have like a. It's not a real popular name. I feel like.
Yeah, Lauren Southern or the Sarah Stock type bitches.
Okay, you're thinking of something worse. Okay, I get where you're going. Yeah.
Yeah, like those types of bitches where it's like they have it fucking nailed down, like, and they're saying all the right things on this kind of shit. But then we look at their behavior, and it's like this bitch was lying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
So
he
it's
definitely
like-
sees through their shit. I will say that. He sees the front they put up, you know?
And like
Well,
this
a
is
lot
why I
of
keep
women
trying
like
to.
think that. Well,
You
a lot
what?
of women like that, like they'll say very surface level things, and then you ask them questions, just a handful of questions, and they immediately start contradicting themselves, or they don't know what to say because they didn't actually come up with that opinion themselves. Or what they did is they just kind of copied and pasted something they think men would like to hear. So, like, a lot of women that say that kind of stuff that other girl did say, if all you got to do is like ask her a handful of questions to see if she's being honest about it or not. But just on the surface level of her expressing that one opinion, I can't tell whether or not she's being truthful or not.
Usually, I will say that the people, it seems like, and maybe I can be corrected, but I've watched a lot of whatever shows. Usually the girls that he sits closer to himself are the non-problem people. Whatever they do, they kind of more or less agree with him. Where the people he puts across from him, usually like chair 1 to 3, are like the worst, you know? Like, so, you know, he can get that split camera angle. He does have a logical mind for that, and I appreciate that part of it.
Well, it also depends too, because I haven't watched Brian's show like a lot in the past, probably year and a half.
Yeah.
But when he was doing it back then, like me and him have totally different ideas of what makes a virtuous woman. Totally different. I don't think that I don't think that a woman should even consider having any kind of sexual relationship with anybody until they're married. And stuff like that. It's just there's just things that me and him conflict on. So I don't know even if he approves of her, whether or not I would consider her a virtuous woman or not.
If you notice there in the clip that I played, it was basically like what, like chair at the 135 or something along the lines of that, maybe 125 or something like that. And you could see that like the answers like literally progressively got like quote unquote better. But like when you get to the level of like the Lauren Southern or like the Sarah Stock, like they will tell you like point blank, it's like, yeah, like a woman should submit, and it's like they like even with the follow-up questions, all this kind of stuff, you give them the examples like, yeah, like no worries, like I'll submit and all this kind of shit. I just want to bake cookies or whatever the fuck. And then like it actually comes to putting it into practice, and like they're just saying no. You know what I mean? And you're kind of going, well, we've already gone through with the ceremony and all this kind of shit, and that's why it's like kind of like when you look into the kind of the rates with like Orthodox and all this kind of stuff, like you look at like any of the kind of relationship stats that you can pull for like Orthodoxy and all this kind of shit, it's like even better than Roman Catholic and all this kind of stuff. So it's one of these things with where like in modern day, like some of these chicks are completely shameless. Now clearly some of them you should see coming and all this kind of stuff, but like, I mean, like yesterday we had Buff on and he was saying that like he knows chicks that are literally like getting with dudes, not telling them anything about their past, like literally completely like being a completely different character, and their whole intention is just like to get knocked, not even to marry, just get knocked up from the dudes so they can get the child support. And you're like, gentlemen, you know, this is the type of thing where it's like this woman can literally fuck your shit up. You know what I mean? Also, shout out to Ghostwire for $2. Says Okies hurt feelings from. Wait, for Okies hurt feelings, this from the Ramen Fund. Who's Okies? Oh, is that Shantae? Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. I think she was talking about oak trees yesterday. See, Shade, you got yourself to blame. You shouldn't have been talking about oak trees. I'm just saying. But Jack, you were going to say?
Well, I just saying, like, look at like people who do like baby trapping. You know, that's another thing that happens, and that's something that should never happen. You know, so yeah, they move differently nowadays. You know, but that's also the severe, like, bad cases that I'm referencing. So, you know, what's the actual percentage on that? You know,
Like, there's a whole show designed around that. You know, like, My Name is Earl.
yeah.
Gets with the chick, and then it's like comes out a black baby, and the dude, like, he puts up with it, like that. Man, like, I don't know. It's I'm kind of in two minds where it's like it should be a thing where it's like we should do something about it, but there are institutions or what they call churches out there that like alleviate that whole problem. So it's like this whole thing of trying to push forward like legislation and trying to combat against this, you get down the whole, you know, authoritarian route, so to speak, or you're just kind of like a dog chasing its tail, trying to prevent all this kind of shit with laws and all this kind of shit. Should you just leave it up to like the culture, aka like religion, sort that kind of like type shit out, and like men themselves kind of taking on the responsibility and the onus and kind of saying, listen, we're not putting up with this shit, you know?
Yeah.
I think it mostly revolves around government incentives for women to do this. If we take away the funding that they have, like food stamps and shit like that, where they could get away with being by themselves and actually getting more money for the more by themselves they are, that like it probably influenced things better, where they would have to rely on some type of familial structure with either a husband or even like the previous generation. There's a lot of ways of solving it. I don't know if I think like the government kind of just makes it worse in this one particular case. I'm actually very authoritarian in the way that I view things, but when it comes to relationships, when the government gets involved and you're trying to make cookie cutter relationships with government funding, it ends up just fucking it up in some way, like allowing women to basically live off of being a baby mama, which is what some can do, depending on how many children that they have with however many different men.
Like Buff was saying, like like the girl he knows has 6 dudes on the hook. Like, for fuck's sake, you know what I mean? And it's like this whole thing of, like you say, it's like you should have seen that, like that one coming like a mile away and all this kind of shit. And it's like, I don't know, man. Some of these chicks, they're able to clean themselves up, hide all sorts of things, like in terms of the history. Even if they're like tattooed up the wazoo, they're able to like put on like probably call it fucking war paint at this stage. You know what I mean? Being able to cover up all this kind of shit, like with tattoos and like tramp stamps and all this kind of shit. Like they take out the septum piercings and like the, you know, it's crazy. But like the thing that kind of like I kind of, when I kind of like deep dive into this, it's kind of like this whole thing of like, okay, we're literally going to have to be like putting a campaign that's going to be negatively affecting like single mothers. And like any politician that's going to be putting that forward, it's going to be like political suicide. So it's like the whole thing of like, would you actually be able to achieve that? Now, in terms of the way Donald Trump's going about it, in terms of supporting the American family, that's kind of like that's a potential way where it's like we're going to redirect all the funding that's going towards the single mothers, and divert that into like actual families that have stayed together. But then I already know what the feminists are going to do, where it's though, oh my god, like the abusers and all this, you're forcing women into, you know, fucking baby cages and all this kind of like whatever the fuck they do. And it still doesn't really kind of like address like that situation that Buff brought up yesterday of like the chick that has the six dudes on the hook, you know? Like you'd have to go after that like directly where it's like you're getting rid of like child support and alimony from that
Well, when it
aspect,
comes to
you know?
well, when it comes to child support, I think that that's something that needs to exist to a certain extent. I don't think that if a woman is obviously having like 6 kids with 6 different dudes, there probably should be a limit on it, at least. Probably you could only have 2 baby daddies. That's it. But I don't know. I don't think we could get rid of child support. I don't think that I would support that in a moral case. I think it's still a responsibility of the man to take care of the child, whether or not the woman is crazy or does not want to be married to him anymore in this current system we live in. But if it was all up to me, if I could have a system in which I would prefer almost nobody would be able to be getting married or be getting divorced, unless it revolves around like either abandonment or sexual immorality.
Yeah, it seems to be like the best kind of like cause. And like, don't get me wrong, Ghost Rider. Like, I'm not saying that like Trump needs to do it all this kind of stuff. I'm saying like, what angle could you take kind of like politically, you know? Yeah, like the David and kind of Shazzy as well, saying it's like it's the 2 kids max, like anything more than that. And like what like Elderline saying, it's like scrapping child support. All of a sudden now it swings the other way, and you have a bunch of fucking bunch of cuntish men or man children essentially that will just go around impregnating a bunch of women and just fucking off to the next state essentially. You know what I mean? It is one of those things where, like I said, it's kind of. I don't see a solid political way of actually trying to address it, other than saying, well, listen, you know what I mean? This whole like church thing, you know what I mean, or liturgy. Should you not be like going around like a religious community if you're really kind of conscious of like actually building a family? Because when Jack was talking about earlier in terms of when I was talking about like the comparison between men and women, like how do we compare like or try to understand like a woman's like social capital of like her like beauty or seduction or fertility, like how do we understand that? Like imagine if an 18-year-old was like handed $10 million when he was 18, you know what I mean? And like Jack brought up like what I thought was a pretty good point of like, well, going to a financial advisor. So what's the equivalent to a woman? That would be the church. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when it comes to like at least within the ideas of what the duties are within marriage, the church would be the best place to go. But when it comes to like actually finding a wife and seeking somebody to do that, that's pretty much up to you. You're the one that has to figure all that kind of stuff out on your own, pretty much. The only way that it's kind of like it's the same thing within the church. Like it would just be a bunch of dudes talking about like that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's not really like I don't know. Maybe the way that I misunderstand the way that you kind of described it. It sounded like it was like in a arranged type of thing. Like a priest would just arrange the relationship. I mean, they can do that, but
I mean it from like a sense of like where does a woman go to for like advice on like how to find a good man? Because like when it comes to like the women, like they'll put themselves in the surroundings. You know what I mean? Like you look at like anytime there's like billionaires meeting up or millionaires and billionaires, like women will follow the money in terms of like that aspect. Like women will put themselves in that scenario too, like put themselves around that guy that they want to. You go to the bar to drink. If all of a sudden this chick pops up right next to you, like she follows, like you're drinking with a group of friends or whatever, you go over to buy a drink and she follows you over. That's a pretty key, like a subtle indicator she might be interested. Again, it's not foolproof and all this kind of shit, but it's like if she's like following you around for the night, then you have like your spidey senses should be tingling in terms of that. And that's why I always kind of go down the mentality where one thing that I would give the likes of like, you know, Myron or like Brian or any of those things where it's like you need to focus on yourself, like because the women will follow because you are inherently going to be the leader as a man per se. You know what I mean? But so I wouldn't be kind of like too conscious of like trying to find a woman in particular. But if you're going to church and she's also going to church and all this kind of stuff, it would be a good way to kind of connect through the community as well. Because like I said, you go back a couple of decades, maybe a bit more at this stage, but you go back like to that time period, there was no like meeting up like on, I suppose like early 2000s, maybe like meeting up online, all this kind of stuff. But the main thing was through friends or family and all this kind of stuff, where a lot of like the vetting out was already kind of like artificially done, where like your parents would kind of through kind of like interaction, they would know the families and say, okay, this family's pretty diligent and hardworking, all this kind of stuff. You know, they raise their kids right. It would be a good connection, all this kind of stuff. And then you just put the kids on like in the same kind of like surroundings and all this kind of stuff. Same thing with like the community aspect as well. And that's something that women generally like to do. The whole kind of like, you know, matchmaking. Like you think of like look at all their like matchmaking shows that they watch and all this kind of shit as well. They love to play Cupid, so to speak, you know. But yeah, it's definitely like something where I'm kind of like, bro, this is a difficult one. And like when you see a lot of these like black pillars and all this kind of shit that like say, oh, like we need to do this, we need to like cut child support, we need to cut alimony and all this kind of shit. It's like they're not thinking about it in terms of like the bad side of men, which does exist. You know what I mean? And it's
they're like the male version of feminism. They're like they don't really care about actually solving any issues. They feel slighted by a system and by a gender, so they're doing whatever it takes to take as much away from it as possible. And it won't solve anything. It just makes everything bounce back and forth. If anyone will ever listen to them, but society doesn't listen to men like it listens to women, so they're not going to really get what they want. But yeah, I understand what you mean now. Yeah, I think within like if you're a woman, if you want a man that is virtuous, you would probably need to go to the church. You probably, Orthodox Church is probably the best place you could go to try to find that. But it's still not perfect. It still would be, you'd have, like you said, you'd have to be a part of the community for a while to even be able to sift through even some of the men that might not be good husbands, but do their diligence within the church. Because not everybody is called to be married. And some people do get involved in marriage when they shouldn't. And they end up not making very good husbands or wives.
%. And that's why I was saying to you, Jack, like this whole thing of, you know, like kind of getting kind of bogged down or kind of like saying like, especially like with particular chicks and all that kind of shit. But Proverbs, I think I'm getting close to Proverbs on the Theology Thursdays. But William says, also shout out to William, my man. Give me that Machiwa.
Machiwa, Reggie. Machiwa.
Just spin the wheel, white boy. Gentlemen, should men take the lead in planning dates and making most decisions, or is that an outdated expectation?
We know this is the role of a man, is to make the decisions, to plan as much of the stuff as possible. Doesn't mean that a woman can't give you the input of what she would like to do on her date. I mean, that would be necessary for you to produce a good date for the both of you. is to be able to take the input of a woman. But it's part of what the idea of submission is. It's more of a cooperation where the man has the final say. So it's it's not outdated. It's just the thing that works, has worked for thousands of years and will continue to work. Any kind of happy relationship, any happy, fulfilling relationship revolves around this one thing in particular, even with beyond just the church itself.
And Jack, your thoughts?
I agree with that. I think you should still take the input, but you should ultimately be leading and making decisions in the process, because they're going to look at you for all those things. It's a good dynamic.
Makes sense as well. Jazzy with the £2. Again, that's king shilling. Okay, so you got to think about exchange rates. And she says, delete my files, William. Hey, I don't know about no files. The only files I know about is JS files, which again, you got to delete that folder JS if you're lurking in the background. We're up to 19 in the wheel bank as well. So let us know, chat. But yeah, like here's my take in terms of like the dating and all this kind of stuff. All right, I don't know if I've said this to you, Adeline, before, but I've got a theory that like women should pay for the first date.
I bet it would be kind of a bad start to the entire relationship. I think that a woman can pay for a date eventually, but I think that the first few should be like a representation of what the whole the expectations of the whole relationship. And I have no desire for for me to be relying on a woman to go on a date to pay for it. I mean, I decided that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, like this is my elevator pitch, right? So, like, first of all, straight off the bat, it's like you know for a fact that like she's genuinely interested and she's not just using for the money. So this basically, any gold diggers, you're essentially not a guarantee, but you're essentially kind of like turning them off or giving them the ick, right? So that's a benefit. Then there's the whole aspect of like protecting and provisioning for my wife or for my girl or fiance. Like, yes, 100%, that's the general role. But in terms of like, if I barely know you, this is our first date and all this kind of stuff, I don't know. Why am I spending money on potentially a woman that's not my wife or fiance or all this kind of stuff? And then thirdly, what was the third reason again? Yeah, like third reason, it's basically you're showing her that like you have like the confidence to be able to go against the grain. Like you're not just like a sheep and all this kind of stuff, and you're kind of more than willing to like you're essentially setting the standard with that, because you have to specifically go against like the norm or the average and all this kind of stuff, like the general status quo. You're kind of like it's more ballsy, because like the expectation is that you're going to pay, but you're directly telling her that no, you're going to pay, and you're kind of sussing out with that, because even just like confronting her with that proposal, in terms of like, let's say you're wherever you are and you meet this woman, all this stuff, and it's okay, first day and all this kind of stuff, and then you basically say, and you're paying, even just by making that statement, you're going to be able to gauge, like I said, all these three different things, like how interested is she actually? Is she willing to pay, you know? And again, depending on what the first date is, it doesn't even necessarily need to be pay. It could be like, okay, we go for a walk on the beach, or maybe we go for a cup of coffee or something like that kind of thing. So talking about a very minimal financial thing here, but it's that kind of like aspect to it. What are your thoughts?
I don't have a problem with free dates, but if you're gonna like go to a restaurant or do something like that, I do think it's important for the man to pay first, because it's, as a man, your duty within a relationship is to build a framework around it. You're the one showing what exactly the expectations are. You're building the idea of what the relationship will become in the future. And just the idea of, I don't think any woman would like. This is anecdotal, but I think it's something that's shared with a large portion of people. Is that if you're telling the woman to pay, then it's immediately going to be like an ick thing. It's going to be like, I don't really want that. So I don't know. You could try that, but I don't think it would be very successful in the long run. And I think that it would be also kind of advocating your duty as a man to not setting the framework of what the relationship ought to be.
So I got a curious question, and maybe this is what Teriak's going to ask. Do you feel like a lot of women are relying on that fact to use men so they can get free food?
Maybe, but that would be something that you would have to discern before you even ask them out on the date.
Some people are sneaky,
because they could be. But I've spent a whole year just talking to a girl before I asked her out on a date. I did. I have a you have to be very diligent. Fuck, I can't even. Whatever, I can't pronounce the word. Yeah, you have to be diligent in the woman you're dealing with before you even start going out on dates. So that would be something that would be worked out before then. Like, it's pretty hard. It's easy within the short term to get away with a lie, but over the long course of time, like it'll fall apart eventually. You can't go into dates, even if you're going into dates, you can't go in with the expectation that I'm going to be lied to. Like, you should be vigilant for the lies to occur, but you shouldn't go into it with the expectation that I'm just being used for this. Even if you are, it's still something that you could learn from, but it's not the right idea of going into a date with. And you're allowing her to develop the framework for what the relationship would be, rather than being the man and constructing it yourself.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you were saying. I just think that sometimes, that we have this expectation that is put upon us. And I think that sometimes, I'm not saying a lot of women, but there's some women out there that will just use that, to be like, well, he's obviously going to be paying because he feel like he's obligated. And then they'll use that to get free food or whatever it is that you're doing. Maybe you're going to see a movie, you're paying for the movie or this or that, whatever you're doing. If it's something that's worth or that is paid for, because some people, especially if they're interested, will, especially in society now, and I think we've seen this through the past few years, is some people aren't happy with a certain extent, so they got to really pay out, for this expensive date. And in the end, you paid for it and nothing ends up working out because already from the beginning, they didn't have that intention. And because you were already going to pay, they're just using you. But like you said, you kind of parse that out. So I think that's a good thing to do, but I think people could still be sly and use that against us, using our better nature because we want to be the providers and they know all this. They have the intention of pretty much doing that.
So would it be a good thing to allow those type of people to destroy that good nature?
No, but how would you, like I said, it's a sneaky thing,
you could be manipulated, you can be used, but that's not a judgment on your character unless you're just like openly, like, I don't care if you do manipulate me.
Right.
I'll take you out just because I want to, as long as you're not doing that. And you're like legitimately trying to figure out, is this a woman that I want to be married to? This is a woman I want to have a relationship, children, family with. If you're legitimately trying to do that and something slips by, someone manages to manipulate you for a free meal, that's not a judgment on your character. That's a judgment on the other person. And,
True.
Just it's something to be aware of. And it's good if they're that good at like, say it happens to me. I've talked to this person for a year and they, at the end goal, they finally manipulated me for that free burger or whatever. Then that was something that I missed. That was me not being diligent enough, me not asking the right questions, me not figuring out what this woman's about, and she was very dedicated for a year to get me to get that cheeseburger for her. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
But I think that's why like coffee dates end up being a good thing, because you could just kind of sit there. It's something baseline you can start with. Now, if you want to go and do something more, that's on the personal individual, obviously. But I think that's a good baseline that people should be willing to accept. You know,
Nothing wrong with going to a park. Nothing wrong with
yeah,
just hanging out. There ain't nothing wrong with that. I don't know if I would call it necessarily like a real date. I'd probably just call it like a pre-date. But I mean, it's like a blurry line. I guess you could do that.
Oh shit, I was on mute. It's definitely, I think it was like Easy was the one that like got me on this counter where it's like or it might have been Dave. Dave, you're in chat. Shout out to you, Dave. British Dave. He was kind of like, well, like you have a kind of like mix, or you have a kind of like the wrong idea here at Teriac, where it's like you're talking about kind of like dating rather than courting. You know what I mean? Where it's like this whole aspect of kind of like it's not like an actual date. Like you're literally just like meeting up with the person, and like that's like the expectation. Where it's like you're not going to be like even going for coffee or anything like that. It's literally just like you're going for a walk. Okay, if there's a coffee stand there and she gets her coffee or whatever like that, that's kind of separate and all this kind of thing. But I've and that is like a solid counter to fundamentally like what I'm saying, because like that whole like courting process is its own thing, because you're not only just like scoping out like that individual person, you're also scoping out the like taking that time to scope out the family and all this kind of stuff, because essentially that kind of like union of marriage is not just the two individuals, it's also like the families coming together and all this kind of thing. And again, disclaimer on my thing of like getting women to pay for the first date as well. I understand I'm in a rare position. Give you an example.
It's fine. Most of the guys I've like been interested in are shorter than me anyway, so no worries.
Damn, I cannot get rid of this bitch. I'm in like that position where it's like that's why like I'm on the fucking like bell tower ringing the fucking the bell, kind of saying it's like, guys, you don't want to put yourself in a position where it's like you're attracting the crazy bitches, because then like it's kind of, man, it's tough, you know. And that's why like I was kind of speaking about earlier as well, where it's like women have like the opposite thing to men, where it's like men are focusing on like, okay, what do I have to do to attract a woman, whereas like women, like we'll say like the more wiser or like the more astute would be kind of like focusing on like, how do I, you know, repulse a guy, you know what I mean? And I gave the example of like the Irina Zarinsky, I think, or Zaruna or something like that. Like if you look at like how she was dressed, I think Jack was saying she was coming home from work or whatever, but it's like there's a lot of women that like would put on a shit ton of makeup, like would dress up even for work and all this kind of stuff. But like in that situation where baggy clothes, jumper, hat on head, you know, like glasses, like they don't want any attention, all this kind of stuff. And I'd say, be you a man or a woman, you should have to be able to do both, where it's like, okay, I need to be able to both attract and repulse. You know what I mean? Think of like a magnet. It has like two poles. You need to be able to do like both, where it's like you're basically pulsing women. Like there's been certain chicks that like have like expressed interest and all this kind of shit. And this is kind of more so in the club life, where I just be like, oh no, I'm gay, like shit like that, because that's a surefire way to repulse a woman, is to say that you're gay and all this kind of shit. But it is a nuke. Like you're basically like blowing yourself up as well, because then she's going to tell everyone that you're gay. You know what I mean? So again, I'm a solutions orientated kind of guy, and I like throwing the spaghetti. You know what I mean? Seeing what sticks. You know. So I've tested a lot of these different theories and all this kind of shit. See you, Picasso. Unbelievable. This is just for you, Picasso.
You're a cunt.
Just for you. Just for you, baby. Oh shit! 1 sec, my headphones aren't working. Unbelievable.
L for Teriak in the chat. L for Teriak.
All right, Jack, say something.
Hello, hello, testing, testing.
I'm back. I'm back, baby. I'm back. Yeah, so that's just for you, Picasso. You're a cunt. It is what it is. But yeah, like this is the whole thing because like the like Shantae, Shazzy, and all this kind of stuff. Like, will tell you like there's like some guys that you directly say no to them, and they keep going. You know what I mean? They keep like trying to fucking like pester you and all this kind of shit, and you're just kind of like, I'm not interested, and they're not doing the whole like I just want to be friends, whatever. They're literally saying, I do not want to get with you. I will never want to get with you, and all this kind of shit. You know, and you're kind of like, you know, like this dude's like an actual proper creep and all this kind of shit. You know, and again, like the psycho bitches out there as well. You know, like you know, as a guy, how'd you avoid getting your car keyed? You know what I mean? You left yourself wide open. To be fair, I did. Yeah, to be fair, I did. That's what I'm saying. It is what it is. It is what it is. But I'm just trying to point out, like I've tried a wide range of different things. Like I'm kind of one of the people that like I don't mind throwing spaghetti, seeing if it sticks or not. And then that's the whole kind of like aspect for me personally. The whole like saying that the woman pays for the day first, all this kind of shit. It's because like Ellaline was mentioning, you're kind of like, you know, risking giving her the ick. Whereas I'm like, I don't mind like risking that and all this kind of shit. And the fact if she still is willing to pay and all this kind of stuff, it proves that it's like I've low key, you know, like, you know, thrown out one of those ick factors out there and she's still interested, which tells me, well, she's really interested. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I think that would
Yeah.
actually be a sign of like something being crazy though.
Yeah, that Shantae brings up a good point. I'm sure Grace would pay for all the dates. That is another factor as well. That's why I'm saying, gentlemen. I mean, you got to be careful who you attract, and like this whole thing of like, oh, like the I just want to be in a relationship and all this kind of stuff. You get with enough crazy girls, like eventually you'll start to say it's like no, like when the Bible says it's better to be stranded in a desert. That's actually wisdom right there, ladies and gentlemen, coming directly from King Solomon, you know? And that's why it's kind of like, that's one of the things, it factors out the gold diggers, but it doesn't factor out the crazies. So you have to have that kind of, what would be the word? That discernment of like, okay, is this bitch genuinely crazy? You know, which again, a lot of them are really, really, really good at hiding it. But generally, like if you look at the eyes should be able to kind of tell you a lot, you know? And also like complimenting a girl on her eyes and all this kind of stuff is usually kind of like a polite way or like a less creepy way of like letting her know that you're interested as well to make that first move and all that, you know? Deriak, fun fact, remembers the last snake driven out of Ireland, also poorest leprechaun. What? This is what I'm saying. I thought like chat and like you know, like my mods and all this kind of stuff, they were supposed to like hold me up and be like, oh my god, Teriak's so cool and all this kind of shit. But motherfuckers just like roast me. This is unbelievable. You know? If I only knew that like this is what the treatment was going to be when I was getting into streaming, I would have fucking never bothered, you know? Shantae's telling me to shut the fuck up as well and spin. Shantae, we need $1. Can we get $1?
$1.
Chat. $1 or 50 cents on the. 50
We'll even
cents
let
on
you do
the
50
Ko-Fi
cents.
PayPal. Yeah, we probably can't even do 50 cents because it's like
Yeah.
the transaction fee alone. You know what I mean? You know, welcome in, Dave. Welcome in. We got Abe. Abe's one of the boys. Yak is cool. You know what I'm saying? And we got Varen as well. I like teriyaki. He's not saying he likes me. He's saying he likes teriyaki, chicken teriyaki. You know what I mean? But I'll take it. I'll take it. You know what I mean? It's the little things, you know? But we need $1, Shante. Rules are rules, as they say.
Don't you have to do a dance for a
Shante, if
dollar?
you send 50 cent, if you send 50 cent, oh, she sent the full dollar. Ah, shout out to Shante. We got Abe as well. Okay, so 1 second, so we'll spin the wheel and we're at $2. We're at $2, okay? So shout outs to you, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna spin that motherfucking wheel. Appreciate you, Connie, folks. Yeah, I get no free spins. It is what it is. It is what it is. Also, shout out to Abe Dinkus. Make sure you give him a like and a subscribe. Shout out to the president, as I say. But gentlemen, should women prefer dating significantly older men for maturity and stability, or are large age gaps generally problematic? And we're talking about, let's say, like the 40-year-old with the 20-year-old.
Let's say that probably one of the bigger downsides is, as an older man, it doesn't matter. Like, if you're a man, it doesn't really matter if you're a man or a woman. Once you reach a certain stage, like, women won't be able to have children at all, but men would also have a higher risk of having genetic defects with their children. So there is that problem, no matter what. But for the most part, I don't see a big problem with it. It would create like I think societally it might create like a underclass of men that don't get to have wives up until, if you like put this across all of society, that this being the standard thing, it would make an underclass of men who would grow very angry and frustrated over not being able to have families when they're younger. They'd build that would probably cause a lot of instability. Maybe. I don't know if that would happen for sure or not, but I think overall, like, for a societal standard, it'd probably be better for people to be around the same age. But on individual basis, like if some random woman wants to do this, sure. But from a societal sense, I don't think it would be healthy. It just create a lot of angry men and a lot of there would be a gap. There would have to be somewhere. There would have to be a bunch of women too that would also not be able to get. I don't know. I don't even know how that would operate from a societal sense. There's so many, like, so many aspects of it that could go drastically wrong by having like a generational separation of who marries who. No, that's a problem I haven't really thought about a lot.
I think generally most of the time, and what you were just talking about there, I think it could generally be a problem. However, I don't think like on an individual basis it's bad. It just depends on like how much and like how often this is happening. I think what it comes down to, but I think on the individual basis, it's not particularly bad.
Yeah, it'd be like the exceptions. The general would be probably not great, but the exceptions would be obviously, there can be cases where it's fine.
Well, like the general way that I look at it is that, like, in biblical kind of like terms, like you weren't supposed to get married as a man until you were like 30 or older, I'm pretty sure. You know? And generally you were taking like a younger wife. Now, like, that's the standard practice though. And like you kind of mentioned, in terms of like more modern day, it's typically like men and women are in and around the same age. Maybe there's a couple of years difference here and there.
Well, a lot of them were more so arranged marriages within like the Jewish paradigm, where it was usually families like exchanging sons and daughters, and they would create families like that. But there were cases where, because it was like a requirement for pretty much everyone to be married, there were cases where there'd be like a 50-year-old man who would marry what would essentially be a type of monastic woman. who wouldn't really engage sexually with her husband, but would live more of a monastic life and have a protection under that husband.
And Varen as well, kind of point out, it's like ideally you want to grow old and die together. So it is kind of like one of those things where, like if it's a 20-year age gap, you know, like if she's 80, you're going to be 100.
Right.
Apparently, you know what I mean? So it's now
It is difficult there, that's for sure.
Like in terms of like from my aspect, like I get called like a 21-year-old, 22-year-old. Just like I said, Tiernan Oak, baby, you landed it young. You know what I mean?
Wait a minute, you aren't 22?
I'm 32.
I know. I was
You know what I'm saying, baby?
I know.
I got
We're the only
them
ones that are younger
useful
than me.
genetics. But it is kind of like one of those things that, like I said, it shouldn't be the general rule. I do agree in terms of like the general rule, but like let's say like 30-year-old and a 20-year-old, like should that be the general rule, or is that where it's like where the line roughly is, where it's like okay, after 10 years that would be considered a long an age gap relationship? Is that where age gap relationships start?
Yeah, I would say that that's probably like the very rough line where it would be okay societally is that type of age difference. My personal rule is like 5 years, 5 or 6 years is like the absolute limit for me. Yeah, that's just because I don't want to be with somebody who is not culturally the same as me. Each generation has their own like cultural influence and things that they think are funny, and like I think that's an important part of like being able to have a compatible relationship. I guess that's a gay way of saying it, but I think that there are just things that I wouldn't be able to like have in a relationship if somebody was like 15 years younger than me. Or I guess that would be more 14, 18 to 30. Hold on, I got to do math. 15, yeah. So if somebody was 8 in a relationship, it would just be, I don't even know what I would do with them. I guess just make kids. That would be it. I don't know what they would like. What are they going to want? I'm going to show them Die Hard, and they're going to think that it's gay.
Like that's actually a really good point in terms of like the cultural influences and like the media that they would have grown up versus the media you would have grown up with. Especially the way that like, man, I can't even watch modern day shit. You know?
Yeah.
Like I watched like my type of like favorite show would be kind of like that like detective show. Like think of like Sherlock Holmes, think of like Columbo, think of like Poirot, like The Mentalist, and like even comparing the likes of like The Mentalist to like Columbo, it's crazy how much like more sexualized even The Mentalist was. And The Mentalist, to give you an idea, when was The Mentalist out? Oh my god. Like that was 2008 for 7 seasons. So it's like the last season was on 2015. So that was over a decade ago at this stage. And like 2008 is, you know, late 2000s. You know, almost 20 years before it, like, when it started out kind of thing. You know what I mean? And like comparing that then to like the likes of Columbo is kind of like 70s, 80s, you know? Go ahead, Jack.
So what if you have a situation, I'm not going to say this is a like likely situation or anything like that, but what if you're just a person that like you don't consume any type of media for the most part, and you just like maybe let's say you go hiking, rock climbing, like you're constantly out there in the world, right? And you meet someone who has those same similar interests. Maybe you meet them, on a trail or whatever, this and that, and you kind of get to know them, and that's something you really want to pursue, but they're younger than you, by 10 plus years, let's say. Is that an immediately like, oh, I can't do that, even though you guys aren't sharing any media interest, because you're both in the same realm, to where, oh, I'm not accessing media, like I don't care about that. And so all your free time is just doing these things, these outdoor events, because there's plenty of things to do. You could kayak, white river rafting, rock climbing, hiking, whatever it might be. You can have plenty of time out there camping, whatever it might be, and you're not consuming any media. Would you still have the same likability,
Well, I think that it's
yeah. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, I think it kind of revolves around more than just like media. There's like an inherent culture that existed in the 90s when I was a kid that influenced the type of person I am. I was raised by Gen X. I have a lot more just I have a different view of what the world is than comparison to somebody who was born like 2005 or 2008. So
right,
it wouldn't just be the media influence that I'd had. It'd be like just the current cultural climate that I was raised in that influenced my sense of humor, my what I look for, and even the types of food that I enjoy eating. Like you could tell somebody was raised in the 90s if they like macaroni and cheese and hot dogs. You could tell that immediately because that's just something that was known where I'm from at the time that I was a kid. So it's not just media; it's a whole bunch of other things that kind of compile into like like this person's kind of alien to what I understand as the type of culture I enjoy engaging with, the type of things I would even like to watch that's influenced by the way that I was raised. It'd just be weird. It would be hard to connect with a person that would be around the age of, like, I could be their father in some cases.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying there. I think that's often difficult when it comes to that range of stuff. But I think generally, even if there's a lot of people that could be raised the same type of way and still eat the same type of foods and maybe have the same sense of humor, I think this is a very special case. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it generally even applies. It would be exception to the rule. But I generally believe that you can find somebody that still could have the same sense of humor and the same kind of likeness in the food, and not even within media, still like the same type of things, or outside activities that could still relate to you. And I think a lot of people put weight onto this. It's like, well, if I like something, then my partner's got to like that thing as well. Where a lot of things that I do, I don't expect if I had a wife or girlfriend to her to like those same things. Now, if we met that type of way, then I kind of understand liking the same similar things. But if I met her out and about and we just happened to click and, wanted to pursue that, then I don't think any of that other stuff matters. Like, she doesn't need to do that stuff with me,
Yeah, she doesn't have to be like, you don't have to like click on everything. I just think that it'd be kind of like what are the passport bros? They go to the Philippines or something to get a wife. And some of those don't really work out besides like it's a transactional type of marriage. It's not like a sacrificial type of marriage. It just turns into the man giving money for her to send back home, and then she has the children for him. And they have completely different cultural outlooks on what marriage even is and how it's practiced. And then, like, they expect this docile type of woman, but then, say they get they don't have enough money to send back to the Philippines, they guess what? The fucking flip flop comes off and flies right past your head every morning. Get out there and get some more money.
Yeah,
So it's
no, I definitely agree there.
What I'm meaning is that there's two. That's what I kind of mean is like there's types of cultural influences that make relationships very difficult in ways that you wouldn't expect, or in ways that you would have to accept to make them work. So yeah, there could be individual particular exceptions to that general rule I'm giving, but it's ultimately still like if I were to say to the average guy right now, you should probably find somebody close to your age because it'd be easier to have a relationship with them because there's not going to be as many big differences in the way that you see the world. And that would be conflicts that would happen that would make marriages fail a little bit more often. But if you're just having a type of marriage where you're not really worried about the personal interest, the only interest that you both have is to build a family and to be part of like the church, then sure, that would be one type of mold that you could have marriage that would work. You wouldn't need to have all the other extra frills, but you know, the extra frills are nice. I'd like to have the little extra frill. I'd like to be able to have conversations about Die Hard or Aliens or something, you know, but it's
right. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying.
And even that would be the extra stuff to what I'm even really talking about when it comes to like if I meet a woman that is well, anyways, I forgot where I was going to go with that, but that's ultimately what I'm saying is that it would be better. It's better to probably try to find somebody that's culturally the same as you. It'd make the marriage work a little bit better. You'd have more fun in it. It means you'd get attached to each other a little bit more. It'd be harder to break up and stuff like that. You'd become, and even then, like the idea of marriage from the 90s, even to now, is completely different. So they'd have the same type of idea of what what you think marriage should be, even though you should just take it from the church. But that's not going to affect the culture for a long time.
So what I'm seeing in kind of day-to-day life, that I'm seeing the shift back to those type of things. I think it's a slow process, but I'm hoping we'll eventually get there to where the younger generations will realize that, you know, that back in the day, things were a lot smoother. Women were a lot happier. People were a lot happier, men and women. And I think that it's starting to turn around. So I think eventually it'll become a closer subject when.
Well, I mean, it would also depend on what you mean by happy. Like these people. This is another thing that's important with the generational divides, right? Is like their idea of what is happy is different. To be happy in the past would be to live a fulfilling life with a family that you built. Now, what would be happy is how many places can you go? How many things can you have?
Yeah.
So there's a difference there.
Yep.
That's another reason. That's another reason why I think it would be kind of important to make sure you're as close and your sort of generational idea of what marriage would even be, and you could have the same type of idea generally of what happiness would be.
Yeah, I think that's what they're, like I said, I think eventually, I think, like I said, we're starting to see it to where that, like they're wanting that kind of first idea that you said there. I think they're coming around to that the same type of thing, along with all the other kind of subjects around the time. The only difference being that now that we have the technology, is really the only kind of difference there. But you could argue that one of two situations going to happen. Either it is going to stay to where, you find people relative to your age that just have the same kind of mindset of what they want, or you're going to have even more increasement of this age gap to where, the younger women are more based, and since the guys are that, you know, they may have not been able to find someone. Now they have the opportunity to have a family with those people. So I can kind of see it on that way as well. But I think it generally, you're not gonna, those situations aren't gonna really happen too much. So I would agree that for most people, they probably should find people around their age, which they do for the most part anyways. But I think it generally goes just from the guy's older, if there is an age gap, to a woman that's, you know, generally younger, even though it can be applied in other situations, obviously.
Well, yeah, I think the man, for the most part, is always going to be older, just from like a few years, I guess, because women are generally attracted to older men. But I think that it ultimately kind of like falls into this too, is like if you don't have a culture that's centered around one type of framework, like the church, you have all these different random ideas that constantly either degrade or warp or change over the course of time. And then it becomes very difficult for even men who get to their 40s and want to have children and are seeking like a 25-year-old, 23-year-old wife. Still becomes difficult for them to find that and be able to produce a family with that, because they wouldn't have the idea, they wouldn't have that same type of framework for the culture that they both were raised in. So they'd have totally different concepts of what that even means to be married.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And it is it is kind of like one of those things where, like, there's always going to be exceptions to rules. All right? Like, let's say, like, you're like, you know, your passion is like ancient Greek philosophy or something crazy like that and all this kind of shit. And you find a woman that is, let's say, you know, 10, 15 years younger than you and all this stuff, and she has the same passion. You know what I mean? Then all of a sudden, like, the age gap, like, again, let's say like you're 35, she's 20 and all that stuff, it then becomes irrelevant, because like Elder Lion was pointing out, it's like there's obviously like the primaries where it's like building a family, you know what I mean? Focusing on the key things, you know what I mean? Or the important things. And then you get like the extra benefit of, well, we also share like certain passions and all this kind of stuff as well. So like that is a key thing to this, where, like I said, in some situations for some people, it's like the primary thing of just like building a family and like that being the main thing, and main conversations are about the kids and all that kind of stuff, and you don't really worry about the fact that, you know, she likes, you know, programs A and you like programs B, or you're more interested in art that's like, you know, around like art A and she's more interested in art B and all this kind of stuff. Because you're both going into it where it's like, yeah, like the kids come first, or the like keeping the family together is always the priority and all this kind of stuff. And like I was kind of like saying as well, like there's different things like even something as small as like what kind of like programs you grew up with is going to influence like who you are and kind of like your kind of like general attitude and all this kind of stuff. Like I was mentioning, between just the difference between Columbo and The Mentalist in terms of like the clear kind of like push for like sexualization and stuff like that. Like even just the key thing of like that there has to be some sort of like, you know, what would be the word for it? Like, there has to be some sort of like boy meets girl or some sort of like relationship, like love story, even though it's supposed to be a fucking detective show and all this kind of thing to it. So like that's obviously going to be a factor or play a role in that. But on the flip side to it as well, it could be a thing that, like, you know, you meet a chick, you know, she's, you know, let's say in my situation, like 12 years younger than me, she's 20, but I show her some of the Columbo, she loves it. You know what I mean? Now all of a sudden she's found a new passion, and the whole thing of like, you could just find passions that you both have interest in as you kind of like develop or go forward from there kind of thing. One key thing that like I've learned is and like this kind of goes back to a previous topic of like when we were talking about like, oh, when should you ask like the body count question, or should you even ask the body count question? While I'd be adverse to talking about that on the first date and all that kind of thing, just kind of generally like scoping her out and all this thing. And even as Elder Line says, like, you know, like you shouldn't even be on the date scoping that out. You should have scoped that out ahead of time. Do the recon, so to speak. I'd be kind of like down the lines where it's like that'd be kind of like the general kind of like first conversation that I'd be talking about a woman. It's like, okay, like what's your stance on kids? How many kids would you want? What's your stance on family? All this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because I think that needs to be a change, and you don't see this from the likes of the Red Pill, which is one of my main issues with it, where that they're not talking about family. They're not talking about the important things. And as you'll see in my not to give away too much of the spoilers, but in my World War debate thing, you know, why would you be with a woman if not to start a family? You know what I mean? Yeah, you can talk about like the bonds and how she makes you feel and all this kind of stuff. But what's going to be the roots? What's going to be the fundamental grounding to it? You know, like as Jack mentioned, like guys naturally get along with each other. But it's like when it's a guy and a woman, then it naturally kind of gets awkward. Like this whole thing of, you know, like the guys be making their fart jokes and all this kind of stuff, and then the women walk into the like let's say you're at a bar, you know, and you're chilling with the guys on this kind of shit. You're all making your fart jokes and crude humor and whatever the fuck they locker room talk and all this kind of shit. When the women show up, then all of a sudden it's like more kind of like formal-esque or things like that. You know, like think about like any time you've been with your boys. Has it ever been a thing? It's like, man, it would be so much better if my girl was here. Have you ever heard any of your male friends say that shit?
Yeah, no one's saying that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there are kind of like natural differences between men and women, where it's like the whole kind of like Super Bowl event or like watching sports together or going to a sports bar and all this kind of shit. Like that's generally not the women find that boring. You know what I mean? Equally, you know, going to the salon and getting your nails done is not the general kind of thing that men like to do either. Unless he's gay. You know what I mean? And then if he's gay, then clearly you have a conflict there anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that even then, like let's say there's a tomboy that likes to engage in a lot of the similar things. They like to debate, or they like to talk a lot of shit, or you know, kind of joke around with the boys, right? It even becomes, you know, there's almost this enforcement of the people that kind of observe it as like, oh, well, she's flirting, or oh, these two are together because they joke around with each other in this way. So even I think even from a societal sense, we kind of understand that this is not something men and women do with each other unless they're like dating or something.
Mm-hmm. And I'm generally just kind of like sus of women that do that kind of general stuff of kind of like the kind of like the tomboy or the not even necessarily the tomboy, but like this whole thing of like, you know, palling around with the guys kind of thing. To me, that's kind of like for lack of a better terminology, like that's what kind of generally gives me the ick in terms of like women and all this kind of shit. And it's not always like necessarily a bad thing and all this kind of shit, but like fundamentally it's like to try and describe it with like pub culture or kind of like the Irish culture that I was growing up in. Like back in like my parents' time, there was like what would be called like the bar, and then there was the lounge, or like sometimes it'd be called like the snug and things like that. And it was generally like this was like properly enforced that it's like the women don't go into the bar, the men go into the bar, and the women go into the lounge. And like even if you went there with your wife, you go into the lounge like with the women, and then you'd go into the bar with the men, purely because it's just two completely different um, for lack of a better word, just kind of like vibes or like culture or whatever kind of like word you want to use to describe it, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And it's like, do you really want your wife, you know, chilling with the boys? You know?
Yeah, and there are like differences, in, like, you know, how you'd want your wife to act in comparison to like somebody that's not your wife, right? If I'm interested in somebody, I'm not going to expect them to follow me around as if they were my wife and listen to everything that I say as if they were my wife. But when it comes to things like that, generally, yeah, I would agree. There are exceptions to the rule. There are people that I know of, even online, that wouldn't apply to because they're exceptions. But generally, yeah. Generally, I wouldn't think that a woman who hangs around a bunch of men, that would be good. And I also think the internet is kind of like a mixed space. It's not, if there's clear separations of things culturally, I don't even know how I'd approach that, because that's not something I've ever seen or really heard of. It's been like eliminated in the culture so much. I don't even know what that would look like or how that would even work.
Because it's like, just even like picture like verbal combat, you know? Like, yeah, like you have like Prem that shows up, and like there's been like women on panel before and all this kind of shit, but like generally it's like, in terms of like the debate and all this kind of shit, it's generally kind of like a man kind of like type of thing. And get the fucking name of the bitch now and all this kind of shit, but like there was one chick like this kind of you know, OnlyFans tits out kind of thing that was like showing up, and it's kind of clear in terms of like, especially like when that type, because I know you mentioned like tomboy and all this kind of shit, but when that type of woman is kind of showing up, kind of like, well, she just wants the attention from the guys and all this kind of shit. Because like for example, like Bricky, Bricky wakes up and like the main thing that's going through his head is just like roast. You know what I mean? And the type of kind of like thing of, you know, like the unwritten rule, so to speak, with like lads is that it's like you don't say shit about their wives. Like, yeah, you can roast the fuck out of them and you roast each other back and forth and all this kind of shit, but it's like you don't bring wives into, you don't bring kids into, and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if she's the type of woman that like likes to roast the boys back and forth and all this kind of shit, it's all of a sudden kind of like you're blurring that line, and it's kind of one of those things as well where it's, I don't know, man. It's, I understand like there's exceptions and all this kind of shit, but it's like going back to kind of like, you know, I seen someone in the chat mention like apartheid and all this kind of shit. Yeah, like Jirai saying like apartheid and all this. Like, bro, when I was growing up, like they used to separate the retarded kids from the smart kids. That's how I went to school.
Mm-hmm.
Like we had our first year, and then we had like our exams, and based on your exams, it was like smart kids went into one class and all the retards went into the other class. I was the first kid in the history of the school that got into the smart class for the mathematics, and then for fucking the likes of geography and history and all this kind of shit, I was with the retards. Like, I remember like the principal like what sat down to me and he was just like, this is the first time it ever happened in the history of the school. Do not apply yourself in the rest of subjects. I was like, I have no interest in fucking history or geography or any of that bollocks. I've got an interest in mathematics. You know what I mean? But like I said, Ghostwriter says, well, couples used to visit couples though. Yeah, like I understand that aspect, but even in that, like, think of what was it called? That 70s Show. Right? You know, Kitty and Red used to do the thing with the next door neighbors, they play their poker and all this kind of stuff. But that's not like the boys hanging out. And it's also like not the women having like their kind of like girls' night in and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like when it's, I'm not saying that like there shouldn't be any mixed events whatsoever, but even when it's mixed events, like I was kind of like saying before, it's like if the boys are all chilling out in the beer garden and all that stuff, next thing you know, the women start arriving. All of a sudden, the boys aren't being as crude and like the humor's not as crass. You know, there's no like fartings and all the rest of it kind of thing, like the roast sessions and all that kind of stuff dies down and things like that. You know what I mean? And equally like with the women as well. Like the women would, let's say they're sitting out in the beer garden and the men start arriving. They'd be like gossiping about, oh, did you see what this bitch done? Oh my god, can you believe that? And she's wearing this. Oh my god. And then next thing you know, the guy arrives, and then it kind of like you kind of tense up and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? See, ghost gets me. You know what I mean? And before anybody else in chat, I'll play the clip. I'll play the motherfucking clip.
That is mahogany.
Call me a mahoganyist all you want. Don't give a fuck. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Shanti says, I joke around, but there's a line. Yeah, but think about like how brutal Bricky's roast can be and all this kind of shit. Like, like doing that to someone's wife, man. Nah, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, with like you know half the stuff that Bricky would say, if he was talking to my wife, I'd probably throw a bit of trash. Like, I'd do something YouTube friendly. I've been in Minecraft.
Yeah, but that's something I used to struggle with in my own life was being friends with my friends. So like their wives or girlfriends, I'd want to be friendly with them. So I thought, I'll be their friend too and talk to them. You know, maybe the guys are out doing something and I'm just kind of chilling with them. Maybe it's around a fire or whatever. I just don't want to sit there in silence and be like, I'm totally avoiding you guys and this and that. Like, so I'd want to be.
I pretend they don't exist. I just ignore them. I completely ignore them.
See, that's like, to me, that's just.
They try to come up to me. I tell them, shut up, go talk to your husband. That's what I do.
Yeah. I think that's the best probably way of doing it, but I guess I never understood for the longest time of like, why pretend like they're just not a person? Like, because if I'm talking to both of them and we're all in a group, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, shut up, bitch, and get out the fucking way. Like, I'm talking to your husband.
Their husband's there. If their husband's there, I'll talk to them. But if not, nah. That's a mix. That's a recipe for fucking drama and chaos and disaster. Just avoid them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like I said, I used to feel that way. Where now I'm a little bit different about it. Because people have made very good points on it, and elaborated on why I should not be doing that. But I never looked at it from a perspective of like, oh, I want to bang your wife or I want to bang your girlfriend. This or that.
Like, take it out.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it'll be kind of perceived. But I never really thought about it like that.
It's like like you're kind of saying like to be friendly and I get that, like you want to be cordial and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like, if let's say you became like best friends with some dude's wife, who do you think she's going to be going to when anytime she has a fucking issue?
That's true. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's where I'm just like, I don't need that shit. It's the same thing where it's like I've said to like multiple times on the record. Like I don't do this shit where the gossiping or the hey, how are you and all this kind of shit. Because like I stream 6 days a fucking week, you know what I mean? It is what it is. But even like on that, like I'm just kind of like generally like to do is like if there's something that's important, I'm literally just a message away. If it's something that's like you need help with something or you need some advice or whatever the fuck, I'm here. Don't get me wrong. But the whole kind of like this came up yesterday as well, like the whole like small talk shit and all that stuff. I ain't got time for that shit. You know what I mean? But women like love that type of shit with the like small talk, a bit of gossip, you know what I mean? All that kind of shit where I'm just kind of like, I just don't have the headspace for it. Because, like, for me, I'm kind of like down in terms of the deep existential questions. You know what I mean? Trying to like dig toward, like, for example, I was there like fucking like looking up shit in terms of like the Orthodox fasting shit, and then cross comparing that to like, okay, what would be the nearest Protestant equivalent to the Orthodox tradition and all this kind of shit. Then looking up like different churches and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And that's just in terms of theological aspect. There's also like the philosophical aspect we were talking about on yesterday's show at the beginning. The whole like Plato talking about like the argument of like the morally perfect man, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like this shit is generally speaking, it's like that kind of shit like gives like women the ick. They like to keep it kind of with the like the people. Like what are people doing? All this kind of shit. That's why typically it gets kind of like conflated with gossip. You know what I mean? Like the whole Gossip Girl kind of thing. But like it can be like they could be talking about people but not like in a bitchy way and all this kind of shit. They're genuinely kind of like inquiring because they want to see the good in that person, all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So when I'm saying like girls like the gossip and all this kind of shit, I'm not saying it from like the negative point of view. I'm just saying like they like talking about people they know, people in their circle, all this kind of shit. Whereas men are generally like they like to talk about things or concept, ideas, all this kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, I just think of a lot of situation where I guess I can think of like, let's say the guy goes and he's got to go piss, and then it's just like me and his wife. I'm gonna just kind of like completely ignore her, acting like she ain't fucking. If she's like chatting with me, I might be short with her or something, but I'm gonna act like she ain't fucking there. Like to me, that's just like a form of.
Oh, you can't be short with her. You can't do that. You're making another mistake there.
Yep.
Just ignore.
How do I not be short with her?
This is what happens when that happens. I gotta go take a piss. Oh shit! I forgot something in my car. I'll be right back. And just try to time it out when you get back perfectly. Oh man, I kind of need to go. I need to go smoke real quick. You got something to drink in here? You mind if I go look?
You just find an excuse to like get out of the conversation, essentially.
Yeah, just get out of the room as quickly as possible.
Like Jack, what you do is you basically say nothing. You don't even make eye contact, and you just do this pose. You know what I'm saying?
Just
you
stare
look
off
the opposite direction. Yeah, you just look in the opposite direction. You know what I mean? Like she's where that left door is, and you're just basically doing this. That's how you handle it. But no, for realsies, especially like if you guys are just chilling there and it's like you're like mid conversation, all this kind of stuff. The best thing to do is to just start talking about some of that shit like that was saying, where it's like you're talking about like just like engineering or philosophy or some shit like that you know that she just has no fucking concern at whatsoever, and then she'll eventually just kind of like, you know, not want to even ask you a question because she'll be like, this dude just keeps talking about philosophy and theology and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? This is why I keep trying to tell everybody, like men, like obviously like not only do you need to focus on like attracting women, you also need to focus on repulsing a women as well. You know what I mean? A lot of men just focus on trying to attract women, and they don't work on the opposite side of the scale. You know what I mean? And women as well. Like we need to get the message out. You know what I'm saying? It's not just like because this is what like nice quote unquote nice culture breeds. Like this whole thing of like I want to be everybody's friend and all this kind of shit. It's like, nah man. You try to be everybody's friend and you end up being nobody's friend. You know? And I'd rather good people than nice people. This whole like small talk and nice people and all this kind of shit, it's fake as fuck, man.
Yeah. I just wonder if that like in your guys' mind, does that equate to girls in general? Like you should just have this approach of like if I don't have the sense of like where I'm trying to get you as a girlfriend or a wife, then I just don't talk to you.
But nah, I've got some people that are married that are friends that are women, but I don't I don't know their husbands or anything, and everything I do with them is like public. Don't-
Yeah.
everything that could be misconstrued or taken out of context, everything is public, so that I could say, no, that's not what happened. This is what happened.
Right. Yeah. No, I
'Cause
get
I'm
what
not
you're saying.
interested. I'm not interested in getting mixed up in people's relationships and their dramas and
Right.
the shit that they're doing. I'm not interested.
Yeah. And I think that's a good way to do it too. I was just more or less curious, like, if they don't have like they don't have a husband or a boyfriend, is it the same kind of treatment? Like if you're not pursuing, or you decided you're not pursuing a
I usually tell them
relationship.
to shut up and call them dumb whores, and then they just eventually go away. Eventually.
It's an art form, Jack. Like they were saying in chat, it's an art form. Repulsing women is an art form. You do it properly, and she'll never even look at you again.
Because that's
Like I
exactly what I need.
The foolproof plan is this pose right here. You know what I mean? If you perfect this pose, Jack, they'll never want to look at you again. Next time you go to work, like anytime the woman you were talking about earlier on, next time she asks you a question, just do that pose and don't even look at her. And she'll be like, this weird question. She'll never ask you another question again in your life, and it'll make your life a whole lot easier.
It probably would. You're probably not wrong. But yeah, I've just always been curious about that because, it seems like a standard across the road with most successful things in that venture. But, I don't have a problem with women. I just don't want to seem like I'm just like ignoring their existence.
It's pretty easy once you start.
Yeah, I get it. I get that feeling too. Like once I get the ball rolling, like, but then I feel like
wow,
I'll just
my
start
life
getting
has suddenly
arrogant.
got a lot more peaceful.
Yeah, yeah, that's for sure. But I feel like it like for me at least personally, like I feel like it might feed into like arrogance or an ego type of thing, to where I'll start sniffing my own farts,
What?
Sounds like a you problem there.
How do we get to sniffing farts, Jack? What?
I was trying to make an analogy. It was bad.
What the fuck is going on right now?
How did you get sniffing farts from that, Jack? Like that would
like
repulse them.
Huffing your own, copium, It's
Okay, right. When America, like for example, like when America's like fucking around with Iran, they don't launch a fucking nuke into the country. You know what I mean? Ripping one and then like taking out a wine glass and then like sniffing the glass and all this kind of shit. Like, yes, that will repulse a woman, Jack, but holy Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Trying to do it like
I
it
live
in
on
a
the
normal
extreme
fashion.
where I don't live at all,
That's a little too extreme. That's living off the edge.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's my problem.
That's living
I
with
don't
your
have a
big
middle
toe
ground.
hanging on to the side of the cliffs, hoping that's enough.
Yeah, I just don't have a middle ground. That's been my problem my whole life. It's either one way or the other. It's I'm either going to the extreme or I'm not doing it at all.
But have you ever like been like, let's say you're like in a group setting, it's like a social setting, whatever. You're like talking to a couple of your boys on stuff, and then like a couple of women that they know, and obviously start to like join the group and all this kind of shit, and then it's just left with like you stand beside the girls, and they're like doing their girl talk. Right? Have you ever been in that situation, Jack?
I'm sorry. Repeat that real quick.
Basically, have you ever been in a situation where you're surrounded with girls and you're just seeing like they're doing the whole girl talk and all this kind of shit?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
And what was that experience like for you?
I guess I just walked away. I don't know. Like, I went and did something else. I didn't want. Yeah.
It's the most boring shit I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's literally like, Jesus Christ.
You're like, where'd all the
you
guys
literally
go?
lose feeling in your neck. Like your fucking head just drops. You're just like, what the fuck are we talking about? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly. Just walk away. You know what I mean? Just say, excuse me, ladies, need to go to the bathroom, and just don't come back.
Just
Like that,
dip.
that could be as how simple it is. I mean,
It's
like what
the straight up
Aldeline was
Irish
saying.
goodbye.
Exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to get across here, Jack. Like this whole thing of like if the husband says, "Oh, I'm going out for the piss or whatever to the bathroom," it's like, "I'm going to," and you just walk out the front door if needs be, and then you just come back with a toolbox an hour later. You know what I mean? To say, "Oh,
Right.
I thought I was going to fix a pipe," or some crazy shit. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Well, this is a
Whatever.
skill I've learned. It's a skill I've learned over the course of years of being attracted to very jealous women. Of women who get super jealous over everything, every interaction that I have with women. So it's become an art form, and I've begun to respect and love this art form that I've crafted. Still doesn't work though.
It really is.
They still get jealous.
That's just their nature, you know? Just the nature. Is it something we can fix? I mean, you know?
No.
Nah, I like it. It's fun.
Yeah.
Because then I could troll them a little bit. Which isn't a good idea. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Bro, when you do it to black women, oh my god, man, it is beautiful. It is, and like it's basically like perfecting like the passive aggressive, and then you can like flip it back on them, and then you throw them with some gaslight and things. Like, what do you mean? I was giving you a compliment. You know what I mean? And you fuck with their heads, and then next thing you know, they're calling you like a racist slave owner and all this kind of shit. Oh man, nothing better. That's my new favorite hobby. Is like Misunderstood's panel is like a beautiful place to do it.
That's a gold
You know what I
mine.
mean? I'm telling you, man. I love that shit. You know what I mean? 'Cause especially as an Irish person, like they can't do the whole like, well, we were slaves. Like, me too, bitch. I'll see you at Thanksgiving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's my favorite pastime, to be honest. You know what I mean? But gentlemen, we have reached the end of the show. Any closing thoughts, final nuggets of wisdom, or anything like that we want to hit the folks with before we head away?
Yeah, you're all gay. Stop being gay.
Nice, I like it. You know, to the point.
Thanks for the help with the steaks. You know, they were good. They were good. Like I said, you know, at least that's what I plan on getting right now is the thins. So I might just do a little bit less time there, just so I can try to have some type of pink, rarity. But
and play around with it as well, Jack. You know what I mean? Like go in with the mentality where it's like, I'm probably one of these days I am gonna fuck it up, and I'm either gonna overcook it or I'm gonna undercook it. Like, well, and in terms of like undercooking, you can always just throw it back on the pan and all this kind of stuff. But it's like play around with it and like don't be afraid to make a mistake. Like making mistakes is part of life, and the more mistakes you make, the more wisdom you get. You know.
Yeah. But yeah, that's why I'm hoping with with the full big steaks, it's really costly. So I can't quite afford getting a bunch of those during the week. Maybe if I went to like a butcher or something, because that's kind of my ideas. I want get a deep freezer, put it out in the fridge, and just save up one day and just go to the butcher and just get a bunch of meat. That way I don't have to run out, and I could just freeze it and then take it out in the allotted time and put it on. And even if it's just like one big steak, and just eat that, and then just fast the rest of the day. Maybe have some pieces of bacon when I get home or something, but nothing too crazy.
A good tip, Jack, is like the night before, the day. You can even do it like the day before. Like just take the steak out of the freezer and just put it into the fridge, and it will de-thaw in the fridge.
Yeah.
By the time you want to eat the next day, it'll be either be fully thawed or be kind of good to go. Kind of, even if you just like leave on the counter for another 30 minutes or so.
Yeah. And that's the thing is I meant to do that, but those steaks were a little past when I got them, so I needed to put them in the freezer to preserve them. And I didn't know if I was going to be cooking them today or not, so I didn't want to put it in the fridge and then put it back in the freezer, you know. So, but yeah, that was the plan. Normally I would have done that, but yeah, they ended up thawing out just right. So I think they just cooked through. I think I did them for, you know, about what time that you want to and the temperature. It's just they're thin, you know, so it's, you know, it's going to be easier to cook them through like that. But it was still good though. So, and all I used was the salt, so like you recommended. So, and just a little bit of butter. That was way less butter, and it worked out pretty well. So, yeah, I think I'll figure it out. I'll master it, you know, and then I can work on maybe other meats down the road. That way, I don't just get tired of steak, even though I think it's going to take a while to get tired of steak, because steak is my favorite food, honestly.
100%, bro.
And
And another thing to look into, if you want, I can dig around some videos as well. But it's called like the Carnivore Power Bowl, and it's basically beef, butter, and like sometimes they do bacon, or you can just do beef, butter, and eggs, right? And it's basically just like
Okay.
scrambled eggs and beef, and it's like I said, it's very easy to make. Because typically, like the ground beef is going to be cheaper per pound than like the likes of the cut steaks and all this kind of stuff as well. Just in terms
Yeah.
of if you're trying to like I kind of was talking about earlier, like budgeting or trying to get as cheap as possible in terms of like your kind of like your food bill and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But again, like any questions or any kind of like ideas and all this kind of stuff, don't be afraid to
Yeah.
kind of send me now a message on Discord and you kind of run it by at that.
And then I'll be working out the new stuff with my job, because we got a new area, so it's going to be completely different this year. So I'm going to see how that feels, but eventually I want to start doing the workout where, you know, I do a couple laps around the neighborhood, you know, increase that as it goes along, you know, do push-ups and squats and burpees, like you said, and that type of stuff. You know, work those little things in. That way, at least I'm kind of stretching it out and I'm working the muscles, you know, as I'm gaining this protein. So hopefully I get on that schedule. I can start working out on those type of things and really actually start seeing some change. Cut out all the other stuff.
And like even like because like I work out like maybe 25 minutes a week. You know what I mean, 25 minutes a week. I do like the push-ups, bicep curls, and like some squats. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
even just doing like like I said, like just doing like a couple of laps around the block and just like walking or like just trying to like walk, let's say at a decent pace kind of thing. Like that can work wonders, and it's good for the circulation and all this kind of stuff as well. And you'll notice even just by being able to like cut out all the sugar and the carbs out of the diet, especially like the drinks is where it gets a lot of people, like the fizzy drinks and all this kind of stuff as well. Just being able to like cut all that kind of like garbage out, you'll notice that like that alone is like I'd say it's probably like 95% diet, 5% movement. A lot of people say eat less, move more. Like all these fucking slogan shit and all that stuff. Like 95% of it is basically what you're putting into your body. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And and you'll notice as well, like in terms of like the money that you're spending, all of a sudden you're not going to be spending as much on food, and then it's like, oh shit, you know what I mean? It starts to compound, and you're getting kind of like this kind of like multiplicative kind of effect where it's like you're both getting healthier and you're actually saving a lot more money as well at the same time. So it's like I said, like, and it's a marathon as well, Jack. You know what I mean? And like to be honest with you, like you're probably going to fall off the horse and you're going to feel like shit and all this kind of stuff as well. But it's like this whole thing of like being willing to get back onto the saddle and all this kind of shit as well. Like this whole kind of thing of not getting too bogged down on making a mistake or anything like that. Just like giving it your best effort and kind of like going forward, putting the best foot forward, so to speak. Do you know what I mean? Like the whole aspect of what Jordan Peterson talks about. It's like try to give a full sacrifice. Don't do a half measure. Always try to do the full sacrifice. And if you do fuck up, it is what it is. Just get back on the horse again, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's all I wanted to say, along with, you know, thanks for having me up as always. It was a lot of fun actually talking today.
Thank you for the
exploring
cooking
those
stream.
options.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
I
the
know
cookie
that
show as
was.
well, Jack.
Apparently, that was highly entertaining. You know,
100%, man.
we'll see. You know where that goes, but yeah. But thanks for everybody for the words of encouragement in chat. Hope everybody has a good day. Yeah, that's pretty much all I had. So I'll see y'all later. God bless.
100%, Jack. Appreciate you stopping by. Now,
Yes,
folks, we had a massive day today. Massive day today. We I forgot to do the premium memes as well. I'll hit you with Jack's favorite, and then we'll end with Uncle Joey Diaz. Okay, so here's Jack's favorite meme.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED, 1080p, 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what this society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch, and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
Bellissimo, bellissimo. And of course, we got to have our Uncle Joey Diaz. Remember to stay black, folks.
Get up, cocksuckers. It's all over. Listen, we had a rough couple of months. Fucking Katrina's cousin Maria. The other one, Puerto Rico, Houston, fucking Florida. Listen, it's been tough up to now. The earthquake in Mexico. You know, the White House, whoever the fuck is going on. But it don't matter. They want to shoot. It's time for us to fucking shoot, cocksuckers. They want to get down and dirty. Don't forget who the fuck we are. You understand me? We're the baddest motherfuckers out there. You send a message to that fucking North Korean. He's gonna be sniffing my dick and sucking my asshole. That's the focus. We're going to North Korea in like a year. It's gonna be an island. It's gonna glow in the dark. You know why? Because we're Americans, cocksuckers. Who the fuck do you think you're dealing with? Stop with the gun control. They're selling more guns than ever the last 3 days. Stop with the fucking whining. Stop with the Russians on Facebook. I don't give a fuck. Worry about yourself. Keep your eyes open and get the fuck off Snapchat and fucking Twitter, cocksucker. Stay black.
Stay black, folks. And like Shanti said in chat, Wheel of Madness again tomorrow. This is a week-long special of Wheel of Madnesses. Okay, I'm doing the whole like data points. Being like trying to keep track of like which is the best day or what seems to be the best day and all this kind of stuff as well. Different things like that. Data. One cannot make bricks without clay. You know what I'm saying? So again, like I said, week-long special this. Then I'm going to be taking a week off next week. I got some stuff planned, so to speak. Maybe a trip. You know what I mean? You never know. You never know, as they say. But anyways, folks, like I said, I'm a leprechaun. Okay? That's why we got the Pepe thing. You know, I'm an owl leprechaun. Just living the leprechaun life, you know? My mom took Tylenol, so please be patient with me, okay? But that's why I keep telling you, I'm not asking you to trust me, folks. I'm simply asking you to trust your president. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for the religion theme. We're going to be doing a bit of the religion next week. Not next week, tomorrow. Make sure you stay tuned for that. Rex, hopefully we'll be back as well, baby. Because we know he loves the old religion as well. Well, God bless everybody. Have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you.
We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again.